Gino, what's up? Good afternoon. Divine, what's up? Just passing through. Just passing through, she says. Gino, I don't know what's up with your connection. Something's up. Just wait a little bit. Maybe it'll go through. If not, come back up. Peace, Divine. I saw you on Mino Black's channel. Divine, you suspect now. You suspect now, Divine. Fucking Mino Black. Who's Mino Black? Lopez. You were up on his panel for a little bit. I was cool with him. Not cool with him. I just I like to pick his brain a little bit. But he had an FBA up there, and he was just trashing people, and then that fool had his back. So I'm done. Once you're with FBA, once you're talking about delineating, and you still claim you have African ancestry, you feel me? You done for. You done with. Not you, Divine. Just that brother. You know. What's up, Blue?
Bro.
Juan.
Yeah.
Chilling. How are you, bro?
Alright, so what's the prompt about African Muslims and Arabism in Africa?
Yeah. Can you state what you are, your race, your ethnicity, and where you're from? Just so I can. I know you've been up here before, but I'll be forgetting.
I'm black, Black American and Puerto Rican. Right.
Don't be me. Don't be doing that.
Listen, look.
Don't be doing all that.
Alright, listen, it's our race. Alright, look, it's a race. See, look. I'm black. Look, listen. I'm race and ethnicity. I'm black, I'm an actual black person, right? Black American and Puerto Rican.
Okay. So you a half tether, and you a half.
Yo, don't do that. Don't do that.
No. Okay, hold on. This is what FBAs would say. Would you call yourself an FBA though?
Actually, you know what's crazy? A lot of FBAs call me a tether because I'm half Black American.
That's what I'm saying. I get the same shit, Blue. I'm throwing that out there just to just because I get the same shit too. But do you claim, when you say black, do you say Black American? Do you say FBA? Do you say African American? Like what's your thing?
I say Black American.
Okay, that's a safe one right there. You stay in between. You're on the fence from FBA and African American. I see you. Cool man. So we are talking about a subject that is a little off from like the regular conversations. But go ahead. What were you saying?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it a being with you though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, overall, when it comes to like a lot of Muslims and all that, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. Now, in Philly is a big Islam population, even some in New York City and that shit, right? But
Right.
I don't know, but for some reason, when you meet Muslims like in the Middle East, you know what I'm saying, outside of the country, they be mad prejudiced. I don't know why. Like a lot of Muslims in North Africa and Middle East, they just, I don't know. I guess they don't like niggas.
Yeah, facts. We're really aware of that. That's why I preface this with African Muslims, right? Africans that are Muslims. Let's include Black Americans too that are Muslims, right? And then a difference between that and Arabism, right, which is mostly the Middle East. What we now know as the Middle East, right? Because it wasn't always the Middle East, right? Before white people called it the Middle East, it was called something else, and it was part of Africa.
I ain't
But
I was gonna say that.
But regardless of the fact, right, Blue, we're talking about the Arabism, like the shit that's happening right now, present day Africa with Sudan, the Arabs coming in there and doing the atrocities that they're doing, There's obviously, it's almost like this, Blue. You know how Christians, the European Christians, how they use Christianity, and they did the Inquisition, the Crusades. You saw how much damage they've done, right? But we wouldn't dare call the Black Americans that are Christians today, and whatever denomination that they are doing, that they are the same thing as them Europeans that did all that shit. So the context behind this prompt is because I heard a lot of Black Americans talking a lot of shit about Muslims, and if you're an African Muslim, they're like, if you speak Arabic, bro, if you're Muslim or Arabic, you are participating in the G side of African people by Arabs. You feel me? So I thought that was a stretch. You feel me? I felt like
I can't really say that. You wanna know why?
wait,
Because at that point, you might as well use. My
say
fault.
that
Go
again.
ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I can't really say because I can't say that. That's due to the fact if you're gonna use it like that, you might as well say the Black Americans that's Christian that participate in these Catholic churches and all that shit participate in the G South Black Americans. You might as well say that
Right,
too. I can't really do that.
right, brother. Exactly. And we know what Christianity did in America. You know, we know the slavery that happened with Black Americans in America through Christianity, right? So exactly, Blue. So I'm trying to be like balance this shit out because it's not as deep as that. I know you're mad about the Arabs right now and what they're doing, the Dubais, and how they treat our African people. I can feel for my African people that go through that, but I'm also not gonna just knock people for speaking Arabic, for following that they grew up speaking Arabic or they grew up being Muslim. You know, like I won't take it that far. So there are some really extremists. You know, it's sad, Blue. I had a breakup. I had to close some relationships off, man, from Black Americans that I thought were on you know that I thought I was gonna rock with. You know, we were on the FBA tip. We getting on the FBAs, you know, and I'm just trying to find allies to. You know, and not to hate on FBAs, you know, because I know all FBAs aren't the same. It's just the ones that talk mad shit about Africans, mad shit about immigrants, mad shit, black
I just
magas,
avoid Dr.
FBA
No
magas.
Job.
That's where I draw the line. Huh?
I
Say
just
that
avoid
again.
Dr. No Job. That's it. And y'all said his name. I just be avoiding Dr. No Job, and y'all said it. I ain't gonna lie. I said it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't know who you talking about. Who you talking about? Who you talking about, Blue? You avoid who?
He one of the biggest FBAs on TikTok. I be avoiding Dr. No Job, one of the biggest
Oh wait,
FBAs
what's
on
his name?
TikTok.
What's
Yeah,
his
I
name?
said
I
his
haven't
name.
ran
Yes, I
into
did.
him. I haven't run into him. I who? What's his
Dr. No
name?
Job. Dr.
Oh,
No
Doctor
Job.
No Job, Nose
Yeah.
Job, or No Job? Nose Job. What are we talking about? Nose Job? Nose, nose job or no job?
That's right.
Which one? Which one? Which one is it, Blue?
I ain't gonna lie. He really act like the nose part. You think about it, he act like the nose part. He act like a nose job. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, but what is it though? What what is it?
See, look.
Pronounce it to me. Do it
So
slowly. Do it slowly. What's his name?
Doctor No Job.
Okay, no job. Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, I haven't had the pleasure to meet that brother. I can't wait to meet him. Go ahead and invite him over here. I'm anti FBA. You know, not all, but for the most part, the majority of them.
It's something I'm cool with though. But I ain't gonna lie. It's very little percentage.
There's some black Americans that are hopping on the FBA bandwagon right now, and I have empathy for them because they think it's all about love. They think it's all about, you know, they're like, this is what our people are doing. Okay, this is what I'm going to call myself now. You know, and we have to have empathy
I ain't
for our
gonna
brothers.
lie. See, look. So
Mhm.
apparently, a couple friends that I had that are FBA, right? They went on Tariq Nasheed panel. So apparently, word two, I had a couple friends telling me that Tariq Nasheed called me a Caribbean tether. Like, what the fuck? I ain't even speak to this dude yet. Did you hear my voice somewhere or something like
Yeah.
that? Did you heard me speak before?
Blue, don't even worry about it, Blue. He be calling everybody. He's the man that started the trend to call people tethers. He gets it off the movie Us, and even the movie Us. Have you seen the movie Us?
I ain't really see that much. I seen trailers of it. I seen trailers of it.
Yeah, go watch the movie, man. They get all their vocabulary from that movie and about the storyline behind it. But I have another prompt that I speak on that. The doppelgangers, the whole like they try to tether of us, try to tether our culture, all that stuff. So go watch that movie. It'll kind of break it down. It's not the way they kind of break it down, but Jordan Peele, you know, Jordan Peele's like half biracial,
Right.
by the way. So when he's talking about it, who knows what he's talking about? You know. So, but regardless of the fact, what's up, Divine? What's good? Welcome to the panel, Divine. Yes, you can't
Um,
really speak on this topic, but you be speaking. All right, Divine, just stop it.
no, like so when you said that there were Black Americans, like saying that people in Subdane that are
Hmm.
siding with the Arabians? Like, what do you mean? Like, was it just one
Just my
person you were
person, yeah, yeah.
talking to?
My so-called friends that I had, right? My Black American friends. Just not all of them, right? Not all of them think like this, but the context behind the prompt was because I was pushing back on their statements about people that spoke Arabic or practice Islam, that they were a part of the Arabs that are doing all the atrocities that they've done before in the past to Black African people. Um, the
Mhm.
Arab slave trade, right? Right, Divine? And then also in the present time, what they're doing in Sudan, what they're doing in Ethiopia, you know what I mean? So that's
No,
what
break
really.
it down to me. What are they doing in Sudan and Ethiopia?
So in Sudan, Ethiopia, they've been had just kind of like the uni or the United Nations, like you know how Europeans encroach on African territory and they
Hmm.
take out of them the resources in the land. Um, so same with the Arabs, right? They come in there and they work with the leaders and they make deals where they're taking a lot of minerals, they're taking a lot of resources from those countries, but
So when you say Arabs, like
they
what country are you
so
talking
the
about?
Middle East, the
Yeah, like
Middle
what
East.
which country in the Middle
Yeah.
East?
So the one that is known about in Sudan is the Saudis, I believe. Give me a sec. Give me a second, real quick. Let me look it up real quick, just to be true with you, right, Divine?
Hmm.
Let me look it up because I'm still learning about this. But I'm pretty sure it's the Saudis. But hold on, give me a second.
I mean, and if it is the Saudis, like you really want to question like who's funding them, you know?
Yeah, facts. But here, let me go look right now, just to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak on the topic, but I know for sure like everybody's a puppet when it comes to all of it. Like if you think it's really about Sudan and, Saudi Arabia, then, just know it's probably bigger countries or continents that's playing a part in it, funding them all kinds of resources and equipment to go after certain resources, and a they get a good part or end of the deal of whatever they break a deal or something, so their blood won't be on their hands. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised US got something to do with that.
It's the United Arab Nation, right? The
Like Dubai.
United Arab Emirates, right? So it's a conglomerate, all right, Divine, of different Middle Eastern countries that are doing this.
Okay,
It's
so
kind
I
of like
know
the
for sure that Trump
it's like
made
the
a
United
deal with
Nations,
one of.
right? So they have proxies. They have proxies in there. They have proxy wars. They have, like you were saying just a little bit ago. Go
I
ahead.
know Trump made a deal with one of those countries. I think it was the United Emirates. They actually cut a deal on Trump is going to provide them, weapons, which was kind of crazy. I
Exactly.
don't get me wrong. I'm not. I think I maybe speak of the
I'll
wrong
fact check.
country. It might be
I'll
them.
fact check you. I'll fact check you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it was one of those countries. He's providing resources. Like I think he's trying to like get you know Americans, United States, to find new alliances, especially since what's going on with Palestine and Israel. Right now, I don't think Israel like is in. I don't think they're friends. Like if we talk about, I don't think American and the Israeli are really friends. But I could see Trump going a backdoor way to build alliances somewhere else. And I wouldn't be surprised either him, Russia, or China has something to do with that.
Okay, Divine. I got you. I got you. And you're right. You're right. We already talked. I mean, you were up here with that prompt earlier. I'm gonna change the prompt just so other people can get involved on this. I got Nagual on here. Nagual, come on up. Um, and we learned a lot. Divine, we learned a lot last time the Arabs came up here. I mean,
Yeah.
you connected with the brother that comes from your tribe too. That shit was deep. That shit was deep. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but with Lopez, like I never seen that guy before. That was my first time on this panel.
All right, all
Um
right. I'm not gonna judge you, Divine. I ain't gonna judge you.
no, but Nagual, he came and backed me up though. Like he came in there and schooled them and he dipped.
Oh,
I was
where
like, that's
on
my
Lopez's channel or what?
yeah, I think
Uh,
so, yeah.
it was
Was
on
it
a
Lopez?
no, it was on a different. I got a recording of it, but yeah, a friend of mine, Panopticon, was on there. He's an elder and also a teacher. But what I did was, Divine, you saw me go up there. I just nailed them, and then I bounced,
Yep.
and I wanted to see what they were going to say. So I went on my other account and I went into the live, not for them not to know that I was there. And
Yeah.
I started grabbing stuff that they were saying after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, so are they like Mexican or something? They all sound like they were Mexican.
Yeah, they were Mexican, and they think that. Well, I mean, they're Native American. They think as well. So
Oh, okay. So never mind. I know what you're talking about. Vibes. So Lopez, I started getting on his panel like a couple of days ago, and they're also like they're not Mexican, but they're like Latina. Are they like Dominican? Isn't it like the Dominican tribe vibes? Well,
What is
anyway, yeah.
Dominican? What are you asking?
Lopez's channel, like the
Lopez is
Dominican.
Dominican Republic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he's about the me no black, and so, but he looks like a again. I could kind of relate to him because we say that black isn't like an identity, right? It's more of a status, but he's still he's not looking at it from the point of view that we look at it, right? Legally, he's looking at it like I don't look black, so he's going into the colorism. He's going into I'm not the black people that look actually black, like they're melanin. He's like, I don't have enough melanin to call myself black. And then on top of that, he says, there's no such thing as anybody black. Like black is like the paint color black, or like if I have a black shirt on, and I'm like, bro, relax. Like melanin gets as dark. It gets so dark, it gets green. It gets so dark, it gets blue. Right? We talked about this before. Uh, he doesn't have a rationale for the color melanin and how dark it can get, But I feel like that's where. So Nagual, my problem with him was he had an FBA up there talking about. He had an FBA talking about how he hates Africans and how he saw the term black and that you have to be black and so I went in on his ass, and then he didn't like me because of that. Because I don't like FBAs. So
yeah, he liked me a lot. Lopez really was. I mean, I got like 12 new followers from just like because I heard Divine up there. She was up there by herself, and I was like, I kept on hearing people just So I went on real quick, and then
Oh
probably like
yeah,
15.
yeah. That was a couple days ago.
Yeah. It was like 15, 20 minutes. I was up there, and then I got like 12 followers, and I bounced, and then he was on there. He was like, they liked me a lot on that one, but the one last
Yeah,
night, the Mexican, they didn't like me at all.
them Mexican. I'm about to start calling them Mexicans
Yeah, they are a mess.
because
That's for sure.
they must be on meth. They gotta be on meth because like they was like screwing up, like they were twisting all my words around and stuff. But
Yeah,
no,
they
with
kept.
Lopez, I don't know. I don't know what happened with you and him vibes, but when I got on there, I just know I was being nosy trying to see what the Dominicans were talking about. And it's so funny because they're like getting on the bandwagon with the whole FBA. Like now they're trying to start their own FBA. but like in the Central America. And I'm like, man, see, you see how Black Americans, once we set something, like everybody else just follow suit.
Well, how was he like his stance on what's his stance on black indigenous folks in America?
So he was pretty much saying how like he believes like Haitians, like for instance, like he was asking one girl and she was Dominican and she was like, how do you feel that like how FBA say that they have tethers, right, that pretend to be Black American? Like, how do you feel about us coming together and starting our own thing where we don't allow people to say that they're Dominican and they're not? And so one of the girls like, yeah, like I was on a panel and this Haitian girl, she was talking about how she was Dominican, and I was confused because the whole time she's been saying she was Haitian. And so they got in this whole big argument about who is considered Dominican or not.
Right.
And of course we had another Mexican. It's always the Mexicans. He had to come up there talking about how Black people don't have culture.
The white Mexicans,
Yeah.
you know, there's other Mexicans.
They're
Like
the Spain. They're the Spain. Yeah, they be coming up there.
All right, they're the Spaniard.
Yeah, with the loud mouth talking about how, you know, Black Americans don't have culture and all this other stuff. And I don't know, Lopez, like, he set him straight. He was like, you're not going to talk about FBAs and other people and Black Americans. Black Americans did way more than he did, you know, because he was pretty much trying to say that how we don't have language and stuff like that. And his culture has language. And he's like, how do you have language when you came over here with the rest of us? Like, just like they speak English, you speak Spanish. That's from Spain. Like, what language? He was like, what indigenous languages do you speak? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just jump on different calls.
You
but
just reminded me what it was. So that FBA started calling me a tether once he found out that I was my parents, right, are Mexican and Eritrean. And he's like, oh, this is a tether. And then what's his name? Lopez started laughing, and so that's where I was like, all right, well, fuck you, Lopez. You know, I didn't tell him that, but I was just talking shit to the FBA guy that was telling me. But I just love how FBAs put themselves on panels, right, where they're happy that other people are not going to call themselves Black, right, and why they do so. Me, that said, I understand to them. Have their own.
Are you cut out?
yeah, you're going in and out. We can't hear you.
And so they
I can't
allow
shit.
other people to. I know my brother has the. No, that's all good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mm.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm going across town right now, but maybe you won't hear me. Anyways, bro, I was just saying like how they understand that I was trying to explain to them that Africans don't say that we're Black or African either, because that's a term given to us, right? So we're more our tribe, we're more our heritage, we're more something else, right? So the FBA called me a tether, and that's why we went back. And thank you for reminding me, Divine, because that's the kind of bullshit that they were on. And then on top of what you were saying, Divine, they were calling the Haitians Africans, right? And they're like, Dominicans, DR people are not they're not Haitians, they're not Africans. And then the only thing I liked about Lopez, he checked him. He's like, bro, we are mixed with Africans there at the DR. Like the Haitians, we're not going to split those people because they're a part of us, but we have more people that are not affiliated with him. So I like how he checked that, dude, but he's still on his me no Black shit, but he does it for the wrong reasons. He's not doing it for the status. You know, we understand that Black doesn't derive from, like, we understand it, but they don't. They use it for a racist trope. Yeah.
But you know what's so funny? I flipped that whole panel upside down when I told them that none of them were African nor indigenous. And so, like, the Dominicans was like, what is she talking about? And I was like, you guys don't even know who you are. And I kid you not, everybody was like, don't say that, don't say that, Divine. Like, we don't want to start fights up in here. Don't say that. And I
Yeah.
was like, no, we gonna talk about it. We finna talk about it. And then as soon as I talked about it, then everybody got upset. They got upset with what I was saying. So I dropped off the panel. And then when I dropped off the panel, what's his name? Rio got up there and he was like, no, like she's right. Cause Rio is actually he's like
Yeah,
Central
I remember
America.
Rio. I remember Rio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rio
he's a
was
cool
like,
cat.
yeah, so Rio was like, no, wait, guys, like y'all gotta hear what she's saying because what she's saying is actually true. But what I was saying was kind of crazy for them to even they couldn't even wrap their heads around who I was telling them they really were. So at that point, they was like, "Where's your proof? Where's your proof?" And I just dropped. After I dropped, that's when Rio got up there and he was like, "Let me show y'all what she talking about, cause y'all not really comprehending what she's saying. Y'all talk about FBAs and y'all talking about other people, but you really need to be talking about yourselves and who stole your castles."
It's funny, Divine, because you go up there and you're like all the way you present yourself is very uh it's very useful, like you go up there innocent, you stick to what the truth is, you're like, I just found this out a few months ago, so I'm not trying to
This
claim all
mine.
that. It's presented
It's a
very
check.
well and innocent like so that they can't really come after you,
Oh,
No,
they see you as like
divine practices the masculine and the feminine
I
qualities,
know that's
right?
what
You don't even know divine. Divine be wearing the pants in a relationship. I bet.
because when she was on that Truth Hurts panel last night, she was the quiet little innocent Divine, and I was like, whoa, this is like. So I went up there, smashed, and I got out.
Where is that young lady on my panels? I don't know that one.
I am sweet. I'm sweet when it comes to like when I first get on people's panel until they piss me off. I gave them grace because I was like, you know what? They're so far removed
Yeah,
um
they were fucked
from
up.
what it really is. I really don't be going off on non-black people because I know for sure like they're so far removed. I don't even waste my time. But if you're black and you piss me off, I'm going ham.
Well, I went in there charging all over the place because you were up there by yourself, and there was probably
Yeah,
like,
I didn't even know what I was getting myself into.
yeah,
I was
there was probably
like,
like
I'm
8 of them
thinking they were
against
gonna
you.
understand where I'm coming from. They were like, "Girl, you African."
Yeah, take your DNA, and I'm just like, shut the fuck. And what
Divine.
funny thing
Okay, so
was,
this divine. This is what I want to say to you. So I don't think that should be a big ass trigger for you. I think most of it. I think on both sides, it'd be like the Africans that be saying that because they want you to be a part of their family, right? They see you like a brother and sister, and I think they do it, but they don't do it in the right way, and vice versa. You don't reach out to Africans and be like, look, you might be a black from America. Why
That's what
why
I
do you
do.
think that?
That's what I be
Okay.
telling them.
So again, you should have the same empathy, divine. Like if you're talking to your brothers and sisters, being called a pretendian or being called an African should not be trigger words. Like start from that point. That's all I'm saying, sister.
well, she wasn't triggered last night. She was on the innocent role on that Truth Hurts panel.
I was like, you know what? I'm gonna speak my truth, and I'm gonna do. And that's
And
what I
what's
did. I was
funny
like, I'm gonna
is,
speak my truth.
I went up there, I showed him genetic evidence, I showed him the historical literature and the archaeological finds. Then I got off, and then they started coming after you like, you need to take a DNA test. I was like, they said that DNA is a fact. It can't be disproven. I was like, I just showed them DNA evidence, but they were like, that guy Panopticon, he was the one that was like fighting it most.
Yeah, he was like, I don't want to hear none of that. Like, they are so set in their ways of believing like the idea that Black Americans come from Africa. Um, and again, the vibes like I understand. Look, there were boats. I will admit to that. I will admit that there were definitely boats on the coast, but that wasn't the full story. That's the problem. The problem is people are coming out and they're realizing who they really are, and they're going and they're literally doing the research and hearing and seeing the stories being told in the papers. Like if my whole family's from Mississippi, right, and they never left Mississippi, all I have to do is go pull the paperwork and see exactly where they were located, and then on top of that, go pull like history books on what was happening around that same time of them living there.
You,
Like,
Divine, I got you covered. Like after that last night, this morning, about 5 hours ago, I got a piece of the Colombian president on the UN.
oh yeah,
Did you hear about that? So he actually he said black people have been here for thousands of years. And
yep.
I found a piece that has all the primary literature that substantiates it. I'm in the process right now of grabbing all the primary literature from the Internet Archives. So
Oh, go listen to what he wrote President Trump a couple of months ago.
I came across that.
Yeah, it was a letter he wrote vibes. He wrote President Trump, telling him how like the real indigenous people in the land, like he doesn't even care about, and how those are the people that really belong with the rights of that land and who they really were and stuff like that.
Who was I saying this
Yeah,
to? Who was I saying this
that
to?
was that was the Colombian president talking to Trump. He wrote a letter
Oh,
and he was specifically
you said
speaking about Black
vibes.
Americans.
Vibes. You said vibes. That's what I heard. My bad.
No, I was calling your name.
Oh, but I didn't call the president. I didn't tell the president anything.
No, I was like, hey, vibes, this is what happened. That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, okay. Run that back. Run that back. I just heard my name. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm a little distracted.
Check it out. Big screen.
Yep.
You're a mod.
I can't. How do I put myself up? I don't understand how I do it. Anyways,
I put you up. Well, no, you can. I don't know because I've never had that. I don't know. Are you are mod though, right?
Yeah, I'm a mod for sure, but I don't know how to put myself up on big screen. Anyways, you see right here, this piece right here it's written by a Bay, so you know it's a Moor. It's slightly biased. That's the one thing I didn't like about it. It was just slightly biased, but it's not enough to overturn the position of the piece. But I mean, it gives a lot. It gives so much primary literature. Like the reason I'm taking it so long, it's taking me like 5 or 6 hours, is because I'm having to translate, entire text, and these are like 1,000-page books and shit. But I'm pretty much like 70% through with gathering all the primary literature, so that now if any of those cats, any of those Mexicans start coming after anybody, I got it all. I mean, I'm going to make a piece for Panopticon because I just felt like he was so disingenuous. They're also just so racist. I went up there and I literally called him a racist. I was like, look, I just showed you all this shit. He's like, oh, that's been debunked. I'm like, well, show me the literature. Debunk it. Show me what you got. No one would provide sources.
Pedro!
Hi, how you doing, guys? Here you go. You got it now. You have to type in that on your picture, and it'll give you this configuration. But you got yourself on the big screen now.
Yeah, I didn't want to give up that piece of literature too much. I just wanted to show it because I don't want people to get to it before I actually present it. But it's a great piece. I mean, like I said, it's just slightly Morocentric, if they can say that. But other than that, the piece is solid.
You know what though? Like this has happened like every like 20 to 30 years, where like Black people will like come publicly and claim something or say something or say their like announce their name. And then what happens is like it blows up, right? The first stage is like we come to terms with that name, right? And then a bunch of people start getting mad about it, like from Native Americans, Caribbeans, Africans. Everybody started just getting so pissed off about it. Like, and then like the third phase is like we start like going to the government and petitioning for it, and then the government will let us identify as that thing. And then soon as the government says, yes, the Black people, we don't call them Black people no more, they're going to be called indigenous, and then everybody goes back to normal. And then like literally 20 years from now, you're going to hear people saying, oh yeah, we always knew that they were indigenous. Watch.
Hey,
They did. We've been doing this for the past like 150 years. Like when we went from Negro to Black, oh my God! Like the CIA was after us. Everybody was mad at us. Like we had Malcolm. They had to take out Malcolm, and Malcolm was like, "We ain't Negro no more. We're Black." Like y'all, like the 60s to 70s when that happened, that whole revolution happened. Like people are just not having it. Like it got so bad that they wanted to start taking us out and going to war. They were like, nah, we got to get these folks to Vietnam. Like,
Hey,
They
Bud,
did not like that.
did you unmod me? Vibes.
I, I think he's gone.
Oh
He
man,
probably walked
because
on.
I can't. I'm not a mod anymore.
Yeah,
He pulled my
I'm
privileges,
not
man.
either. Oh wait, I'm a mod.
You're a mod, but I'm not. I
I
feel
don't know.
so.
I think so. Let me see.
You probably been pushing a bunch of buttons and let's try to figure.
Vibes.
But this, you're right. This movement is being paid. It's a systematic attack. It's when somebody is going to do something right to a community, and they know if they're united, they're stronger. So before they actually divide them. So back in the day, like you said, it was about, oh, Negro, for example, is in Spanish. Oh, but we're not in Spanish, right? We are.
Yeah, it's like when we're not Negro. Like, why are y'all? They like that was so defensive to say Negro. Like, just call us black.
Yes.
But that
So
was like back in the time when like Black Americans, like our ancestors, didn't really know who we were, and if they did, they were really quiet about it, and it was just like all for political um acceptance. Let's just go with the word black because black is confidence, it's empowering. But the problem is people start having pushback with the word black because it was not anything that was related to a land.
yeah, it's not about the color, and it's not about the language. It's about to divide. It's a technique, a divide technique. Back in 30s after the recession, the black community started having business, and they start having companies, and they
Yep.
start dressing better than
Yep.
anybody else.
The Harlem Renaissance.
Yes.
Yo, what's up, Pedro? Hey, I'm helping my cousin out right here, but I have you guys on live. Miguel, you're the
Hey, but
you're
you,
the
you
you're the host.
unmodded me.
You're the mod. You're the mod.
No, I don't have mod power.
Oh, you don't? That's why I
Yeah,
asked you.
get a mod.
All right, let me give you mod powers. I had to take everybody down. You know how crazy I gave
Yeah,
everybody
sure,
mod
sure.
powers, and they try to take advantage of
Ever
it.
give mods to people.
Hey, stop it, Divine. My African people can be mods too, not just you black indigenous folks. Okay, stop it. But I got love for both of y'all. I have to have love for both of you. All right, I'm gonna give Divine. I'm gonna give you mod powers too. Okay, so you're not feeling jelly. Okay.
All right.
You just had a lot of with a great power comes a lot of great responsibility. You know. So
There we
please,
go.
please
I don't need
please don't make me
power,
regret
bro.
it.
Call me.
Please don't
I'm
make
your.
me regret it.
I'm one of your
Have I
followers.
ever made you to regret it? Never.
I don't know about that.
Let's see.
I trust you. I trust you. No, you are mod, Nicole. You are mod. Okay, Nicole.
I got it.
All right. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Thank you. Let's try. Let's talk about whatever, but let's try to concentrate on the people that are against illegal immigration. The black MAGAs, the FBA MAGAs, right?
Yeah.
Even the Aboriginal MAGAs. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I
That's
got
all.
you.
Thank you.
So it was. So what are they doing, right? They know when when people organize themselves, there are more good people than bad people. So
Yeah.
it's between good and evil. So when actually the good people unite, they'll find out there's more than 90% of them in society. So
Yep.
what happened is when they cannot reverse. So it's like if you let one be successful to unite
Mm-hmm.
his family, right? It's not about that person. It's about the other ones. They're gonna find out what kind of power love has, and be united, and be in peace with different opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without attacking each other. So when that happened, that's when evil act. So when the evil find out they're gonna try to burn something, right? Or they're gonna try to destroy something or demolish something, divide it completely. So that's when your divide technique it don't work. Actually, they create violence. They go into the stream. This is happening right now. So the
Yep.
first stage of this situation is to divide. So they're gonna try to divide the Spanish and black. The then in the Spanish family we have Chicanos, we have Texans, we have Californians.
Hey
And
Pedro, I got a question, bro. You excuse me, Vaz, because I know Pedro's real poetic. I gotta ask him a question.
what's going on, brother? Welcome. Introduce yourself. I don't have my glasses, brother.
Yeah, I know. Salam, Balam, Islam, peace to the Jaguar. Hey Pedro, I want to ask you if you could find the time to go onto Farmer Don's live sometime, not now, so you can have a fair trial because I know you had a lot of heat. You're on the hot seat in all the Puerto Rican groups, and I want to tell you, come to Farmer Don's live, and he's going to give you a fair trial.
What is
I
what is he in
highly
the
doubt
hot
that.
seat for?
What it was? Do you know what it was, brother? Why?
Yeah,
No.
he was on the hot seat for raising over $100 million to the people and putting it in his company. But this is what I'm saying, Pedro. We can learn from Pedro. He's a businessman. We need to discuss business on this app so we can
Pedro,
be
you a
better
whole
men.
millionaire sitting on this call.
Oh, please
Child.
believe it.
Yeah. Well, let me explain you what happened. Everything is started on the in Puerto Rico and the Hurricane Maria. When it was, I work in safety. Is only about fatalities. So when that happened, and we know it was very serious.
Hmm.
United States come up with $365 million.
And he
It
can
was
take you there too, Divine.
it was
Yeah.
it was cash release for the island. So a bunch of people, we just
Hmm.
fly there. It was on a Friday, right?
Hmm.
And we was there on Monday. So in the power line that was going to be rebuilt, the house is going to be rebuilt. So what we did,
Child.
we influenced and we figured out how to help and control the money, make sure nobody get smart with it. So
Yeah.
when that happened, I was there for 9 months, and now it's another project. There was the church was trying to go because there's a lot of um, uh, OD and
Hmm.
suicide uh, and kids between 12 to 25 years old.
Oh well.
So they figured, okay, to to understand why it's happening, they put psychologists, professionals. They're
Hmm.
gonna say, okay, we have 150 professionals. They're gonna go to the island to actually do a safety survey.
And also, Pedro, this is the thing, Miss Devon. I want to ask you: do you take the Puerto Ricans there on the island now to be fraudulent or legit? Because I know you claim that everybody was removed by the Catholic Church and replaced by the Chinese or something or Philippines.
When did I
So
say that?
yeah, didn't you say
When did
that?
I say that?
Oh, my bad. I thought yeah.
Hold on, let me
No,
go back in my thinking cap. I don't think I said that. No, I know I'm the one that said the Europeans were the Central Americans.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, because I see I'm from Central America, right? Pedro, where you come from, by the way, Pedro? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I'm a tribe member, and
He's Taino. You Taino, or are you from another
no,
place?
no, I'm a condor. A condor is a culture of South
Hmm.
and Central America, and it's
Oh,
a
then Pedro, yeah, then you from yeah. See, Pedro, you're from my peoples, man. You got to come in. You got to help the people, bro, because We all trying to get to this money and learn business and skills, and that's what it's about. And F Ice, I agree, but I mean, I understand what they're doing, but at the same time, we had to strategize to get ours within the system, but the system was corrupt. But that go for BLK people, Brown of all shades, many people. So that's the thing, is like you got to get yours, but you can't hate on nobody else. All we can do is strategize.
Yes, pretty much is it's gonna be a reset. A bunch of fraud. They're being caught. They call feedback fraud. So they, for example, they put money on a company or on a church or anywhere. $10 million,
Hmm.
right? And the feedback is that the company they have that help and is working is gonna give donation for a speech. So, for example, that's how bad it was. It's a fraud where they were doing
But like
like.
Pedro, this is what I want to ask. Like Devon, if Pedro wanted to rap, would you give him props if he was nice? If Pedro wanted to rap and he was nice, would you call him a cosplayer, or would you say, "Oh, that's great that you embrace hip hop"?
Um, it depends on like what is his intentions with it, because what's going on right now is you have people cosplaying that they like hip hop. No, with him, if he's nice, yeah, like there's no problem with that. But the issue is you have like the Iggy Azaleas, you have um the what's her name, that girl from South America, I mean South Africa,
Oh, the
Tyler. So you have all these different people that, like, like they are benefiting off of the culture, but they're not giving culture the respect or the credit. That, I think, that's the difference.
Okay, well, it's when you look the marketing or the success on media, psychologists understand this human behavior. You focus on how the human behave with different situation, when they are hostile, when they get attacked, or when they try to promote something good that they doing.
And
So
capitalize off of it.
how, yeah, when you have a gift or somebody have a gift on singing, on art, on playing, or anything, right, or dancing, it'll attract automatically. It'll attract those people. They just opportunities. That's what they're looking for, and
Hmm.
they invest.
Yep.
So when they do it now, they're gonna show up with a contract, and they say, "Hey, look, I think I like what are you doing, but at the same time, I'm gonna help you, but I want to sign a contract because I just want to make sure if I invest on you, I want my money back somehow, you know, and it's understandable. So now it's a project called Group Seven. Is when you promote somebody just because you like it without getting a representation. We got to get in any contract yet. So when that person get viral, there's already worked with a couple Mexican people, right? What happened when they grow their sales already and they're making money, so they can actually go and talk to the music industry themselves. Not actually somebody is gonna tie them up with the contract. And if they don't, if they start making a lot of money, they're not gonna get a lot of money. They are the guy that they got the contract or hired them. That's the one that's gonna make a lot of money. So what it does is you promote somebody. Right now they say Group Seven because it's an indigenous concept. that we are
Mm,
seventh generation. The seventh generation is gonna try to do something good just because it's good, plain view, without asking nothing in return. So that movement is already going. It can go to the Spanish, to black, to white. It'll move the algorithm of the platform. So you get on it, right? And people start liking your stuff, and you grow. People's gonna just support you to grow and share your videos and your music, and then you take it from there. So it's
mm,
more, and it's a psychological experiment and social experiment that's working already. So you'll see sooner or later you will come across with it. But we have people there right now. They're making hundreds of thousands and TikTok just sharing their music. So what the platform give you that you're gonna do a music, you put it on TikTok, and people's gonna make any kind of video with your music,
So
right?
I know, yeah, I know for me, like I'm a musician, so I've been playing piano, saxophone, horn instruments. I've been teaching music for the past like 25 years. Okay. Don't tell me how old, don't ask how old I am. Um,
Oh, you see,
but
see, you
like,
are see, Divine. You are African. You play. You are the horn. I heard you say the horn. So the horn of Africa. That's East Africa. That's we
bye.
family.
Bye.
Yeah, no, no, sister, you
Anyway,
can represent
anyway,
love.
when I for play like so I've noticed and a lot there is a new wave going, especially with Black Americans. Me specifically because I'm a musician and I love like I'm not like a mainstream surface level musician. Like I like learning, like I learn actual music theory. Like I literally sit learning perfect fifths and different chord progressions and things like that. So what I'm noticing in the wave of music today is a lot of people are gravitating to Arabian music. And I do feel like when it comes to that Arabian, Egyptian sound, that's going to be the new what do you call it, like the new what hip hop is today. In 20 years from now, you're going to start seeing a lot of R&B singers, a lot of hip hop artists playing Arabian style music in the background. And I've been actually studying it because it's a whole nother level of sounds that I ain't never heard of. Like there are sounds in between sounds that bend and fold and I didn't even know existed. So now I'm just as a musician and other musicians are trying to learn the Arabian scale and like learning different bending like pitches on how to get a sound a certain type of way. Um I think this wraps around with what Vibes is talking about with the whole Arabian and like I'm just speaking on like the just their music part. Like that's the only thing I know about them. Like is they got some one thing I love about Arabians, one thing I love about that part of the world is they got some good music that's super hidden and a lot of people don't know about. And it's super healing to the consciousness.
And what about your music? Where you come up with? What do
With
you
my
think?
music,
Yeah.
so and that's where I go into like for me, like I never really even though I played, R&B, hip hop, blues, jazz, I played all that. I mastered all that. But my biggest like what I'm obsessed with is classical music. And I found out why. So back in the day when I did classical music, it was more like, oh, people would be like, oh, she thinks she's white. She want to be a white girl. She just want to do white music. No, when I actually went to college and I started doing real research on classical pieces going all the way back to the Baroque period, everything that the Scottish people are saying today, the Black Scottish are saying today, are completely true. this is why like I'm so open-minded to understanding that black people came before white people, and music was the first foundation of civilizations. Like that was the first like foundation of like music started like civilizations, and it started communities. Like that's how communities and ancient people started in the first place. Like they gathered together with their family and friends, and they make songs, and those songs will be either a story tale, it will be a story about like something ancient, or they'll be passing something down. Like that's how people used to pass down lineage. They used to pass it down in songs. That's why people were able to remember things so much without even like writing it down. It's because they learned it through songs. So like me personally, on a deeper level, I understand why Black Americans are always like the innovators when it comes to like this new wave of music, because even when you go back in ancient times, for some strange reason, we are connected to it. I don't know why I'm connected to classical music until I went and studied classical music and found out that all these classical musicians, all the way back to the Baroque period, took their style
Beethoven.
from the Arabians. That's how they got their sounds. It was from the Moorish people who taught them those different beings, those different instruments, those different trumpets, and that's when classical music became this big boom in the Baroque area. Like it was mainly from Egypt, the Mesopotamian area, Middle East, Southern Europe, like that was when the big boom had
It was
came
like
when it
almost. It
came
was
to
like almost like
music.
if it was Spotify, right back in the
Yeah,
day.
and so and even back then, like Moorish people were very like they were scientific based. So like they knew how to like put music, science, astrology,
Alchemists, alchemists.
yeah, and they were alchemists. So they knew how to put all that stuff together. And I'm not just talking about Moors, but I'm also talking about the mirrors too. So there was two different people. There were the mirrors and there were the Moors. These were very ancient people. These were the first peoples that was ever recorded. They were the ones who knew how to operate those buildings. They are the ones that knew how to electrically charge those pyramids. Like they knew how to operate them, and they had advanced civilizations. They had free electricity. Those were the Atlantis people. So it always go back to music and sound, and why we're so obsessed with it, right? Because live in a world now where I was talking to this girl, and we were talking about the seven nations and how um like there's an evil force that has separated the black consciousness. Like, so when I say black consciousness, I'm talking about all melanated people, all indigenous, all around the world. We all was on one same accord. Like we understood music, we understood science, we understood technology, we understood burial, we understood folklore practices. It was all one. We didn't need to separate every single thing and pay for it, because everything was like all in and together. Like if you wanted free energy, you go to the pyramids to get free energy. That same pyramid was also a communion where they played their games, and they also, commune
Oh,
with
that's
like
hey,
their
Divine,
ancestors and stuff like that.
Divine. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I gotta put a timer on you, Divine, because you just flow. You got the downloads. I swear you got the downloads. But thank you. Let me say this: when I caught you on Lopez, the Mino Black brother, you were talking about the Mesoamerican ball game. The
Hmm.
basketball, and I was so interested in that because I was looking that up way back in high school. Like I was trying to relate how it was more like basketball.
Ulama.
And you were talking about their positions, the Jordan positions and stuff like that. Like it's been reenacted. I thought that was pretty insightful,
So
and
you
I
have two
definitely want to pick
different
your brain
types.
about that. But go ahead,
So,
Divine.
so
We
before
didn't
like
lost the guess. Go
No, my
ahead.
bad. I mean, I was trying to get it back to the Arabian and how like the Moors, like it goes back to what the topic is about, Arabian music, because Arabian music were healing music. We call it the perfect fits. So that would be considered like 42 hertz tonic sounds
Right,
that
vibe.
if you
That
were to
vibe.
meditate, yeah, like if you were to meditate, it will put you in a different consciousness. Um, the Moors were the ones who gave those white tea people that type of culture. But there were two different types of Moors. You had the Moors in the East and you had the Moors of the West.
So is that where the Moors say that they're from America and not from Morocco, not from Africa? 'Cause you got two
No, they
different
are
types of Moors.
completely, yeah, it's two completely different types of Moors. You have the ancient Moors in the Americas who built like the Moors, picture them like their names really wasn't Moors, but modern day today we call them Moors, but they were the ancient mound builders. They were the
And that
ones who actually built
and
all of the
back then, that's how
pyramids.
Europeans looked at them as. That's what they called them, the Moors. That's a European term for black people, nobility. Whether from
Yeah, like
America.
they couldn't. It was the same way with now. They could not survive without us. They had to have some form of our culture and technology and science in order to advance. They cannot survive without melanated indigenous people around the world who are connected to their ancient ancestry. So, um,
So we
yeah,
got American Moors versus African Moors is what I'm looking at right now.
yeah.
Is
So
that-
it's like, but they were one and the same. They were one and the same. This is I want to say this is like dated back like 15,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, like
Wait,
back that time.
1500s.
No, no, not the 1500s. Definitely not the 1500s.
Well, I would say 1492, right? And then when the Moors came, but what I'm getting from you, Divine, is that there was already a relationship between the African Moors and the
Yeah, like we
American Moors
always
before
had,
the Europeans ever,
yeah, we
reared
always
their
had contact
exactly.
between the
Mhm.
Europeans, the Americans, and the Africans. Africans, the dark indigenous Africans, the dark indigenous Europeans, and the dark indigenous Americans were actually all on one accord. We had trade systems going on. They used to the travel, how they would travel back and forth, like from Europe to America. You didn't have to go across the Atlantic and go to Senegal. All you had to do was go up the coast from the east coast of Americas and
Yeah,
jump from
a
Iceland
natural
to
current.
Greenland. Yeah,
Hmm.
and jump from Iceland to Greenland, and you
I
will be in and you will
definitely
be in
believe that.
Europe. So that like the idea that the world started in 1492 and nobody talks
Yeah, he didn't
about
discover
seven
shit.
years.
He
Yeah,
didn't discover shit.
why don't you hear about the kings and queens and their names of the Moors that ruled Spain for 700 years?
Yeah, that's a whitewash
What's
to
their
this day.
names?
Yeah,
Right. So and guess what? 700 years prior, there were other black indigenous people that ruled that land.
yeah. All
And
they know
then
about is
700
Othello.
years,
Othello's
yeah,
the
and then
only thing.
700 years before them, another group of black indigenous people ruled that land and they were American. Some of
Yeah, it's
them
very
went back and
interesting.
forth. They were in Europe and then they went back to America. Then they were in America and then they went back to Europe. So when we talk about like we as every like when I think of history, I'm thinking of history from the like as far back as we can go. When I say, "Oh, I'm indigenous," people are only thinking about 1492. Their minds can't get past 1492. When you can get to a point where you can tap into your own ancient ancestry because if you think about it, if humans are a million years old, why would you think that our DNA stopped at 1492?
You know what we have, Devon? We have some people that just won't believe it, won't listen to you, won't entertain the narrative that you are
And that's
projecting right now.
fine. That has
And
nothing to
so,
do
so
with me.
Divine, yeah, of course, it is fine. So again, you only speak to the people that you need to resonate with. You're not here to prove anyone one way or the other, and we can just for peace of mind, Divine.
No, I found my dragon tribe. We're gonna talk about dragons and when dragons flew and how we were in control of the dragons. Like
No, stick
We
to the
don't go
prompt.
back to the
Stick
dinosaurs.
to the topic, Divine. Don't be derailing us like that. Divine,
Way with the
where?
Mexicans.
Okay, no, this is a good one. Divine, where do we find the dragon? Where do we find the dragon in the Mexican, quote unquote Mexican, Aztec Mayan? Where do we see that dragon in our mythology in
In
Mexico?
Chile. He's sitting in Chile. He in Deception Island.
Is he
Over there
asleep?
by where them islands are.
Tell that dragon to wake up.
You ever heard of
Tell him to
Snake
wake
Island?
up.
You never heard of Snake Island in South America? You should
Tell
go to
me
Snake
about it.
Island.
Educate me, Divine.
One day I'm gonna take you to Snake Island.
Oh, we going now. Okay. I'll book the flight.
No.
I'll book
No,
the
you don't
flight.
want to go to Snake Island. Snake Island is the most dangerous island in the world.
Oh,
Like
now
you
you
cannot
were
go
taking
there.
me and now I shouldn't go there. You're giving me all the warning signs. No, also Chichen Itza and Mexico City, there's snakes all over. Or there's dragons / snakes, right? Like it's part of the ancient mythology, right? They call
Yeah,
it
because of
mythology.
the what do you call it, Nagual? The Quetzalcoatl?
Quetzalcoatl.
The
Because like
Quetzalcoatl. I keep messing that up. Yeah, the Quetzalcoatl. That's an actual dragon. Like they have the actual bones in the museums. You can go see them yourself in the museums where they show dinosaurs. He was a winged dragon, and he was big enough where humans could actually ride on him.
yeah, white people are like Quetzalcoatl.
That's what
Yeah,
I say.
it's not.
I'd be like Quetzalcoatl. Is it so? Let me see my. Oh, say so. It's Quetzalcoatl.
No,
Quetzalcoatl.
it's Quetzalcoatl.
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 It's like it's like say Quetzal, like the Quetzal bird.
Like
Yeah, it is a bird.
Quetzal.
So Quetzalcoatl, and then you just
Yeah.
throw a little brown
Well, the
skin in there.
the Quetzal bird is descended from them. That they
Almost
would have
sounds
been
like
the direct
co-op.
ancestor, right?
Yeah, it's half of my last name.
Quetzal.
Yep, Quetzalcoatl.
It
Yeah,
makes
okay.
No,
it makes
yeah,
me want to say
yeah.
queso.
Nagual's like, get it right. That's my name.
Like queso.
Queso Blanco. Queso Blanco.
But it's funny. In the Marine Corps, everyone just called me Speedy.
Oh man.
Yeah, Speedy
So
Gonzalez. Speedy Gonzalez.
Hold up here, I'll show you.
Quetzalcoatl. Okay, I got it now. Quetzalcoatl. But yeah, like that. That bird is a dragon, and he's still. Y'all, they found his head. It was moving down in Chile. The head finally moved. It was so weird. And then after the head moved, that area had like a 7.9 earthquake.
Big screen. No, I guess not. I've got to figure out how to do that.
Type it in the picture,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, that's even better.
then you're gonna see the little square and divide in 3 and 4 different settings. And
There you go,
type
Quetzal. It means
He
precious
find he gave
flower.
me.
It means precious flower, queen, bird, and nagual.
I can't
Sorcerer.
see it.
Oh,
Quetzal. Yeah, I see it now.
but instead of Quetzal, say Quetzal. Al.
Quetzal.
There you go. Perfect.
Quetzal. Okay. I swear, like my whole family knows how to speak Spanish, but me, and I always feel like an outsider. Like even my husband, like they all speak Spanish, and I'm just like the one that learned Spanish for the past like 20 years of my life and still don't know how to speak it.
That's funny. I have perfect pronunciation, but I don't know any Spanish.
You know, you're lucky because if you have a dad like
Nagual. That's why we're gonna connect. Sorry, Pedro. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. That's it. You're lucky because if you have a dad like I have, and my son, he was like, he don't want to speak Spanish. He don't want to cut the yard. He was allergic. He was allergic of the lawnmower. So, but he wants to drive my truck all the time, right? So I said, okay, I'm gonna put up with him until like 5 years old. And so I always speak Spanish. He speak English to me. I said, "You motherfucker, you just barely walking. You know why you don't talk in Spanish?" He learned his English from the TV, right, for the cartoons. And I said
Mhm.
one day, I said like, okay, you if you don't want to speak Spanish, that means you're not my son. So I'm not
Oh,
gonna feed you.
child.
I'm
Ooh.
not gonna feed you. So I start cooking the food that he want, right? So I said like, okay, we speak English to you. We're gonna give you some uh,
Pedro,
McDonald's.
you wrong for that. You wrong
Yeah,
for that.
Call,
and he
they should have called
That
child
nigga gave him
services on you,
like,
man.
said, "Mommy."
bruh. Mess around,
Nah,
give
I
me some
like that
McDonald's in
discipline.
his
Hey,
mouth.
Pedro, I like that discipline. I like that discipline. Go ahead, Dave.
He was saying, "Mommy, uh, Papa don't love me no more because I don't speak Spanish to him." I said, "Well, you look in the mirror. Look at your dad." Yeah. Okay. What do you think that we speak?
Hey,
Spanish.
oh man.
so by the time he was like 10 years old, he figured out that he's not gonna get nothing, no present, out for his birthday, right? And his birthday, he started asking me for stuff and said like, I don't understand you what you're saying. So he started asking me stuff in Spanish, and I'll give it to him, right? He said, you're hungry? He said, ¿Tienes hambre? Sí, tengo mucha hambre. Okay, to go eat, right?
Sí, va a contestar, obvio.
See, but it was something that crossed his mind because for some reason, in that time, 35 years ago, it was uh, it was not a good thing to be Spanish to him, right? Well, now he married a Spanish girl and love with the Spanish. So all his my grandkid they speak Spanish when by the time they start walking and say "papa," they don't say that anymore. It's like okay, so it's about uh, a kid. We have to understand they need discipline because sooner or later they will try to get the power
I need some
that they
fucking
have.
food,
The
bro.
upper hand.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do this. I want to do this. I want to eat this. If you don't control
Okay,
that,
so like, what am I supposed to get my 2-year-old? Because he won't eat veggies at all. I can't get him to eat it.
let him
But
go
he's 2. He
hungry.
won't do it.
Let him go hungry.
Stop feeding
Can't
him.
do a 2-year-old that.
Stop
Yeah,
You
feeding
can't do
him.
that to a
Nah,
2-year-old.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
yeah.
No, like I have to like
Everything is
puree his
overrated.
veggies.
No, you know that
No,
he's
you mask it. Hold on, hold on. Sorry, brother. You can go right after me, but you just mask it with something else. So you put something over it, whether it be cheese or something that would mask. What else?
What?
Ice cream.
You mask something like medicine. How do you put a pill inside your son that's good for him?
Oh, put it in the fucking yogurt.
Yogurt. Okay, we got yogurt. I'm speaking to a father right now.
yeah, and with
And
some
a
fruit.
spoon. Yeah.
And then with
But
a
at the
needle.
same time,
This had a needle. You gotta just inject it in him. See. He went too far. He went too far. Anyways,
but what
What
you
I
know
do
what I
is
mean.
like I make sweet potatoes and carrots and I puree it and put it in my spaghetti.
so yeah,
Yeah,
just mask it
Surprisingly
in your food.
enough,
Mask it in your food, Divina.
yeah,
That's it.
that's not like when I say I did that for my son, but when I started pureeing sweet potatoes and carrots and putting it in the spaghetti, it tastes better than original spaghetti.
So you're gonna
It
drug
tastes so much better.
everybody? You're gonna drug us all to have your spaghetti? Is that what I hear?
Nah, y'all gotta make it yourselves. But it's good though. I'm too tired. I don't have to cook for everybody.
what I did with my kid when they don't want to have nothing to do with veggies, right? And I have 14 kids, and I still have 13. I have 4 girls
Chef?
and 9 boys.
Pedro put in that work.
Yeah, I
Pedro, when did you have the time though?
like babies. I just want to have a bunch of grandkids, you
Man,
know.
you got a Brady, but you got two Brady bunches.
So it was a time where they don't want to do it. So what I did, I said, "Oh, okay, look, We don't have a whole lot of money to buy, you know, uh, meat and all that fancy stuff. So we're gonna eat healthy. So when a human being, doesn't matter how old they is, it say they don't like something or they don't like this, it's because they're not hungry. So I started saying, okay, we're gonna go and do
I'm not hungry.
fasting. So we pray, right, and we do fasting. So when you do fasting 1 day a week, the first food that you give them, that's the food that you want them to eat it. What happens when your stomach is hungry and they eat something? It tastes better. It'll turn a bunch of uh, chemistry on their brain that said, "Hey, you was hungry, and this is good food." So that's how they auto programming their mind to survive. It's a survival skill.
That's a great technique, Pedro.
Yeah, because when they're not hungry, I can guarantee you they're gonna be hungry of ice cream,
Yeah.
and they're not gonna eat their veggies. So it's beautiful. I enjoy with when I was raising my kid. I have so much fun. So
How are they? What's the youngest age?
oh, 3 years old.
Right now, the youngest is 3 years old.
3 years old. I
Oh
got
wow!
a
I was gonna say you couldn't. They couldn't possibly be all out by
well, I'm gonna be 65 in May. So
55. Nice.
uh-huh. And that my
No, he said
wife is from
65.
Puerto Rico.
Oh
And yeah.
God, 65. I'm like 51, and I haven't even had one.
Oh no, but you know why? It's because we don't the mentality that my grandfather have and my dad, and they pass it on to me. They were saying evil always trying to unalive us.
No, boy,
Oh
if I had $100 billion, I'll have 20 kids too. I'd be
no.
like, you don't have to worry about nothing.
Well, it's not about money. What I learned in life to be rich it have nothing to do with money because when most of the time when a human have money, the first thing they do, they don't take care of their health and they don't take care of their happiness and they focus to not run out of money. And that's when they find themselves to be 75 years old and they head into the nursing home and everything they did their entire journey it worth nothing. So most of the time you have to be rich without money to be able to preserve love and preserve health and preserve your character when you do have money. If you don't have money, you are happy anyways. You're healthy anyways. So it's a very tricky way, but some people they're being genetic made to be digging up for minerals their entire life. And when they cannot dig it up, they're gonna create a business and they're going to there's those people they give it just 30 minutes to go to lunch and by 12:30 somebody's gonna be hey okay everybody have to be there by 12:30. So all these um, slavery mentality is based on people that will never have enough. They can get millions of dollars, and I give you this for my life experience. They have one of my wife that she always want to have, and want to travel, and want to think that her hair being done every Friday, her nails will be done every Thursday, her massage it'll be on Wednesday every week. So
Yeah.
her pedicure is gonna be on Monday. And when that happened, and it happened for several years, and they realize there's not happiness, and they're gonna try to destroy themselves because they try to get dopamine from an argue, or they're gonna try to get involved sexually with somebody else, or they're going to try to spend the money on the shopping center. So it's trust me, being happy and healthy is not about money. Be a multimillionaire without the money is the key of happiness. And
I
when
feel you.
you achieve that, you'll be able to teach your kids because they're watching you. Like my kid, they've been. I can walk down the street, right, and they'll be looking at me like,
know that, Pedro, but I'm trying to go to Disney World. Disney World's too expensive.
No, I feel
Disney
you.
World's way too expensive, and
Uh,
I'm ready to go
No, look,
back.
look, look, my fam, man, my fam, look, my fam's like, look, these white boys are taking our jobs right now, man, and deporting us all. Look, they didn't took our, you know, they took all our money.
It took a woman.
I don't know. Are they working for a Mexican American that has more money than them, bigger house than them, bigger family than them? Or are they just two brothers like me and this Mexican brother that are waiting for our haul?
The most expensive, like the people making the most money in the America are um South
You seen
Americans.
this fool?
I mean South
Oh,
Asians.
it's just hella funny, bro.
by look the construction that I come up with it back in 2000. It's a shipping container construction that I set up. Those are several companies, like three companies, to build shipping container homes on the Tornado Alley.
oh, nice.
They, they call P1 Construction Services and affordable shipping container, GW shipping containers. They have Texas shipping containers construction. They have a bunker builder. So uh, most of all the employees that I have in the beginning, every single one of them opened a construction company. Hey, brother, and they was contracted out. So 10 years later, in 2010, they opened their own company. They have a company right now doing bunkers. One of them is over here in Texas, burying shipping containers for bunkers. It's Texas Bunker.
I forget
So
you're in Texas.
yeah. So now you'll see how all this construction without a good labor
Prefab houses.
is gonna be that. You will see how that work
You
in like
sound
3 4.
terrible, man.
And in Florida, they're paying right now like $90 for a sheetrock.
Oh, geez.
Man, I'm so mad because we finally bought our land in near Sarasota, and we're about to start building. And I'm kind of scared that we're gonna have to pay like double the amount.
For materials.
Well, yourself. Look shipping container construction. And right now I donate more than 200 blueprints, online donation, that anybody can build it. So you
Okay,
can.
I'm definitely gonna like DM you about that because we're gonna like start building soon.
And some people they pre-build it. Over here in Mount Pleasant, Texas, I built one with 7 shipping container, and it was pre-built. It's called Lego construction. You pre-build it in a factory, right? And
Hmm.
they'll ship it to your house
And you have it, yeah, I've seen that before.
with a crane and put it together. Yeah.
But
Look,
I'm
look.
scared about like how does that work with flooding? Because I'm like we like it's so near the water. I'm like concerned of like should we
Yeah,
like build a higher ground first and then
yeah. You can get right now. You can go to FEMA first, right? Right now,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
they fix it to be closed if they don't keep up where they have to do, right? But you go to FEMA, get the blueprints of your house, and you said, okay, I want to build a house, and that's the terrain of my house, and this is the elevation from the street. So they're gonna determine if you're in a flood zone, right? And they're
Hmm.
gonna give you 4 feet. So in shipping containers, you can actually, when you build in a flood zone, the bottom floor, it'll be the garage, the laundry room, it'll be the entrance, but actually your house is gonna be 8 foot above the ground,
Yeah,
and
I
it
need to have it at least 4 to 8 feet. Because I think
48.
the last, no, 4 to 8. Um,
Oh, okay,
because the
yeah,
last time that area flooded, it was about three. Yeah, it was about 3 feet of water.
yeah. If you go on 8 foot, and that means that the foundation is gonna be, it's gonna raise the house with metal piers. So you automatically they're gonna sign off. You're okay. In the same time, if it is a flood in the future, you will never get to those 8 feet. If they
Hmm.
do get you the 8 feet, the shipping container, they have access to the roof. So you're gonna have on the top of the roof, you actually have you can have a barbecue pit on the top, and you have chairs. It's beautiful. So
Yeah,
you
I'm gonna definitely hit you up because we are at the point now where we're done paying off the land, and so now we're just focusing on getting contractors and setting
yeah,
all that up and stuff. So
the siding is a life proof, a lifetime proof. Uh, the foundation is lifetime, everything. So at the
yeah,
same,
I've heard. I always like looked at it side eye, but if the foundation's good, hey, look, I wouldn't mind going that route.
yeah. And what I did in Moore, Oklahoma, there was a tornado that went through Moore, Oklahoma, and took a bunch of houses completely. The foundation was clean, right? So when I bought the property, the foundation was already there. So all I did is to use that foundation to build a house on the top of it, a metal. So what it does, it make it tornado proof, so you don't have to pay insurance, and
Oh yeah.
it's fireproof. You can do a fireproof too, so you don't have the insurance is not gonna actually. You don't need it insurance.
One of these days, I want to build my another house in straight stone, like limestone. I wanted like solar panels. Like when it gets hot outside, it cools. When it gets cold outside, it warms up naturally. That would be nice.
Yeah, that and when you're on a mountain, when you have a bunch of stone, that's the best way to go with the stone. And when you are in another place, over here in Texas, the best way to build is with adobe. You actually dig up the dirt and mix it with grass and let it fermentate it, and you put a little bit of I think it's like 7% Portland,
Hmm.
and it'll be like adobe. And you build 2 feet wide walls, and it's very very cheap when you build it because you almost don't need materials. But by the time you're done, in New Mexico, one guy built a house with $56,000, and he was 3 years building it. By the time he sold it for 950,000, almost $1 million house, and it's Adobe house. It's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Uh huh. That's the way the indigenous built houses, 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I'm really big on limestones, um, just all like natural wood. Are you at Home Depot?
Yeah, he is. But the Home Depot is empty. Where's the people at?
Hey, Peace Bunny, we got Peace Bunny on the panel. How you doing?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that.
Oh, you're good. You're good, Pedro.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you also.
You digging the conversation we're having here?
Oh no, I only caught the last part. What was the topic?
We got Pedro on here. He's like an expert, like builder, but unique contractor. We're just going over like house materials and stuff like that. Just kind of freestyling conversation.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
we can talk it forever you want to talk, sis.
Oh, it was good.
oh no,
I like it all.
yes, I love to learn about a lot of stuff, so y'all can continue the conversation.
Oh, okay. We was talking about shipping container construction. It's a construction that actually is a tornado proof, fireproof, and it's very inexpensive when you actually build it yourself. So sometimes people they spend 30 years to pay off their houses. If you build it yourself, you're gonna pay it off in 10 years because now the some real estate companies they was asking for 50 years contract for construction. So what that means, these people is gonna spend 200,000 to build a house. They're gonna charge you 400,000, right? And they're gonna give you 50 years to pay it off. So by the time you paid off those 50 years, you ended up with interest. You're gonna end up paying close to $1 million. So most of the time, when the real estate do that and they team up with the government, is to actually have rental. So sooner or later, you can live in the house and you pay your mortgage. But 20 years later, something happened and you cannot pay your payment, and then they're gonna reclaim that property. So it's more like rental to own because nobody's gonna have actually 50 years straight working lifetime. Okay. So, but it's now it's a lot of opportunities because it's chance to people actually start having better opportunity because a lot of money that was going overseas and a lot of money was taken from the system is going to be back actually um, to the American to the citizens. So that it'll help. It'll help. So that's what we was talking about. Yeah, he's buying. Probably he mute himself and he's just going trying to get his materials and stuff. No, but I don't know that we can talk something until he get back. There you go. He got a pig. He got a pig in there. He got a. Uh, and what else he got? Uh-huh. And Pancho Villas down there too. Yeah. Rio, come on. Come up to group 7. You see how group 7 is working? So you keep the rhythm. Like if it show up for some reason, you give the rhythm and it'll go through, it'll go around. Yeah. Some people they have art and the indigenous community too. There's a Tatanka. I don't know if you know. Is a guy they call, his name is Tatanka, a buffalo. Yeah, he got a bunch of followers. We got another Samoan brother. There's O's OC that he always singing. He got more than 2 million followers right now. And you get in his live and people they throwing gift and supporting him. And now he hang up on restaurant, right, and sing. And now they're getting paid for the restaurant. Now the restaurant is said, okay, we'll pay you this much money, and you just bring the name of a restaurant on your life. And he's doing it, brother. It's a Samoan restaurant. I think it's in New York, and or in Utah, some of those places where he hang out for like 2 weeks, and people was getting that place full because he got TikTok, he got message, and they say, "Oh, that restaurant is close to my house." And they go over there, get some breakfast, eat. And that brother is, I know he's not Samoan, he's Tonga family. So if it work, it work, and the more people they doing it, because the same thing, what he does, a couple hours a day, he'll go around and friend people until he gets you the 10,000 and share videos and recommend all the people they sing on TikTok. It's a rapper that have $4 million view now. A rapper that he was singing rap on the street, and so all he does is make music and make it a G7, group 7. Some other, yeah, yeah. And some kids are good on AI, so they doing AI videos for G7 and getting a bunch of followers, and they sharing around. So, and it's always created because we didn't know what to do with the trollers when they was trolling around and just report different people and just destroy the algorithm. So, and we didn't know. I didn't know uh, how to change that because the trollers always successful doing it what they was doing. So they show up in a place, they got like 20 or 30 people with them, and they provoke a reaction. And when they get insulted, they're gonna say, "Oh, you're this and you are doing this," and they report your life until TikTok actually get you out of the algorithm. And this G7, that was the best thing that the kid come out with it. So, and you'll see it go in wave. So every time we got like 2 3 people that actually work for them, and other people is gonna get 200-300 followers, and other is gonna get like 3 or 4,000, and so that sooner or later, uh, this group of good people, they're gonna support each other and figure it out how to stop those trollers. So when a troller show up to your life, all you have to say is like, do you know about the TikTok friendly language? And do you ask them how old they are? And assume they say something, you record your life, right? So assume they say something that's not a TikTok friendly language, and then you just block them and report them. So they're gonna get tired to go and rebuild and ask. Some of them have 30 different accounts. They trash one, they go around and build another one, and trash another one. The users that was having a bunch of numbers with no pictures, there was trollers. So now they start figuring things out. And it's not the kid, actually is the adult doing that.
Yeah, I've been a little hesitant about going live myself because the my research is somewhat controversial because it basically refutes a lot of the common narratives. But yeah, I've been worried about those type of people, getting on my lives and like trying to take my accounts down. It's taken me months now. I've probably like 6 months, and I got 2,000 followers now. But yeah, I've heard about those type of troller accounts, man.
You just wait a little bit, and I can guarantee you another 30 days, these trollers are gonna be figured out because the system is gonna pick them up. So the system is gonna pick the device, and it's gonna block the device to get access to TikTok through the MAC address.
Gotcha.
So, and then you're gonna have to get another phone. And it's not gonna be another account. It's gonna have to get another phone. By the time they get the second phone block, and they're gonna stop, or they're gonna keep on buying phones, right? So the TikTok, they're not gonna let them to trash the platform because everything is started because they want to trash the platform, and that way it's gonna be very cheap to buy, but it didn't work. Actually, people didn't go nowhere. They came from Facebook, came from other places to TikTok. They came from WhatsApp to TikTok. They came from YouTube to TikTok. So TikTok is figuring things out. They can welcome millions. I think it was like 150 million they can hold in a platform at the same time, where they can interact with each other, videos and all that stuff. The algorithm is with the AI memory, so they'll figure it out. But when it's that indigenous, when I see you in life and they go against you, it's because the indigenous culture, it have what is called harmony, love, and understanding. So where the culture is telling us is, if you're free to do anything you want to do or anything you want to be, to do something good. Period. And it's a law. It's like the law of attraction. Nobody can tell you when they do have that culture in them that you cannot do something good, or they cannot tell you who you are, right? Because in
Yeah.
the spiritual side, you can be in a spiritual being that manifests yourself, and you want to heal people, or you want to love people, or you want to create peace among us, or anything that you want to do good, you're always going to be welcome. This gatekeeping is for the people that want to introduce themselves to the native community and try to represent them and trying to get a hold of land or money or any kind of benefit. So when that happened, and we have to create law. We did it in South America. We did it over here in Canada. In Canada, not too long ago, I think like a month ago, they said, okay, we have to create a law, right? Because it's the only way that they can communicate with the law of European. So they passed this law and to the tribe and said, okay, you have to get your DNA done. So now they find couple of Serbo chief people. They said that they represent a tribe. They just made up. One of them chief was 100% European. So he gotta go. And he not that he left. He was actually he was the all the paperwork that he had, all those $5 numbers they got before,
Yeah.
taken away from them. And then if you're in the office on the tribe, you're a tribal member, and you're in the office and you're getting paid and you're getting benefit, right? Through the bank system or through the casino system or through the land system, because sometimes they have agriculture too. And then they said, okay, your DNA is it have to be. If you don't have the DNA that match the tribe that you trying to leave off, and then you're not there no more. So they remove hundreds of people because now what they was doing was they trying to get a piece of land from the tribe and bring it to the European system, right, or colonized system, or the state, right? And they say, okay, I vote. I'm the chief here, and I sign everything. So there was all about cash. So they come up with this. Okay, it's not gonna happen. So basically, what are they doing is people say, okay, if you don't like this, and then you're free to go. If you're not gonna live the life like indigenous out of the earth, and you're gonna harvest your own food, and you're gonna harvest your own meat, and you're gonna harvest your own medicine, and then you're not gonna get any support. So you cannot be driving around with the Ferrari and living in in the city and go to the restaurant to get your food and trying to represent the tribe there on the reservation. And not.
I've done, I've been doing research on genetics since 2009, and the more I dig into it, I mean, at this point, I pretty much got it down, and I know that not a lot of indigenous tribes, they don't want the genetic testing because they have an instinct, they have a feeling, and they know what's going down. At this point, I can confidently say that it's a eugenics social engineering platform. Like for me, and I agree with you 100%, Pedro. Like for me, indigeneity is not a blood quantum. Not that you think that. I'm just saying this for me, that it's not a blood quantum, and it's not, to me, it's a practice, and that's what I see that doesn't exist with most indigenous people. It's like, like I have ample literature to substantiate that so-called Black people are indigenous to this land, but in our philosophy, like you were saying, it's about love. Like for me, my cultural position demands that I protect indigenous identity. That's all I'm here for. Like, and it doesn't matter what color you are, but for most, native tribes out there and stuff like that, they just don't want to accept the so-called Black indigenous. And to me, it's like we didn't make any linguistic or philosophic distinctions between ourselves, plants, or animals. We are nature, but I don't see that being practiced amongst most native tribes today. It's really saddening and disappointing.
What
I actually want to read something to you guys. Let me pull it up. You can keep going. It's going to take me some time. Mhm.
is this the be indigenous is a way of life. What it's gonna come down to it is if you want to live like indigenous, you can actually live like indigenous right now in 2025. Before, you're gonna get unalive and you're gonna get poisoned, or your wife is gonna have a surgery that you don't want your wife to have, and they're not gonna tell you that you take your wife for a stomach ache or a headache, and she'll come out with a surgery on the reproduction level. So that is not happening anymore. So you're gonna have a lot of freedom and not a lot of risk to do that, to live like indigenous. If on the spiritual side, I can guarantee you, nobody in any indigenous tribe is gonna tell you that you cannot pray with them or you cannot be part of the powwow. You go to show up to any powwow right now or any reservation today in 2025, and you say that you want to be a medicine man, that you want to share your medicine because you're close to ayahuasca medicine, right? Over here, more close to peyote medicine and the San Pedro's medicine. But at the same time, uh, that culture of a condor culture and the eagle culture is talking about what is happening right now. The condor prophecy and the condor culture is people will travel the same way they travel north, south when the Spaniards got here, when the French got here, or the England got here, they travel south. And the same way they're gonna travel north, right? On the spiritual side. It's not to tell them what they're doing wrong. It's not to tell them what they have to do. It's the culture is to share and welcome each other on the spiritual side to be able to be united and share the medicine and preserve culture because they want to preserve their culture and you want to preserve yours. And the best way to preserve a culture is to teach, to communicate, to share. And this is happening right now. This is happening to you and to me because we are a seventh generation. And you will see that the true spirit is going to show up. A lot of true spirit is going to show up on the indigenous culture.
Okay, so I told everybody my family is from Mississippi, specifically Yazoo, Mississippi. Um, our ancestors really never left, so I was able to grab my genealogy and go back all the way back to the last ancestor, and that last ancestor was born in 1790. Um, both parents on my mother's side and on my father's side, both parents still Yazoo, Mississippi, but more like Emmett, Mississippi, which is closer to like Louisiana. And that was like with that family was the 1830s. So I asked ChatGPT to line up exactly what happened um, based off my genealogy because you can upload your genealogy into ChatGPT, and I also asked it to help me align up all of the WARs that occurred in that specific area, and the timeline from before colonialism all the way up until 1865. And this is what it told me based off the accuracy of where my family were located, um, and exactly what happened at that time when they were in that specific area. So it said that the land that would become Mississippi was a thick of forests, rivers, and mound builders older than Egypt. Nations lived there for thousands of years. You had the Choctaw Nation, who was the largest, the Chickasaw Nation, who was the military elite, the Natchez were the mound builders and sun worship dynasties, the Yazoo, the Tunica, the Quapaw, the Biloxi, the Chitamacha, the Ofo, the Hama, and the Coral. Hundreds of towns, trades routes reaching from the Great Lakes to the Gulf, ceremonies, laws, diplomacy, agricultures, armies, beauty. No Europe, no Africa, no slavery from across oceans. And they were just a sovereign nation. So we're starting with right in the 1500s, no civilization of other ancient people coming from old lands. The Natchez, these are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 nations living in harmony. So the first invasion started in 1540 and it lasted till 1542. Hernando de Soto, a Spanish conquistador, marched into Mississippi with a few hundred Europeans, dozens of horses, and enslaved African scouts and guides. Weapons never seen in this land, and he demanded food, gold, and bodies. The Chickasaw, who were fierce, strategic, proud, studied him, tolerated him, then rebelled. In 1541, the Chickasaw set fire to his camp. Spanish soldiers and enslaved Africans panicked. De Soto flees, many die, DIE, but they leave behind something worse than swords, disease, which is smallpox, measles, fever. Tribes begin to shrink, entire villages disappear, and the balance of power starts to shift. This is the beginning of depopulation. So the shadows of that year, now that whole thing started. That all 11 tribes are trying to rebuild what they lost for the past like 100 years, and now we're in the 1600s. So the shadow years between 1600s and 1680. This period is almost invisible in textbooks, but very crucial. Mississippi tribes are weakened by disease, but not broken. They fight one another for survival, repositioning themselves. The Chickasaw move north, reorganizing. The Choctaw consolidate into larger towns. The Natchez remain powerful in the southwest. Smaller tribes such as the Yazoo, Coro, Ofo clings to the riverbanks. So again, my family lived in Yazoo, Mississippi. They never left. They always been there. They like when I go like look at my genealogy, all the way back to the 1790s, they did not leave. So, and they were also in the Indian Roads. So even if I stopped with them in the Indian Roads, their ancestors never left. So meanwhile, European traders start appearing on the edge, which is French, British, and Spanish, trading cloths, metals, and rum. In exchange, the native captives. So at this point, indigenous slavery begins to resemble human trafficking. Small tribes suffer the most. So when we go back to my ancestors, right? So what I put together from that is if my ancestors have been in Mississippi for the past like 350 years, they never left, they would have been a part of the Biloxi, Tunica, and Yazoo tribe, one of those tribes, because again, the whole family live in today's county, which is Yazoo, Mississippi. And it's documented that Yazoo was a smaller tribe that was completely annihilated. And most of these smaller tribes that are not even mentioned today have been, they were forced to seek refugees to larger tribes, which were the Choctaw and the Chickasaws. Chickasaws being the military elite. Let me see. The active years, 1680. Okay, so the French era begins. So now the Spanish is being they're being colonized by the French. So in 1682, La Salle claims the Mississippi River for France. French priests and traders arrive in very small numbers, maybe a few hundreds. They allied themselves with Choctaw. Remember this, the French allied themselves with the Choctaw and the Tunica tribes. They mistrust the Chickasaw, and they fear the Natchez. In 1699, a permanent French post is built in Biloxi. French men bring almost no French women. They take wives from Choctaw, Biloxi, Tunica, and Natchez. Afro-Indigenous French families began to appear. So this is 1699. Okay, so indigenous slavery continues. Again, no African slavery has started yet. Like we're already in the 1700s and no African slavery. In a large amount. Indigenous slavery continues. Captives captured native women and children served in French households. They were called panis, meaning a native slave. Okay, the Natchez of War. So this is the year of 1710 to 1730. The war of the WAR with the Natchez, which is, again, I told you guys, that's one of the most powerful nations, tribes in the lower Mississippi area. This is where the story becomes epic. The Natchez, one of the most advanced Mississippian nations, grew tired of French expansion and land theft. Between 1760 and 1720, French built Fort Rosalie on Natchez land. French demanded more tobacco fields, and Natchez chiefs refused, and then tension grew. In 1729, the Great Natchez Uprising. This is one of the most powerful indigenous rebellion in U.S. history. The Natchez surprise attacked Fort Rosalie, unaliving 200 plus Frenchmen, spared many women and free enslaved Africans. So now we're in the 1720s and Africans are involved in this whole area. Many Africans joined the Natchez forces. Some marry into the tribes, Black/Natchez alliances form. The French retaliate with Choctaw allies. 1730 to 1731, the fall of the Natchez. French plus Choctaw destroyed Natchez towns. So now we're at a point in the 1730s where the Choctaw actually went against their own neighboring tribes and allied with the French to take down the Chickasaw, the Natchez group. The Natchez survivors sold into slavery in the Caribbeans. Some flee into Chickasaw territory. Some became part of the Cree and Cherokee nations, and Natchez identity is nearly erased. This is the first mass suicide in Mississippi. Okay, so 1730s to 1750s, this is Choctaw versus the Chickasaw WARs. The French weaponized old rivalries. They armed the Choctaw heavily. They demonized the Chickasaw. The Choctaw motivation, it was to protect their land from both Chickasaw and French encroachment. Chickasaw motivation was to maintain independence and trade with the British. Small tribes got caught in the middle. So battles erupt. Yazoo was destroyed. The Korea tribe was wiped out. The Ofo absorbed. Biloxi pushed out, and smaller bands diminished. And by the mid 1700s, most small tribes disappeared as separate nations, not because they DIE'd, but because they was absorbed into Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Black Creole communities. Now we're into Spanish. Now the Spanish comes back, right? And this is the Spanish period of the rise of slavery. This is between 1763 and 1798. France loses Mississippi territory to Britain and Spain. Spain controls Natchez and coastal Mississippi. Spain brings new laws, more enslaved Africans, permission to enslave people to buy freedom. Permission for enslaved people to buy freedom, mixed race military units, and recognition of Afro-Indigenous Creole families. This era creates a large population of free people of color. Again, this is between 1763 to 1798. Right now, we're already almost into the 1800s. And the people that were enslaved are now absorbed with the indigenous tribes who are also enslaved, and they were all absorbed with the French and the Spanish who were conquered and they were absorbed. Like, so notice how everybody that was part of some form of war and they lost, they all became prisoners of, what do you call it? Prisoners of WAR. I don't see that as slavery. I really see this as war on WAR against other people. And every time a group lost, they got absorbed into another community that won that nation. So the families mix, families begin here. All right. So the American takeover, this is between 1798 to 1820. The United States takes Mississippi and everything changes instantly. American settlers flood into from Virginia, Georgia, Carolinas. They bring enslaved Africans, Afro-Indigenous descendants, and racial laws far harsher than the French and the Spanish laws. At this time, the American, the actual British who took over that land, this is after the territory, the Louisiana Territory, because we know that Mississippi was part of the Louisiana Territory, right? Spanish and French it was actually for when it came to enslaved Africans and enslaved indigenous people, they were completely fine with intermixing. So if the land was part of any part of France or Mississippi, they were perfectly okay with people freeing themselves as well as mixing with other cultures, including the Spanish, including the French. Now, when 1798 comes into play, this is when the British comes in and go, oh no, we cannot have this. We have way too many people that all look the same. Because now we went from 1500s all the way up to 1700s, and there has been so much mixing and so many people who have been prisoners of war that now when the US or the American British comes into place, they cannot tell who from who. So at this point, they're like, I don't know who's a slave, who's a indigenous, who's a French, who's a Spanish, because all y'all look the same. So again, I'm going to keep going because I want people to understand the progression of how this actually looked. It wasn't just Africans came and they were all enslaved for 400 years and then boom, we were freed. No, this was a lot of people were enslaved. A lot of people were in prison. A lot of people like the French and the Spanish who lost WARs became prisoners of war, which also made them into slaves of whoever won that war. So when the United States comes in 1798, they bring Virginia, Georgia, Carolina, the enslaved Africans, they're Afro-Indigenous, because remember, the Virginia and all them, they're still doing their whole mixing over there too. So they bring not only their Afro slaves, but they're bringing Afro-Indigenous slaves as well as fully indigenous people that were enslaved. Everybody was enslaved, not just Africans. Racial laws becomes far harsher than French and Spanish laws. They see the Choctaw and the Chickasaw as obstacles. They want cotton and they want land. The U.S. government begins treaty pressures, land cessions, boundaries, forced relocations, debt schemes, and civilization programs. Schools that strip Native identity. This is the beginning of an American colonialism. Okay, so we're now in the Choctaw Removal Act of 1830. The 1830s, which was named the Treaty of the Dancing Rabbit Creek. The Choctaw are tricked and threatened into signing away millions of acres. Many Choctaw refuse removal. They hid in swamps. They marry into Black communities. They become the ancestors of thousands of Black Mississippians today. The U.S. Census never labels them Indian. Okay, so now we're in 1837 to 1840, which is the Chickasaw removal. So more forced treaties, more marches west. Some Chickasaw remain behind. Many blend with the Black communities. Some pass for white. Some disappear from records entirely. Now we're in 1820 to 1860s, the era of the enslavement and copper empire. Now, this is where we get into when you look at those movies and you see all those deep, dark skinned Africans and they're all picking cotton. This only happened between 1820 and 1860. So this only 40 years. This is the creation of the Mississippi we know from history books. The cotton explodes. It crossed Holmes, Yazoo, Delta, Emmett, Coahoma, Warren, and Adams. Plantations take over former native towns. Between 1820 and 1860, the enslaved population skyrocketed from tens of thousands to over 436,000 people. So within, like, we went almost 250 years into history, and there were only a couple thousands of slaves. And then we jump into 1820, and now Mississippi is literally sworn into like 436,000 slaves that are all transported from different areas of the Americas and the Caribbeans. Again, remember, all of these people are still mixed up. Every other county and every other town are still having their own individual WARs. And again, if you are part of a prisoner of war, we know the concept of prisoners of war. You become their property. They take your children, they take your women, and then they mate with your women, and your women become their women. So, let's see, between 1820, 1860, blah, 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 436,000 of slaves. Where did they come from? Not from Africa. The U.S. banned the international slave trade in 1808. So Mississippi enslaved in majority came from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, forced by slave coffles, marching chains, riverboats, auctions, and breeding farms. Amongst them were Afro-Indigenous people, mixed French Indigenous people, and mixed Indigenous African people, all reclassified as Black or mulatto. This is when Mississippi becomes the slave capital of the Deep South. All right, so then at this point, everyone is enslaved. You have French people, Scottish, Wales, Spanish, African, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Yazoo. Like, they're all literally blended up, mixed up, all enslaved to the point now we're at the civil WAR era between 1861 and 1865. This is when shit hit the fan. The reason why shit hit the fan is because everybody's mamas and daddies are enslaved now. Even though it's only been 40 years of real enslavement, this is like the real enslavement, right? This is where the pick and cotton comes from, which was only 40 years. So between those 40 years, this is when you had the Chickasaw Nation's retaliation, you had the Choctaw Nation's retaliating, you had the French retaliating, this is where the Civil War starts to pop off. It popped off because in Mississippi, it wasn't just Africans. It wasn't this big swarm of all these Africans that came to the Americas and they've been here for 200, 300, 400, 500 years. No, these were families who lost families from the French. They literally, people that were French that were doing the enslavement, and then they ass got enslaved. And then the Spanish people were doing slave, and then they ass got enslaved. And then the Choctaw people were doing enslavement, and then they ass got enslaved. So this is just nothing but prisoners of war piled up on top of each other with hundreds and centuries of years of intermixing. So by 1865, freedom comes. The cotton collapsed, plantations are abandoned, and the world shifts. Mississippi entire racial system fractures. Old tribal lines reappear beneath the Black label. French Creoles lines rise again. Families long divided begin reconnecting. Black Mississippi becomes the blend of African, Indigenous, French, Spanish, Anglo, Creole, Caribbean, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Natchez, Yazoo, all under one forced name. So, what was erasure and what was survival? By 1865, Mississippi had completely transformed. Indigenous nations displaced, absorbed, and renamed. African descendants and Afro indigenous people become the majority. French Creole bloodlines buried under English records. Mulattoes replacing tribal names. Colors replacing clan and kinship. Choctaw and Chickasaw survivors hidden in Black families. U.S. Census reclassification rewriting identities. But the truth survives through families or history, land patterns, surnames, physical features, tribal memory, mixed lineages, DNA, and hidden records. The real Mississippi history is not Black versus white. It is indigenous, African, colonizer, and resistance. A whole thing that played out like a movie. So that is like when we talk about the and I'm just talking about United States of America. This is why when Black Americans say that the way we were enslaved was completely different than the rest of the world. You have to understand that when the British came in the 1800s, they did not like the fact that the French and the Spanish were open to freeing slaves as well as mixing with them and making everybody all like brown skinned people. So when you think about the Caribbeans and you think about the South Americans and why those people look the way they do and why Black Americans look similar to them is because when the French took over South and Central America, when Spanish took over South and Central America, it would after a certain while they had certain privileges where they could free themselves, even though they still went through the same structures that the U.S. Americas went through. The messed up part about it is the fact that the British strategically retaliated against the French and the Spanish who took the Louisiana Territory, which we understand the Louisiana Territory was all the southeast east area going all the way up to Chicago. They didn't care about United States. I'm sorry, they did not care about Central America. They did not care about the land in South America. US Americans wanted to make those people who were so mixed up and going through 250 years of intermixing, they wanted to make them an example for the rest of the world of if you mix up, this is what's going to happen to you. So yeah, I just wanted to break that down on like how we look at slavery when it comes to the America, like especially United States, because we just think like these Africans were just separated and they stayed in this one place and they didn't intermix, they didn't talk to nobody, they didn't touch nobody, they didn't like this was not just slavery's coming over across the waters and then they were just here and then stayed for 250 years enslaved. The Africans, the 400,000 that were transported from Virginia all the way down to Mississippi, they were only enslaved for 40 years.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
thank you for my TED Talk.
Yeah. No, that's a very educated um, time, sister. I don't know if you hear about the ceremonies and then the indigenous culture.
Yeah,
Because
and what I noticed is everything that I just read to you, when I go read my genealogy, all of that plays out. I see the locations of my ancestors going from Yazoo to Kahoma, Mississippi, and then they're migrating to Oklahoma, and then they're coming back to Mississippi, and then they're going down to Natchez, and then they're going up to like I'm looking at these papers and seeing them go through this times of being prisoners of WAR. I also see these same people being overlapped with a lot of indigenous tribes, a lot of French people, a lot of Scottish, a lot, like it was so many people like consolidated in that one land that these people made their own race. These are completely, they're not even African anymore at this point. Because if you're going 300 years of intermixing, no one is African anymore. They're damn near just indigenous because you just created a whole new race. So who are we to say that Black Americans are not indigenous when they are the biggest part of the history of how these people were literally created out of the belly of the beast? Like they were literally created. They're like, these people would not exist if it wasn't for all of these intermixing of people in this one land, including the indigenous people. So that makes them 100% indigenous to that land. They created their culture in this land. They have ancestry from this land. It's just undeniable. And then the fact that they are a new race of people, just like the Creoles, just like the Caribbeans. These are a new race of people that intermix, that they had to start their own culture in America. Like, think of it like this. Eventually, the indigenous Americans 10,000 years ago, when they came to the Americas, when they crossed over the Bering Strait, like they like to say, even once upon a time, they weren't American. They were Eurasian, and they came over here, and then they stayed here for a very long time. They intermixed, and then they became indigenous. All we're seeing is a new revolution of new people being created in the Americas, so that 10,000 years from now, they're going to call us indigenous.
Yeah, they were. I mean, to be honest, they weren't even Eurasian. I mean, Asia didn't have a name at that point.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, when people want to think of their culture as being, oh, we're indigenous because we practice this culture. But we have to understand that a lot of us didn't get an opportunity to do that because, like, when I was talking about how when the Choctaw and the Chickasaw Nation went into WAR with each other, some of them actually enslaved their own brothers. So you had Choctaws enslaving Chickasaws, and they got absorbed into that nation. Some of them became slaves to other indigenous people, and they were called freedmen. So
Yeah,
you even have that whole thing where they're saying, oh, these people that were enslaved by indigenous people were African. No, they were literally other tribes that were fighting from the Spanish versus the French. One was the allies for the Spanish. The other ones were allies for the mix. These are just mixed up people that got captured by other people.
yeah. I think the problematic assertions are people like to go back, and then they like to stop at one point, and that's just so weird because if you're going to go back, there's no sense in stopping back at one point, and there's no way to substantiate 10,000 years, 20,000 years. It's just not possible, not even scientifically possible. So I think it's funny that people like even my cultural position. I tell people, yeah, I'm Toltec, Nahuatl, whatever, blah blah blah. But when I tell people that, it's just for conversation. You know, it's not something that I'm allowed to invest my identity in because if I was to go back, we would have to. You know, there's time is a continuum. It's not linear. It doesn't go back and stop at a point and go outward. If you're going to go back, there's no way to go back to a beginning. You're just going to ascribe to a theory that's been put forth by, at the current moment, eugenics scientists that were, you know, created in the mid 1800s, and that were all YT supremacists that created this science that's better known as eugenics. So that's my point. I'm like, people want to go back, but then they want to stop, and I'm like, no, if you're going to go back, you can't stop. And if you do, you're ascribing to that theoretical construct that is the origin of a species, which was created by, obviously, Charles Darwin.
And the fact that, like, all of this was ordered through chaos, that people really think that the papers that count the numbers of slaves were the amount of slaves that they really have, and it was the complete opposite. Some of these slave owners lied about how many slaves they had, because if you told people that you had more slaves than you actually had, you had a better chance of status when it came to political standpoints as well as wealth. Nobody actually counted their slaves and gave them to the census. What ended up happening is the good old YT men would have, they would literally meet each other at clubs and literally just say, "Oh, how many slaves you have so I can write it down." And the guy would be like, "Yeah, I got 20 slaves." And then they will believe that. And that guy didn't even have 20 slaves. He probably only had one. No one actually fact checked these people who claimed they had slaves. And even if they did have slaves, some of them were in hiding. We had like some Chickasaw, Choctaw areas, in some families, they had to buy their own family back. So
Right.
it would look like you had a large number of people that were slaves, but what they were doing is just hiding in the system. Because if my brother is darker than me, we're both indigenous, but my brother is darker than me, but I look pale skinned because my mama was French and indigenous. Even though his mama was French and indigenous too, he came out dark skinned. But when the white tea man came, he said he was too black enough to be free. What you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go buy my brother. I'm gonna go buy his children and his wife, and I'm gonna say, "You guys gonna come live under me," and that's gonna that no when people come to our house, they don't come in. We'll tell them we have 20 slaves, but really, I just got 20 family members in the back.
Now,
That's literally what happened.
my boy Samuel, he's such an excellent scholar, man. I can't believe this guy. Like, he literally meticulously goes through slave sales, and then he draws up theories, like that could be based. That I mean, if we're gonna make theory, draw up a hypothesis in order to substantiate positions, then we have to include all hypotheses. And he does a
Yeah,
really good
all
job.
possible. Yeah,
Yeah, you have to
because
include
it
all
wasn't one
possibilities.
central thing. It wasn't just like.
And so when he goes through the records, he sees a lot of, like, I noticed one thing he did this morning. He noticed that there was a lot of they were buying slaves that were like 8-year-old girls, one slave, and then
Yeah, and that was against the law at that point because
exactly.
a lot of these men that had slaves, most of them were they were indigenous little girls, and then two, they were kids at it, and that was complete. Like by the time the 1800s came, it was completely illegal to enslave children and to enslave Indians.
And so what he was drawing from is that
But they were still doing it and
noticed,
they were putting them on paper as black so that if they came around and they go, "Oh, you have Indian?" No, I don't. I have a black person. This is, you see, he's black.
he noticed a great deal
where's this documented at? Can you place this
Well,
documentation?
hold on. He noticed a great deal of the slave sales. They didn't include men, which was kind of suspicious because they're coming all the way out west, and they're encountering slave sales when it would be very difficult to bring women and children by themselves all the way out west to buy slaves out in like Arkansas, which is the most recent.
I'm asking where's this documented at?
He brings up they're all from the archives.
I'm saying the young lady talking. I'm saying where's the documentation that it says this actually happened? Where can I find this at?
Well, you'd have to follow Samuel.
No, I'm not talking about Samuel. Is this documented any writings or anything?
Yeah, no, it's documented literature. All he does is review.
Okay,
verified
do you
source
have?
documentation.
The young lady was talking. What do you have to document that they reclassified? Where do you have that document at?
Well, I mean, so the only way we can get that document is every single Black American actually go pull their papers to actually we're the actual proof that we were reclassified.
Okay, so you found and you show us how that happened in your family lineage. You show
Well,
that to us.
you just came late, but I literally just went over like a 15-minute like breakdown of all of this. So sorry you kind of missed it, but
So you can
yeah,
show
that was already.
you can show me in documentations that your family is
I'm
Native
not,
American.
so again, like I did my best to explain the situation. Again, when somebody asks a Black American to show proof, it's like you going to a person whose family was in the Holocaust and saying, "Show papers that your family went through that trauma."
Yeah, the JW, they do that.
But do you know how disrespectful that is to tell somebody to show their
Oh,
papers
you said
of trauma?
it said happen, but you got to show it to the white T people if you're gonna get reparations, right? So
Who said
why you
anything
can't show?
about reparations? You're adding things in my mouth. I was talking about history. I
I'm
was
saying, but you
educating
still,
people about history and how
yeah, if
history actually happened.
that happened, you're entitled to reparations, correct?
Masa, can you introduce yourself, brother? I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm master the champ.
I just don't
Divine,
understand why you guys get your panties in a bunch when Black
no,
Americans want to
sister,
talk about their
sister,
culture.
sister,
Like, what does
don't
this have
don't
to do with you
don't
and
disrespect me.
your?
I
You
didn't
started the
disrespect you. I'm saying no.
disrespect. Yes, you did.
I asked you a
You
question.
did.
I
You
said
started the
I didn't ask
disrespect.
you. I asked you. So
Hold
you
on, guys.
saying this?
Hold
You
on.
you you
Masa,
saying this? You
Masa.
saying that? Yeah.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Yeah.
I didn't disrespect you.
Introduce yourself because we want you to know who you are, and then if you know about the TikTok friendly language, do you know
Yeah.
where?
Yeah.
You
I
know?
understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm Master Sanjata Kumar
it's
from
okay.
Chicago. From Chicago.
Okay. So
All right.
let me tell you what a sister did. A sister just went from 1500 all the way until now, and she was reading how everything happened. Okay, and it's that's how you can research it right now. Okay, but the thing is a little bit different of what actually happened. Okay, because what had happened is that information and be raised out of the every single book. Okay, most of them, and it's still happening today. It's 2025. In 2027, the only record, right, that we have for the school system, where what they did with the native children's, right? Because they just trying to disconnect, they took almost 100% of the kid out of their family and raise it on the school system because they don't want the parents pass on to the new generation, right? The history of what really happened and the language. So they went to the school system and they teach them English and they teach them the history of about Columbus, about
No, I'm
colonization.
asking. Okay. So what? So what ethnic? What tribes were these indigenous people? What are the name of some of these tribes that they came from?
It's like
Brother,
I be one of the best people to
brother,
hear like what I'm
brother,
saying. Y'all always come
brother.
like at the very end when I explained all of this.
It's okay,
But what
sister. So it's okay.
I mean,
Let
I'm
me
not.
let
Well,
me
I mean, listen. So what tribes? What
brother,
tribes they come from?
brother, brother.
Huh?
If you want to learn, if you want to ask question, okay,
Yeah.
the basic of the foundation to learn is listen. Okay, so if you don't spend time to listen and get knowledge,
I
and then
listened.
you're gonna get
I
any
listened. I listened. I said, I'm just asking, what is the name of these tribes that?
What
What is
he's
the name of
saying
these?
is that she went through the material already, and that
Okay, well, I missed. So now you can't tell me what's. You give me a few name of the tribes that
well,
they
if
took
you
them
ask her,
from.
I'm sure she could DM you some of the material. I mean, she has it on hand. Do you have the material on hand, Divine? I'm sure you do, love.
the history, the history that actually happened. The word it was a linguistic manipulation to erase, right, the history and what really happened. What really happened was you translate it to today, to you, right? And then somebody got out with a pew pew into your house, right? And ask you, hey, look, this is my house. And it's not your house no more because I have the pew pew and you don't. So if you throw a fit and then you disappear, and then you wanna gonna get your kid, right, to try to get a labor out of your kids. Okay, so not only get a thief into your house, but with the knowledge of a squatter mentality. Okay, so because he just don't want to fight with you, first it's gonna use sickness because they know the virus is the most effective weapon that was introduced to the America. Okay, so they okay. they're gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna fight. Just give me some food and give me a place to stay, please, because I don't have nothing. All I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hang out, right, and help me until I go back to my place, right? So they called trader. They was trading, right? That word it translates to the person that lied to you in your face because it's a thief. That's a traitor. Es traidor in Spanish. Ascaheam is somebody that's gonna talk to you just for you to open the door of your house and then buy him some food and then buy him to stay, right? So after you do that and you open the door of your house, he's gonna pew pew you if you don't comply. At the same time, if you want to stay in the house that's yours, you're gonna have to pay rent. And to pay the rent, you're gonna have to work for that person. So it's a technique that's being used. So right now, if that happened to you, you're probably gonna decide if you work or your dad worked their entire life to paid off your house, and somebody tried to be a thief and a squatter into your house where you have your family, and then you're gonna throw a fit. You're gonna fight for it, and you're going to be unalive. Okay, if they don't want you, if they don't can fight with you, right? They're gonna get you sick first and wait until you pass away and then come and deal with your kids. So this manipulation 2025 today is a proposal in Canada to erase all the data about the school system in 2027 right now in Canada. And the reason they're going to do that over and over again, like they did it in treaties, right? When it's actually contract, they can break it. The contract is to lie one more time, to erase forever they want to erase. So you do not underestimate your enemy, because if you don't do what you're supposed to do with the knowledge and the opportunity that you have now, because your ancestors did the right thing just to preserve life. If somebody got on their house, right, and say, okay, look, don't touch my kid. I do forever I have to do, but don't touch my kid. I want my kid to survive.
Excuse me, so I was one. She didn't never answer the question about what were the name of some of the tribes
Do
that
you
were
understand?
black.
Do you
She never.
understand the situation?
I understand. I'm asking what are the name of these tribes that were
Okay.
black people in them.
That's
Can
the
I? What are
situation.
some of the names?
So what I explained was that I went through almost 200 to 350 years of different timestamps of WARs that happened in specifically the US that caused each person that was in these WARs to be prisoners of wars, and how prisoner of wars actually happen, right? We know the basic concepts of when somebody goes to WAR, especially back in the 1500s. Let's say I go to war with you, right? And I win. Well, that means I can take your kids and your children, and now they are my property because they're prisoners of war. They're not slaves, they're just prisoners of war until somebody else comes and enslaves me. So it started with with Spanish. The Spanish enslaved the indigenous people that were not Africans. They were just indigenous people were the first slave people that were enslaved in Mississippi. So when that happened, here comes the French. Now the French got beef with the Spanish people, but now they're going to use another tribe, which is another indigenous tribe, to help them fight the Spanish and their people of slaves, which are another indigenous people. Now you got these indigenous people going to war with this indigenous person. and this French person going into war with this person. Now, let's say the French comes in and they win. Now, not only am I going to take the Spanish as a personal slave, but I'm also going to take the that other person that you had enslaved, they're going to be my people now, and their women and children are going to be my people. The other indigenous people, they're my women and children now. So now it's already 100 years, and we're already mixed up, and everybody's indigenous and white. Everybody's already half white and half indigenous, and it's only been 100 years of WAR. If you really believe that once Spanish people lost wars, that they were just released, that is not how war goes. When somebody gets conquered, they are prisoners of war now. They own you now. So when I was talking about how America was a very specific thing that happened, it did not happen like it did in South and Central America. When Spanish won their war in South America, they kept it for centuries. When Spain won their war, they kept it for centuries. Yeah, they had their wars going on against indigenous people, but they didn't have
Well,
other
well,
people from
I'm
other
asking.
countries coming in
But I'm trying to
and
ask.
warring there and not doing all of that. So by the time you get
I'm trying to
hmm
ask Will Smith, what are the tribes that was
we're breaking up.
all
I can't
black?
hear
What
you.
were the name of those tribes? I said,
Oh,
what were the
so
name of
I mentioned
some
the
of those
Yazoo
tribes?
tribe, the Choctaw tribe, the Chickasaw tribe, the Natchez tribe. All of these were people of color.
Yeah, you
Indigenous people in the 1500s
So
were not
where can I
just
find them?
one skin tone. They
research
were
it.
I'm saying,
fairest to the fairest and the
I'm saying,
darkest of the
where you
darkest.
You type Freeman.
where you
hmm
get the information at?
So how
So
I
you
got the
said
information
Choctaw. What
is
is it?
I went
Choctaw
the
Well?
first thing. Yeah, the first thing you can actually do is the first thing you can
Wait,
do
wait,
is actually go
slow
find
down,
the
sweetie.
who was the first.
I'm trying to ask you.
I'm trying to
I'm
tell
trying to
you.
ask you a question.
Try to
I
So
get
you
said
said the Choctaw.
right.
I
I'm
said
saying
you said Choctaw and Natchez, right? So where'd you find this documentation that they were people? They were
hold on.
black.
Let me
Where?
start at the very
Where's
beginning.
this
Let me
at?
help you start from the very beginning. The first thing you need to start is looking at the journals of all the conquerors and conquistadors who came into America in the 1500s. That's where you start. And when you start at De Soto and all these other Spanish people who came into the Americas, you're going to find journals where they're going to talk about how beautiful these women were and how their skin was dark and how their hair was coarse and some was fair and some was light and some was medium tone. You're going to find hundreds and hundreds of journals from the Spanish literally talking about the Californians, talking about the Yazoo people, talking
Like,
about the Tainos, talking about the
can you
Arawaks,
give
talking about how straight their hair were, how curly their hair were, how crispy their hair were, how woolly their hair were. There are plenty of documentation. You just got to go do the homework and start there. Like you have to start from the very beginning.
I'm just
And the
saying,
very
why you
beginning
can't
is
get
indigenous people did not have just
you
one
can't
look. They weren't just one look of people.
can't I'm saying you don't have any documents you can show me. Well, I mean, wait, can you give me one or you
well,
email me
that's your job, brother.
one of the
I
things
said
that
go look up
they
their social.
She's sharing and she's not gonna prove nothing to you because that's your job,
you,
brother.
you
If you want to learn,
you don't you don't have one you can make reference where I can get it. I don't know what
I'm wondering why you
like
haven't found it
you
on your
can't
own though.
anyone
If
you
you were so
see.
interested in disproving it, why wouldn't you have found it already?
I'm just saying you said you have it, so I'm not
Well,
just
I mean,
trying to ask for
but
information. You have an excerpt,
I have put, I
you
have a
have
lot of
excerpt.
genetic
I mean,
material.
any
That's a,
excerpt that you can show. Like you said the explorers wrote they were black. Can you
I mean, there's right off
excerpt
the
where they
bat,
actually
there's
said that where
Giovanni
this came from?
Bettesano.
no.
I mean,
So
there's what's his name,
Right?
Torquemada. I mean, there's a lot of them out there.
yeah,
Can I get it? Can I get that sent to me so I can see it?
The what?
Hello?
it's a Google. Open your
I,
laptop, open your computer, and you type.
I'm just saying. So I'm sure y'all had information already. You did the research. I'm just asking you give me a copy of where they actually
I
sent
just
it at.
told you,
Don't work like
Giovanni
that.
Bettesano, Torquemada.
You're gonna put off to work. That's your job, brother.
I'm saying you already have it. So can you just send a copy of it to me, or can you read one of the excerpts now? Where they said that? and then show and then show and send it to me. I can see it.
Divine already
Hello.
said I think she said she got it for you. So I'll go, Sage. How you doing?
So, sister, you have a copy of that, sister? Hello.
Brother, Google, it'll
Sister,
help you
you
a
have a copy?
lot, brother. If you spend, right,
If
30,
I if I go to the Muslims, if I go to the Muslims and say I want to know more about the Quran, they'll give me a Quran. Christians will give me a Bible. So you saying this is what it is? So you
don't
tell you
work
can't
like that.
provide a copy of that for me?
No, no,
I don't know anybody. You want to learn any type of history, and you say you won't give it to me. You have it since you already have it at your fingertips. You did the research. Why could not be provided a copy of this information?
it's
Where's the young lady at?
2025, brother. It's
Where's
2000.
the young lady? So you have it. I gotta go research. I don't know what to look for that. Maybe
I
I
mean,
don't
she
know
said
I don't
ask
know
for
how
you,
to do
so she
research.
obviously doesn't want to. She didn't want to exchange that to you.
Well, then she just say that you don't want to give it, sister. You don't want to give it to me. Just
She's
tell
not
me. I
responding
won't
to you.
bother you. I'll be quiet.
Do you
I'll leave.
do
Can
you
I have a copy of
understand
that, sister?
how you address her
Can
first?
y'all hear me? All
Yeah, I
Yes.
hear
right.
you,
So
Divine.
Christopher Columbus, 1492 to 1504, he wrote that they were brown tawny, sometimes like the people of the Canaries, Berber Moorish mix. Here's his exact quote from the Journal of the First Voyage. They were all of the color of the Canaries, neither black nor white. So pretty much they were somewhere in the middle. Another one is the color of the people is like that of the inhabitants of the Canaries. This comes from the Bartolome de las Casas summarizing Columbus. The Canary Islanders were known to be brown colored Berber Moorish mixed people, darker than Europeans. Now we have Amerigo Vespucci from 1499 to 1502. He described the indigenous people of South America of dark and reddish brown. They were not black as Ethiopians. Their hair skin inclines to a reddish color. He always distinguished them from Africans. Hernando de Soto, 1504 to 1542, Mississippi region. De Soto encountered Chickasaw, Choctaw, Yazoo, and other Mississippi tribes. His chronicles, all native, were tall, strong, brown skin with coarse, straight hair. The complexion of the natives was the color of a chestnut of medium dark brown. Their hair were very long, smooth, and very black. So let me see. Cabase de Vaca, 1528 to 1536. Bye. He encountered tribes of the Florida to Texas and into northern Mexico. The skins are very dark, like a mulatto. This is one of the few early quotes comparing natives to mulatto, African, and mixed Europeans. He still described some corally and kinky and coarse or crinkly hair. The father of Andre Thevet, I want to say Thevet. Yeah. This is a French missionary of the Tupinambia child and related tribes. Their color is brown, reddish, approaching that of quote unquote the singularities of French architects. This is a very important because Moors were dark brown, blackish people. Yeah. So Thomas Harriot, 1588, Carolinas, Virginia region. He said that the skin is of a tawny color, sometimes very dark, sometimes lighter. Um, that's from the Harriet brief of the True Report. I hope you're writing all this down because you can go read all those books. All right, here's one from John Smith in Jamestown of 1607. The skin is tawny, not much unlike the color of a Spanish or a gypsy. Notice that he compares them to Spaniards who had Moorish mixture, Romani who had a brown skinned. All right, let's go.
So, Sage, when you said that Columbus didn't say black, black wasn't. And Columbus got here 1492. The term black didn't come into like 1700s. I mean, around in the United States. I'm not saying elsewhere, but the term negro didn't enter the lexicon until 1550. So there would be no way for them to say somebody was black at that particular time.
He just described them as dark skin.
I'm pretty
But
sure.
of course, after. Oh, I'm sorry, Sage.
Oh no, you're good. You go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, hey, the specific trait of the indigenous from Inca to Maya to Native American is straight hair. It's like straight black hair. That's a very distinct trait. After the 1500s, there would be mixture, right? But prior to that, they were just their skin complexion was all over the place.
But you're
But
assuming.
no one had 4C hair.
But you're assuming that.
That's not enough. No, I'm not assuming. I know that for a fact.
How do you know? Were you there?
And, sir,
Uh-huh.
that's a scientific genetic trait of the Native American.
Native
Yeah, we brought
American.
in
So
the
you.
BAR gene for for straight hair.
Del indio, de un indio, of all the Americas.
Yeah, before
Del
Columbus.
un indio has straight hair. They don't have 4C hair. That's like a specific
4C
trait.
hair didn't exist back then.
Exactly.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm
Pretty,
saying that the
Oh,
concept of 4C hair did not exist back then.
well, I'm using 4C hair because I don't. Some people get offended
No,
if I
I
use a
understand what you're
specific
saying, but
term. Exactly. So I'm
it did.
using like 2A to
It
4C.
didn't exist back then. They wouldn't have described it. They wouldn't have said, "Hey, that looks like 4C hair."
I am
before,
telling you, I'm using 4C today because I don't want people getting offended if I use a different type of adjective.
What, like
I
woolly
understand
hair?
4C. It was not woolly. That's why I don't want to use the word, okay? So I'm gonna use the chart from 2A to 4C. The 4C here does not exist on a Native American, okay? Everybody knows this. Any
She's
Native
not saying.
American,
We're
any
not saying that
indio,
it existed
cualquier indio
on
te va a
Native
decir lo
Americans.
mismo.
We're not saying it existed on Native Americans.
No, right. She's saying that it was
When you
written
guys are
that
though, you're
after the
saying that people were here
1500s.
with afros.
Okay, here we go. So, Spanish account in 1528 to 1536, the Cabaza de Vaca, he describes the people along the Gulf Coast of Texas, Louisiana, and having their hair that was, the quote, the hair of the women was long and somewhat curled through, not like the Negroes, but some close.
They were
Okay,
mixed.
this is
Yeah,
one
like
of the.
They
this.
were mixed. By the
Let
1500s,
me
it
let
makes
me
sense.
let me
No, but
Go
finish.
ahead.
it said
Let me
hair, not
finish.
like the
Okay,
Negro.
Portuguese, Jacete, Brazil, and Caribbean Fernal in the 1480s. Their hair was coarse, sometimes crinkly, sometimes straight. It was like the hair of the Moors.
Right.
Okay, very important.
Theirs
Moors
were
were
black.
African, crinkled was
Right.
textured wavy. So let me go again. Another one from French descent relations of the Algonquin and the Huron in the 1600s. Their hair was black, long, and very rigid, and it sometimes seemed to have crimped near the ends. This is like a
Right.
wiry or coily texture.
Yeah. So
Okay,
by
so
the
1830. Hold on, let me finish,
by the
ma'am. All right, the
1500,
18.
by the
Hold on, let me
1600, well,
let
you're
me
just wasting your
finish.
time.
Let me
You're
finish.
wasting
Let
your
me
time. We
finish.
understand
The
that.
1830s, the Choctaw, the Cree, and the Seminoles. Their hair grow long, sometimes appearing slightly waved, sometimes crinkly, though some not curled. Okay, so William Bartram, Creek, Choctaw, and Cherokee. Now, this is another person who saw the same people that George saw. What he saw was their hair were long, curly, crinkled, and coarse. But
Yeah.
sometimes some of them had curls that turned and waves.
Yes.
So again, this is a different person who saw the same group of people that the previous person said that they had. Some had straight hair
Yes,
and some had
ma'am.
wavy hair.
Yes.
Okay, so now French Louisiana records,
Oh
woolly,
my God.
used.
no, no, pero ya entre un ratito.
Okay, here we
Oh,
go.
ya son las
The
sí.
the must. Okay, so
Yeah, we gotta let other people go.
the Mustees bear hair that is somewhat woolly, being of the offspring of a Negro or
Yeah, because
or an Indian.
that's kind of about the mix.
French colonial Louisiana records.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's the
they already used
Creole,
the word
the
woolly.
mix.
Some Indians,
And crinkly.
being stop. Some of the Indians being of the Negroes, have hair twisted and somewhat curled. Okay.
Yes.
George of Carolina Colonial Records, curled and crisp. The Musti children had hair that was curled and crisp. Okay, say
Yes.
this is, let me see.
You
Okay,
asked for
that's
Listen.
about
material.
it. All
Listen.
right.
Right.
So
Right.
look, listen.
So I'm
Wait.
gonna
Now we're gonna go.
explain.
No, wait. Now we're gonna go into what's his face name? Is it Samuel George? Hold on, cause
Listen, if you're going
let me
after the
see.
1500s, you're just reading. That's fine. I'll sit here and
So,
listen.
ma'am, y'all
But
asked me to
listen.
provide the information. I provide the information. Now
Okay.
you changing
Well,
the
No,
I'm
you're
telling
goalposts.
going
you. I'm
too
telling you.
far
Yes, it makes
already.
sense
No, you're
because after
changing
the
the goalposts.
1500s,
I
yes,
provided
of
you the records,
course.
and you're still changing the goalposts.
It said not
Okay,
like the
so we
Negro
can take
After
100.
turn
the
and listen to her now.
1500s, there was a
We can,
mixture.
okay.
Again, that's why I gave y'all a variety of different people who saw the
1500s, there were.
same ones. Some of them said they were not of Negro. Some
Not
said they
many.
were of Negro. They said they looked like Negroes. Some of them did, some of them didn't.
Well,
After the 50s.
That
divine.
obviously there's a point that we're saying here is
After
there were
Columbus.
there were two continents, right?
Oh my
And
God,
not
it's limiting.
everybody from two continents all look the same.
Okay,
After the
You have two whole
1500s, there was
continents
a
We're
here.
all native
mixture.
though.
He,
Some of them didn't branch out into Chile yet. And when they got to Chile and then got to California, oh wait, we always thought they had straight hair, but here goes some people with some curly
Where do
hair.
you
Here
think
goes some people with some
Columbus?
crinkly hair. Here goes some people with some woolly hair.
Where do you think
okay,
Columbus
They're
landed
slowly
first?
discovering there are more people in the Americas, ma'am.
divide. We can listen to her because
Yeah.
we'll be listening to you. And look at the way that I look at it. I'm learning, okay, and I'm learning from you. And I would like to hear what does she have or her point of view. So
Sit up,
that way we
KBD,
can
please.
interact with each other. We can
After the
interact with each
1500s,
other, learn from each
prior
other.
to Columbus, there was no description of that type of hair because it didn't exist. Now, after the 1500s, they
Ma'am,
wrote
I
about it
just
because
read
there
you
was
the
a
script.
mixture.
I told you what book to
He
go
said
in. I
three
gave you the
fourteen
page
two.
number.
Mute up.
3:14:2.
Please, just let her speak.
No, wait, no, not that they didn't exist, period. That it was not a Native American. Now they're mixed with
Oh, you
African.
said they
You
didn't
understand?
exist and they didn't
No,
have
no, the
curly
black,
Please, love,
hair.
please,
So
mute up.
now all of
listen,
a sudden they did
Divine,
exist,
please,
but
no,
please,
they were
please.
black,
mixed.
One
listen,
mic,
black
hon. One mic.
DNA came from Africa. They walked different areas. It's not like people just stayed in one place. They were discovering as they were walking through the Americas. As, but that's not a Native
Okay,
American
so
trait. It's an African
let me
trait,
ask you.
dude.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let's say
Because you're
that
saying that it's
we
a
here.
Native
No, no,
American, right?
I'm gonna
See,
entertain this
no, see,
African. Look,
these
Divine,
men were
so let me
confused,
say
right?
this.
hold
Let
on,
me
They thought they were
divine, let her
Native
land the plane. Let her
American.
land the plane.
They didn't know who they were. They were like, they looked like Moors. Now they knew what Africans looked like because the Moors and Africans were already in Europe. They were mixed themselves. So they're looking at these people and they're describing their skin color, but they didn't understand, but they were confused who they were, right? Now, black DNA was there, but that's because they came from Africa. The Native American does not have hair like that. El Indio doesn't have hair like that. The
Are you letting me speak?
100% Native American has
explain.
straight
Hold up,
hair.
divine, hold up. Let
Came
her
from
land the plane.
Africa.
Let her plan.
Okay, now
And
we're gonna let Sage speak. Sage, you got anything to add to the?
That's
Oh,
all.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to present like the way you guys just let
Right.
Divine go for a few minutes. I just want to show a bunch of sources real fast.
Sure.
All right, so this is Giovanni Verrazzano. He never describes black people here. This is the famous quote, the unlikely Ethiopian. Let's go over it really quick. Because when people present this source, they never mention the rest of the paragraph. He says, they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. As for the physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, a little taller than we are. They have broad chests, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body are well composed. There is nothing else except for they tend to be rather broad in the face, but not all. For we saw many with angular faces. They have big black eyes and an attentive and open look. They are not very strong, but have a sharp cunning, and are agile, swift runners. From what we could tell from observation in the last two paragraphs, They resemble the Orientals, particularly those of the farthest Cenarian regions. And if you go to the main primary and you go to the, I think it's called the, I forget what it is, but it's the number for context. The Cenarian region is China. So they're comparing these people to the Chinese, like Asians, not Ethiopians, except for the skin color. And if you look at if you look at this real fast, you'll see people that are from these same tribes that they came across. Here's a painting of one of them on the right, and then on the left is a woman. What's her name? Let me grab her name real fast. It's, I believe her name is Bella, but let me double check. Anyway, she's from the Narragansett tribe. These are the East Coast Indians that Verrazano came across. These are the same people that where you guys get that quote from. Now, let me go over this second one I have here on my screen. He says, they go nude except for a stag skin embroidered like the men's, and some wear rich lynx skins on their arms. Their bare heads are decorated with various ornaments made of braids of their own hair, which hang down over their breasts of either side. So these are the people that they're talking about. They're not seeing black people here. They're seeing Native Americans. So yeah, not all of them are light skinned. Some are a little bit darker, brown. Tawny. If you want to go over the word tawny, tawny just means like a tan color, sunburnt.
Now you said that Bertazano described them as Cenarian.
Yeah, Cenarian regions.
Can you look up for me real quick? Could you Google if he ever went to that region?
No, that's where he was going.
But did he ever make it there? You'll see that he didn't go there, so he wouldn't exactly know who those people are.
Bro, this is the old world. They know about Asia. They know about India.
He didn't see him himself, is what I'm saying. So he wouldn't have that reference.
No, they've been trading with China for a couple hundred years. You do realize the Silk Road, right?
Sure, but he was familiar with that region.
If you want to talk about Baghdad, the golden age of Islam, and Al-Andalus, it was multicultural. They had all these people there, Persians, Chinese, Arabs, North Africans, Sub-Saharan African. Everybody was there, Europeans.
So
they were all trading.
That was multicultural, but over here it wasn't multicultural.
Because America's was a new world. Nobody had made it over here yet.
Okay.
Here. I got some more sources we can go over.
I mean, I'm reading one from another explorer who's literally in the 1500s, describing type 3 hair, which the same hair type I have. Some hair that grows and turns in circles, not straight as others.
We're gonna let him land here.
1500s, that makes sense.
So check this out. This is Giovanni Verrazano. I can pull up the primary. I could show you, and even the primary letters that are written in Italian.
But you're quoting only one or two, and I'm quoting almost 20 different people with different experience of the same people.
Yeah,
we have to listen.
Yeah, people have taken note. I mean, you did give ample samples of documentation, so we'll just let him land.
Okay, so this is Giovanni Verrazano. We can go over the primary. We do got it. He says, my intention on this voyage was to reach Cathay and the extreme coast of Asia. Hold on, it's kind of hard to see through my screen here. Let me just. My intention on this voyage was to reach Cathay and the extreme eastern coast of Asia, but I did not expect to find such an obstacle of new land as I have found.
System is now disarmed.
And if for some reason I did expect to find it, I estimated there would be some strait to get through to the eastern shore or eastern ocean. So they thought there was no land here. This was the opinion of all the ancients, who certainly believed that our Western Ocean was joined to the Eastern Ocean of India without any land in between. Aristotle supports this theory by arguments of various analogies, but this opinion is quite contrary to that of the moderns, which have been proven false by experience. And then here's a map of Cathay. It's Asia. It's China. That's where they were headed to. That they reached new land when they came over here. Now we could keep going over this. I mean, there's a ton. From the day of arrival, found there in the isthmus, 1 mile wide and about 200 miles long, in which we could see the eastern sea from the ship halfway between west and north. This is doubtless the one which goes around the tip of India, China, and Cathay. We sailed along this isthmus, hoping all the time to find some strait or real promontory where the land might end towards the north and we could reach the blessed shores of Cathay. And then if we go to the map from Giovanni Verrazzano himself too, this is Florida, and then this is all like Canada, and then they thought all this was like ocean. They didn't know this was land. They were lost. We can keep going over this. We can, we can keep going over this.
I'm
But this
familiar
is
with
the
the text
people they're
myself.
describing here. They're describing Native Americans, not dark Ethiopians. She's from the
Those
same
are
tribe, the
modern. Those are modern
Narragansett.
interpretations, though. You can't transpose that back to 1520.
Bro,
So what are
do
you?
you want to read it again? They're
So
talking
what do
about
you?
Cathay and the Cenarian
I'm familiar with the
regions.
text. I have it in my logs.
What are you guys
Here,
saying?
I got another one for you then.
Saying they weren't African, but they had Negroid features. That's what we're saying.
It was
They
black
didn't have Negroid
DNA.
features.
Is so
There's no
This
these
such
is
thing as
this
black
guys?
is
DNA.
another
Have
one.
Negroid
Yes, there
This,
was.
features
So
and not
there.
the
this is another.
So
African.
when these guys
Hold on,
started
hold on, hold on.
writing in the
One mic, one
1500s,
mic, one mic. We're gonna let
Sage.
Sage land here.
Look, she's from the Narragansett tribe. This is the tribe that he is describing when he came
Right,
to
but
the
that's a
East Coast.
modern interpretation, Sage.
No, this is her. She's alive. She's a real person. He's
Right,
a
I'm
real
saying that.
person.
Yes,
That's a real person.
I'm giving credit to that, but this now is a very different
Giovanni
time
Verrazzano, this
from
is what he said.
1500s.
This is an eyewitness account, 1524. These are the people he saw here. He said, they are taller than we are. They are a bronze color, some tending more towards whiteness, others towards a tawny color. Let's go over tawny because it's sunburned, it's brown, it's tan, it's not black. The face is
There
clear
was no
cut, the
black.
hair is
Nobody's
long.
black,
All this doesn't even matter.
Sage.
He's saying they're white. And then if we keep
Whiteness
going
didn't
over,
exist
and
back
then if
then,
we,
Sage.
and then if
Sage,
we
white
keep
didn't
going
exist
over
until
the, and
1697.
then if we keep going over the
Yeah, it
primaries,
did.
he
No, it
says that
didn't.
they're white
Yeah, it
too.
did.
He says that the
No, it didn't.
Europeans themselves are white.
In colors
Yeah, they did, bro.
all over the
He says
place.
that the
No,
people, the
Hey,
Europeans are
whiteness
white.
wasn't a thing till 1697.
Bro,
You
what
guys
are
So
gotta
you
are
look.
you even
stop.
See,
explain to
I'm not
other
here to
people
play
that
some
I
math.
talked
Siberians are
to,
I'm
not.
not here to listen
Siberians
to
are
what about
not
the
bullshit.
white
quotes I said from
complected.
other
Here,
people?
I got one more
Siberians are
source.
not
I
light
got one more source
complected.
for y'all. Giovanni Verrazzano, he said, we reassured them with various signs, and some of them came up, showing a great delight of seeing us and marveling at our clothes, appearance, and our whiteness. They showed
Again,
us by
y'all are
various
talking
signs
about
where we
one
could most
indigenous
easily
group
Hold on,
out
approach the
hold
of
boat
on. Divine, hold
thousands
and
on.
of
offer us
indigenous
some
Divine,
of their
groups.
Divine, please
food.
mute up. We still got Mansa we got to get to.
This is where Giovanni Verrazzano went, all around the coast of the east into
In
Canada.
1500s, and
Yeah,
this
like
is
Cape
his
Fear.
first experience.
Yeah, we could keep going over it. It gets worse and worse and worse the more you read it.
Cool.
But I'll let y'all go for now.
Mansa, you got anything to contribute, man?
Masa,
Yeah. The guy was speaking before. Yeah, I like it. What's your name, sir? The guy just reading before. What's your name?
Sage.
Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna inbox you, say because you tell me the truth. That sounds good, but I'm not gonna upset anybody today, but I just say we want to be everything except be African. Black man take one karate class here, Japanese. We want to deny that. We want to be something. We not so bad. It's kind of sick,
Mm.
to me. It's really kind of sick that you
In
don't,
an essay of the inquiry of the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal race of America
I wasn't
by
finished yet.
Samuel George Morton.
I wasn't finished yet. I didn't finish it. So it's sad that we don't want to be African. We want to be everything else. We want to be Indians, and you have no proof. You have no depictions or paintings of anybody look like that. They got the Smithsonian Center got lots of records of Native Americans. These same tribes do not claim y'all. You know what I'm saying? The Choctaw, they still here. You know what I'm saying? They don't claim you. None of the Native American tribes claim claim you are. Where's your tribal card at? If you say you're Indian, where's the tribal card at? You don't have it. They don't accept you. So just come on back to Africa. We got you. You know, get your
Okay,
dashiki.
so the
Well,
passage of the inquiry and well, I need you to
I didn't
land. Can
finish.
you please land? Because you're being
Well,
long-winded.
I said I'm gonna get you some dashiki and some fufu, and come on back
Okay,
to Africa.
anyway, an inquiry.
What's
If you're gonna sit
wait?
here and just be disrespectful, I might as
I'm
well
not
go ahead
finished.
and.
I'm trying to say what size dashiki you wear, sister. I got one for you. What size you wearing?
Okay, so an inquiry into the
Wait,
distinctiveness
wait. I didn't say
characteristics of
I didn't
the
say I finished
Aboriginal
yet.
race of
Wait a
America
minute.
by
I didn't
Sam
finish.
George Morton.
I didn't finish. I didn't
The
finish yet.
particular physical
Yeah,
anatomy of
I
the
didn't finish.
Indian, which is
Listen,
I
as
didn't finish.
undeviantly characteristic as that of the
What
Negro.
size
I,
dashiki
For
do you wear?
whether we see him in that Atlantic
okay,
cherub or of the stunted
we're gonna take turn.
chama, he
We're
is
gonna
an
take
he is
turn.
an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for
We gotta take
being
turn.
of any
We
Indian
gotta take
other
turn.
race.
We gotta take turn. Okay, just let him finish and lay his plan and explain his point of view, and that we're learning from each other. It's the difference between learning from each other and debate, and we're not debating. Brother, come back.
Oh,
Can I
Okay.
say something after him?
Hold on, he was motherfucking respectful.
hold
That's
on,
what he was up here being disrespectful.
Amarukan, please, man. We're not gonna get.
No, hold on, real quick. I'm not even gonna be yelling or cussing like that. But
Amarukan, please, mute up,
Pedro,
please mute up.
Yes, but
We're
you
gonna
didn't
let.
tell this coon to mute up this whole time ago when he was sitting there talking about this divine.
Hold
listen
up.
this.
That's
Do
just what he
you know
does.
about TikTok friendly language?
No, you
Yes,
need to
please.
mute Pedro too, because Pedro is a coon.
No.
Amarukan, please. Pedro's not no name call. We don't want to go
Pedro
into debate,
is
man. Come on
Native
now.
American. He's indigenous.
So,
Okay, and you're a descendant
Amarukan,
of a European.
Okay,
I am not
And
a European, sir. See how
you
people
look
have
just
their
like one. Is
different
that you in your
perspectives?
picture?
brother, you
See how
just got
different, see how
No,
people's
y'all need
different.
to mute her. Thank you.
no.
No, you guys stop muting me, okay? Because I just want to say something really quick.
Mute her. Mute her.
No,
Brother,
so
you're gonna have to wait.
in the 1500s, these people that they're discovering and
No,
they're
can Divine finish what the fuck she
Amarukan,
was
please,
saying?
bro.
no,
No,
because
Just let her
Divine was
land. Just let her land.
speaking.
she has been reading forever.
No, she was not. Why are you
Amarukan,
lying?
Her
please.
point.
Just mute up, please.
I just want to
This is
say
Out
crazy.
of
So
respect for
y'all,
the
so this panel
panel,
is very,
out
this
of
panel
respect
is
for the
very
panel,
biased.
please.
It's feeling very biased up
I
here. That's
got it.
all I'm
I
saying.
understand what you're saying.
No, nobody is devising. What
I'm
we
just
You
do is
are
asking, please.
biased
each
because
other.
hold on, you are
Okay.
biased, Pedro, because you let that man sit here and
We
still attack
sharing with each
Divine.
other. We're sharing with each other.
Amarukan, I need you, please, just to meet up, and we'll get to you here in a bit.
Divine, do you see this?
Yeah,
I just
so
want to say,
So
you
so
missed
in the
part of it. I did
1500s,
I
it
did
may
go
nobody goes
in
against
the
nobody. We
in the
listen
fi-
from each other.
right. So
in the
Nagar,
after
beginning. I
Columbus
you were
in
did.
the
not here. You were
1500s,
Amarukan,
gone.
these people are
Amarukan,
meeting these other different people and describing them. And
The
yes, they were
Nagar, you
mixed
were
by then.
gone when it happened.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Amarukan,
Prior to
please.
the
I'm
1400s.
the one who's in charge of the panel. Can you please respect the panel? Let her speak her, let her plan, and then we'll get to you. It's
Yeah.
that
So
simple.
prior to the 1400s, there was black DNA. The Africans had walked all over the place. Everybody's walking all over the place and mixing and stuff. I just want to say though, people are trying to make it sound like the indigenous race is like the black race or something. Or I'm not really
No,
understanding
I
what you're
said that they
saying.
were a mix
Divine,
of they
please,
had
sweetheart,
different
please let her
races.
speak.
So I'm not really understanding what you're saying. But the
I said
indigenous
that they were
is
fair
totally
and
Divine,
fair
different.
to the
Divine,
dark
come
look
on,
dark.
love, please. If you let her speak, she will get her thought out. I'll chop this up all later, and we'll have
And
fun
then
with it. Okay?
I'll shut up.
All
Yeah.
right.
So yes, by the 1500s, people are describing this. Yes, prior to the 1400s, there was black DNA. There was. There's no denying that. But it's not that they were Native American. The Native American is a race of their own. That they that that there was black DNA and they had mixed, but they're from Africa. They're African. It's African DNA. It's black DNA.
Okay. Are you landing, sweet?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, Amarukan, please give us a day. Age, ethnicity, race, whatever you want, and just introduce yourself to the panel so people know.
I'm 30. I'm an American Indian, and I do not tolerate no type of motherfucking disrespect.
Hey, well, don't use that language. You're gonna be gone, brother.
Pedro, shut up talking to me.
Yeah.
But
Unmute
Amadou Khan,
yourself.
please, man. Let's not. I mean,
TikTok friendly language only.
Mute yourself, Pedro. Mute yourself.
TikTok friendly
Mute
language
yourself,
only.
Amadou
Pedro.
Khan, just don't respond to him, man. Just say your piece, bro.
Just let him talk.
Okay, so I don't like no type of disrespect when it comes to my people. I don't care who it's coming from. That man, Nagar, was up here disrespecting her when you were on tea time. So that's why I came up here and I went off like I did. Because Pedro, he was up here trying to get that man to finish that toxic ass shit he was saying, and Divine was trying to sit here and overtalk him because he wasn't even speaking anymore about the whole topic. He was just speaking out of his ass at that point.
Out the side of
So
his neck.
Yeah,
yeah, so
I'm
I
aware.
came
That's what
up
he does.
here.
That's what he does, Amadou Khan. That's what he does.
Okay, but I don't like that. That like that's kind of two faced. Because I was in the live the other day,
You don't
earlier
like
today, and Pedro
the
told
best
me,
way.
"Oh, we
Hold on,
respect your."
Pedro,
He was
please. Pedro, please
hold on.
mute up.
Pedro was like, "We respect your culture, respect ours here," but he just sat here and let that man say all this, that, and the third about Divine.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
that's
just.
just very
My point is that it doesn't necessarily disrespect Divine. She has self-respect. She doesn't need anybody else's.
okay. But I took disrespect from that. He shouldn't be talking to nobody like
Well,
that.
I understand that, and I feel the same way. But I don't think. I mean, I think I'm very positive that Divine can take care of herself. She's damn good at that. but my point is, he makes himself look like an idiot, in my opinion. Okay, I mean, you just let people say their thing. I mean, it's like KBD down below. She's claiming that there's black DNA. There's no such thing as black DNA. You know, but I just let
Amaru,
her. I let her
Amaru, you
speak.
came in here insulting me saying I'm white.
I
What
didn't
I
say you
look
were
like.
white.
Okay,
Amaru
but
did.
Oh,
I
well,
did. Because if
but
that's you on your picture,
look,
because if that's
KBD,
you,
look. You said that there's black DNA. That's kind of disrespectful to any type of so-called black indigenous. So he
You
can say the
should.
same thing about you. That's my point. We're going to say what we want. We're going to get it out, and we're going to
Okay, I
allow
mean,
people to speak.
yeah, that's his opinion.
Of course, but you're claiming a scientific fact that's not a scientific fact. Black is
right, and
not
that's your
DNA.
opinion.
Why not? How? You have to show
There's no
me.
That's
such
your
thing as
opinion.
black
There is
DNA. Go look it up really quick. It's that simple.
really because ancient DNA.
There's no such thing as black DNA, sweetheart. Just Google it really quick.
Really, there's no such
He's
thing.
referring to
There's no
something
such thing as
else.
black
No,
DNA,
ma'am,
sweetheart.
there's not.
That's such a rudimentary and crude way of thinking that it just shows your ignorance.
She's referring to a
And
specific part of the
racist.
world
She's referring to
where
And
haplogroups,
where
racist.
you get the
Yep.
black
but she's
Listen,
phenotype
not
from.
saying
because you know
haplogroups.
what I'm saying, and there is. But if I say African, people get offended. If I say
No,
FBA, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah,
If I
yeah,
say black,
exactly.
people get
Because
offended. So
no.
I'm saying that they're Africa, that's black DNA, African DNA came from there. And all I'm saying is that a lot of people are trying to make it sound like the Native American did not exist. And it's
No
not
one's
replaced
saying
by
that,
black
sweetheart.
people. Yes. And but
No.
what I'm telling you is the
No, I
distinct
didn't. You're
trait.
assuming. You're
Excuse me.
KBD,
assuming. You
listen,
came up
hold on.
here.
I'll
Excuse me.
handle it. KBD, what you're hearing is your interpretation of somebody trying to erase
Exactly.
your
Okay,
culture,
well
but no
maybe I
one's.
didn't hear
Hold
it
on,
long enough.
You're getting
KBD, please.
defensive
KBD,
and you're
nobody is trying
projecting.
to erase your culture. They're trying to claim their own. That is my point. I know you
Okay.
interpret it in such a fashion that you see somebody's trying to erase your culture, but that's not the case. And in order to see that, you have to remain open-minded and see that other people have their right to claim what they want.
I
Okay.
Nobody
understand what
has
you're
a
Then
right
saying.
over
I understand what
okay,
you're
then
saying, but
anybody
go
I would
else's.
ahead. Maybe
argue,
I
I
didn't
would
hear
argue
you
that
guys
they
long
are.
enough.
I would argue that they are
Yeah,
because you
because
call
you
us
came up here
Siberians.
jumping
You guys call us
to
Siberians. You
bite
guys
somebody's head
call us
off instead of
Asians. You guys
listening
call
to
us
the
white
concept
pig.
of what they were saying.
If it was just this collaboration of us coming together, I would be all for
And
it.
I'm saying no, the distinct trait of a Native American is their straight hair.
No,
No,
there's no
Everybody knows
distinct
that.
trait of
No,
an
they don't
indigenous
have
American.
straight
Yes, they
hair. They have
do.
No,
blend
they
of other
don't,
different
girl.
hold
Lo
on,
textures.
let's try
mismo.
not to yell,
Cualquier
people. Please,
indio te
one
va a
mic.
decir lo mismo. The distinct trait of an Indian is that hair. Nobody
No,
wants to
that's a
hear this.
native's
Black people don't want
trait.
to hear
That's a
this shit
native.
because they say
No,
it's
that's a
racist.
native's trait, not an Indian's trait, babe. That's a
We
Yeah,
native.
basically
indigenous
arguing
is
for straight hair.
Okay.
different.
We do have two point of view. Okay. One
Sage, you're
is,
native?
is about
Yeah, I'm from
brother.
Central America.
Yes. He's indigenous.
So
So
what
so
what
so
you
you're not in a
do?
Yeah, that's what I
Hold
tribe,
don't
up, hold up.
understand.
One
So
mic,
Central
please, people. Just
American.
No,
have some
listen.
decorum.
right? Like what? Divine, you hear this?
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Pedro,
When
Okay.
I
can you please
listen,
share your point? I'd like to hear it.
It's crazy. They
Where did you
delulu.
think he
They
was?
racist.
when
Say what I
this
mean.
happened, okay, before Columbus, right? We do not find any burial places anywhere in the Americas, okay, with the distinguished of African American skeleton, okay.
Can I be put on the big
That
box,
is,
Miguel?
Hold on, hold up. Let
it
Pedro down.
is, it is different. The DNA of America, the DNA of Europe, and the DNA of Africa is different. It's completely different races, right? So when you is trying to tell us the the melanated with the hair and from Africa, right? DNA. It was before Columbus in America, right? And then the first thing we know is no burial ground. We didn't find. The only thing that's different DNA of America is in Ica, Peru, and Nazca, Peru, where we have the Baracas DNA. They have elongated skull. It's with the skull, the massive of the skull brain. It
Do
was
he ever run out of air?
three
I'm gonna
times
let him
larger,
land.
3 times largest. Okay, let me show some picture. 1 second.
Okay, can I be put on the big screen? You cannot be from
Pedro,
Hold
from
on, hold on,
Central.
hold on, hold on. You're
Pedro,
gonna have
He's
to.
looking for a picture.
Maya
Can I just say this
Hold
real
on. One
has
quick?
mic. Hold
elongated
on.
skulls.
Pedro,
Oh my God.
while you're getting those pictures, I'm gonna allow American Khan to show up, and then when you get those pictures, let me know, and then we'll put you on the big screen. Okay?
You cannot live in in that country that is not called Mexico unless you look like them and claim you can't. You can't. You can't say that you're indigenous and you don't look like them. You can't.
Well, you do have
What does their
mestizos.
hair look like?
They don't
Obviously,
look
they
like
have a
yours. They
they
don't.
The
They
have an
don't look
Mayans,
like dog
outline.
hair.
the
Don't worry
Mayans
Yeah,
about
and
it
the
was
me.
fully
Mexicans,
Oh,
like they
Billy,
said in the
see how you
1500s.
go
It was
insult? You
moved.
want
Mayans
me
and the
to
Hold on. Hold
insult?
Mexicans.
on.
Do
Hold
you want me
on.
to insult
Hold
you?
on. These
Okay.
are indigenous.
They have
These
African
are
descent.
hold on. No, they don't. They don't.
Yes,
You're
they do.
racist.
They have
You're just
African. See
racist.
what I
You're
mean? See
racist.
what I
You're
mean?
racist.
You have to put it
Deal
on the
with it.
table,
You're
hun.
racist.
Hun,
Can you please
you
let him
have
You're
to
just
land?
put it
racist.
on
You're
the
racist as
table.
fuck.
It's
All
gonna
Kimmy,
make
Mexicans
you
are
don't
racist.
say
uncomfortable.
What is
that
wrong with
word.
Get over
y'all?
it.
Second,
Y'all
one
hate y'all abuelitas
They're
and
second,
not
y'all
It's
racist,
gonna make
second,
you uncomfortable.
one
but you
second,
don't.
abuelitas
second,
look like.
It's what it is, my
one
friend.
second.
Oh, you're
Listen,
racist. You dumb
Kimmy,
ass
Allow
bitch.
each other to
don't
speak.
say
I'm gonna
that
mute
word.
everybody.
You say that word one more time, I'm gonna report you. My
Go
son
ahead. I'm gonna
will
report you
report
to the
you.
IRS. Yo,
So
slow ass.
listen, you do not say that word
I'll
because
report you to the IRS.
what you did doesn't matter what you do. Okay, you know that word that you cannot use that word because you go
Oh,
against the life. So if Vive and everybody is given a chance to be here and talk, and then don't use that language,
okay, if
you know,
people would stop being racist, Pedro,
no,
then
no,
I would
no, don't
stop
use
calling
that
them
American
that.
Khan,
language. Don't use that
we can
language.
keep
That
It's
from
not a
yelling, okay?
friendly
Listen,
TikTok
listen.
language.
If we could keep from yelling, that doesn't make anybody
Well, what
listen
it
any better,
does is
okay?
he's recording the live. The Zoom, the TikTok, hear that word 2, 3 times, he's going to report the live.
did you find the picture?
So listen, you do not use that word again, or I will report you because I'm recording you right now.
Okay, I'll report you to ICE. And
Doesn't matter.
Okay, enough.
I will report you because it's
Pedro,
not a TikTok
Pedro,
friendly
Pedro,
word.
do you have your pictures, please?
I'm getting, brother. Right? But
Okay,
I just don't want. I don't
of course,
want
we got it. We got it.
this negativity or
y'all don't like
trolling.
that word because that's what y'all are.
American
Okay,
Khan, please,
so
man, just let him show his pictures. We can get along here.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get it.
Okay. So, who's up here next here?
No, it's right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. Okay, the only burial ground with different DNA than actually the original native. Okay, that's the only DNA and burial ground before Columbus that was found on the America. It
Oh my
was
God.
found in Ica and Maracas and Nazca, Peru. Okay, it's
Okay.
not another DNA. When you find the skull and burial ground, you find the hair with it. Okay, so it is different. The African uh, bone structure and the American bone structure is completely different of European.
I
Okay,
agree with that.
so
But that's I
let
think
me show
what
you
you're
another
I think
one. Let me
what
show you
Hold on,
another
Divine.
one.
Let him land. Let him land.
mhm.
Oh, it says that's a
This right
replica that
here
he's showing.
is the drawing that's before Columbus. That's still there till today. You put Nazca line where it made.
Oh, I
That's
seen
the
that on Yu-Gi-Oh.
drawing. Those drawings, they are by the burial ground. That DNA is attached to the native. It's the same DNA that you're going to find today in 2025.
Uh,
In 2025, today we have full blood native in the Amazonas. They never got contact with nobody from Europe or from Africa, that they still have their language, their culture, their DNA, and they have
what's the name of
features
the people?
the native are now.
What's
The
the name of the
Nazca.
people? The Nazca? Let me
So
see.
forever you trying to do, okay, will be in peace for you to lay your plan, right? And to try
Okay,
to
can
figure
I
it out
can
who you are.
Let him land.
Okay.
okay.
And try to figure if you try to figure it out who you are, okay, and you don't want to use your DNA and win peace with it, we will listen to you, okay, until the point that we have to tell you, hey, look, you're not gonna find this before Columbus because it never went here. Okay, so
Okay.
burial ground is the people that live in America, okay, and they live for 100 years. Their bone has to be in somewhere. Okay, if the European burial ground is because it don't exist, because where they did
Divine, please.
first, what they did first, they went with the explorers, right, to the burial ground, and they dig up gold. Okay, because their
Oh
purpose is
God.
Okay.
to get gold. And when they find those burial ground, they take the gold, they melt it down, and they make a Spanish coin
N-
out of the gold.
Nagar, can
And
we
then
do like maybe like a
He
2 minute?
they transport.
everyone's got a chance to speak, so I'm gonna let him land.
Right, but can we do like a 2 minute gap? I can get
No, no,
everything
no,
I have to
no.
say out in two
Like I
minutes.
got you, Betty.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. I
So
promise. All right.
now,
But
what
can I
we
go
doing?
next?
What we
Yes,
doing?
Divine.
I gotta debunk what he said about the
What we
Hold,
Nazca.
doing?
like
What we doing is right now.
Because it said
We
it collapsed
bring
about a
800
time,
years before the
please,
showing
Europeans
some
please
came
love.
mute
here.
up.
We showing some love to you and peace because your
800 years.
own people is not going to do it to you. Your own people is not going to do it to you. And we doing it. We listen to you. We welcome you to places and we
Devon, can you
explain
look
it
at my
to you.
screen? Look at my screen, Devon.
Okay? So if you
Hmm.
disrespect or you compromise this life in any kind of way, I will
Hmm.
block you and I will report you myself with the recording that I'm doing right now because it's not a TikTok friendly place. If you're
Okay,
not TikTok
Pedro.
friendly language, you're not gonna be there.
Okay, Pedro.
Okay,
Well,
so
hold on. I'm gonna bring you want up, Divine. You want on the big screen or something? Thank you,
I
Pedro.
just want to respond. So, Pedro and is it KBD? I get what you guys are saying. However, I feel like you guys are speaking in a very narrow point of view, as if like your tribe is the only tribe of the Americas.
So what's your tribe?
Can we agree? Can we agree that there are thousands of different tribes in the Americas? Specifically, like, are you from South America? Are you from Central America? Or are you from North America?
Okay, you divide
You mean
America among
today
the
or
tribes.
ancient
No, I'm
tribes?
saying for
You
you, for
divide
you. Are you from South
America.
America?
You
Are you from
divide in
Central
Can
America.
you
America?
tell the
Or
I'm
You
from
divide in
no, I'm
Mesoamerica.
not trying to
along
divide.
the tribes.
Pedro, I gave you a chance to talk. I'm trying to have a conversation with KBD.
Okay,
I'm from
I'm
it's
gonna give you
KB.
my
It's
Yeah.
tribe.
KB, hun.
I'm gonna give
It's
you the tribe
KB. It's
now.
I'm from
Tribe
Mesoamerica.
now, right?
Okay,
So
so
the
you're speaking in a
tribe.
Mesoamerican point of view.
No, I'm
I am
not.
speaking
I'm
on
speaking
a
from an America's
Mississippi.
point of view for my
You
people who are
yeah,
indigenous
your
Native
people,
American.
your
No, all
people.
my people throughout the Turtle Islands.
Oh,
That's who I'm
right. So
speaking for.
you're not speaking of the Mississippi and Natchez and the
I'm
Yazoos
speaking for all the
and the
Americas.
Choctaws and the shit.
Yes, I
Okay, but
am.
listen, I'm speaking as far as my family members who are the Southern Utes, who are the Choctaws, who are the Chickasaws. Okay, so you can say all you want about what's going on in Mesoamerica, but you can keep that tribe out of your mouth because you don't know nothing about
Okay,
that.
which tribe recognize you?
So that's what I'm trying.
Tribe
I'm just
recognize
trying.
you.
All I'm just trying to say is y'all got your. Listen,
One
let me
mic,
hold on. Let me
one
finish. Let me
mic.
finish. Let me finish.
Children,
Let me
children.
finish. All I'm trying to say is
All the
no.
stuff that
Let me
you
finish.
read.
I
No,
let
let
you
me finish.
talk. Let me
Let me tell
finish.
you.
No, the guy
From
get
the
her because I'm trying to finish.
1500s,
Nagal,
from the
Nagal.
1500s,
Let her.
everything you read
I'm gonna
regarding
have
the
to mute
1500s,
her because thank you. So, no,
the
listen,
1500s, get to
you're
the point.
being very disrespectful. I let you talk. So what I'm saying
You
is,
are listening to
you are trying to speak
again.
as if you are the same tribe that's in the Canadas, from the South America, from Central America,
I'm
from
speaking for all Native
the
Americans.
southeast of the Americas. But I'm speaking about what my people went through in my section of our land, right?
Beautiful.
So I can only speak on my end about the people that my family came from. I feel like you should do the same.
I am. I'm speaking for all
Right.
She don't
So
know.
indigenous
They
if
don't
you're
know
Americans.
what
doing that,
tribe.
then nothing that I'm saying would be offensive
What
to
you
you because I'm
read,
not taking away
what
from
you
your
read,
people.
what you read regarding the 1500s, it makes sense because this is what these explorers were seeing. So and
See?
they didn't know
She's
how to
I'm
talking
do
about
talking,
it.
but
her
ma'am, I'm
family.
talking
One
about
mic,
my
please. Hold
What
up.
about your
indigeneity. I'm
family?
talking about
What
my
about?
ancestors who are documented as Indians on the Indian rolls. If you do not have family members who are Southern Ute, Choctaw, or
And I'm
Chickasaw,
saying your
you need
family
to
is mixed
speak
with
for
African.
yourself.
I'm
And
saying
you
your
can go
family's
shove
mixed
that
with
shit down your
African.
mouth.
And I'm saying
And
your family's mixed
you
with
can shove it
KBD,
down
African.
your mouth
You're
KB.
not 100% Native
because you're
American.
being
You're mixed with African.
disrespectful. How
No,
are
you're
you? You
not.
know
Hey,
that,
hey,
ma'am.
mute
Where
up,
are you
please.
my mother?
Mute up, please. I'm
Did
going
this
to
come out of
Amadou
you
Khan.
or something? How do
African,
you
my
know
friend.
that?
Please mute up. I'm going to Amadou Khan. I'm going to give you the big screen. Here we go.
So again, let me finish. I'm only speaking for
Right.
my family in
You're mixed with African.
Mississippi.
No,
So
Native
shut up.
Americans do not
Shut.
look like
We got we
that.
No,
got it, Divine. We got it,
Please
Divine.
shut
We
up.
got it.
Africa.
no, but you
Please shut
don't.
up.
Fuck,
So
man.
I think
Amadou
y'all gotta
Khan.
Please shut up.
But it's
drop
not.
KB.
You have
Shut
to
It,
look
your
at
drop
that.
mouth.
KB.
It
Please
sounds
shut
ugly.
your
Sorry.
mouth.
It sounds uncomfortable.
Please
It is
shut
what the hell it
your
is.
mouth. Shut up.
No, you.
Amadou Khan, please,
African.
with your
Okay,
presentation.
so real quick, so I asked it if the what do you say the Nazca were enslaved. It says no. It says their society collapsed over 800 years before the Europeans got here, but their descendants were enslaved. Okay, so I don't know what you're getting at saying that they weren't enslaved. Okay, their civilization collapsed. Sorry to tell you that. Now, if you're saying that you're a descendant from the Mayans, do your hair look like theirs? It looks like they got. Hold on, it looks like they got locks,
No,
like
they
They
don't have
dreadlocks.
locks.
no,
Hold
I
on, hold
just
on, hold on.
spoke to
Mute her. Mute
someone.
that.
in
Mute
their
that.
hair, they put
Mute that.
feathers.
Mute that mutt.
I'm not
Mute
gonna
that
tell you
mutt.
about my
But
fucking
my
So,
hair looks like that, bro. My whole head.
No, mute her. Thank you. Mute. Y'all, none of y'all skin look like this.
Okay, let me show you a picture.
In Mexico. Y'all don't know what
Let
tribe y'all
Amadou
come
Khan
from.
land
Yes,
his
Y'all,
plane,
yes,
please.
y'all don't
yes.
know what tribe y'all come from
Shut
down
up,
there.
I'm about
KDBD.
to
Shut
take her to
up and
Virginia.
let him
Y'all
talk.
don't even
It
fit the
says,
descriptions of the
Please shut your
people.
mouth. Shut
Y'all
up.
have to drop her. Y'all have to drop her.
And
That is somebody y'all have to drop.
and
That is
can
somebody y'all have to
I,
drop. The
Nagar, you do not have to
Caucasian is
drop her.
showing in her. The Caucasian is showing.
oh, wow.
okay,
The
KB,
Caucasian is
KB, can
showing
you
in her.
please mute
I have
up or I will
family.
have to drop you, sweetheart? I
That,
don't want to
that
drop you.
Spaniard is that
I have
Spaniard. That's all
family
that
that
Spaniard
people
DNA.
move
That's what
KB,
that
can
to
you
is.
please mute up and
Vietnamese.
allow him to land his plane so I don't have to drop you,
That's that
sweetheart? I don't want to
Spaniard
drop you.
DNA.
You
It's
have
Hold
no
on,
making
idea
her go
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese.
crazy.
Please.
Spaniards
Can you
from
please
That's
just
that
let him
Vietnam.
land?
Spaniard.
Strike
That's
that
that
Spaniards from
bitch and
Spaniard.
drop
Vietnam.
her.
Can
Yes.
somebody
Mute
mute
her
her?
three.
Mute
You
that.
told her
Mute
three
that
times,
mutt.
We have
Nagar.
more
Drop
Mute
years.
that
her.
Spaniard
Thank you.
Filipino mutt. Okay, listen. So, none of y'all skin look like this. None of y'all hair look anything like theirs. Y'all see that?
They don't
It,
have
it don't
what?
look like straight. It looks like it's gaps in between each line of each lock.
Yeah, that's our
That looks like
hairstyle.
a
We did it
bun
like
with
that.
locks.
No,
Like if
it's
I put
not
my
that.
locks into a bun, it would look just like that right
So
there.
do you know how they did
So
that? They
none
they
of y'all
smeared
people
some
today
blood.
wear any leopard skin. But I bet if I go to a corner store, I see my auntie in the leopard right now, right
Stupid.
motherfucking
It's
now.
a jaguar.
Okay.
It's a
No, no,
jaguar.
can
Don't be
y'all mute
stupid.
her? A leopard and a
It's a
jaguar is the
jaguar.
same motherfucking
Stupid.
thing,
You
you
don't know much.
dumbass
You talking.
motherfucker. You don't
You
know
don't
shit,
know
you dumbass mutt. Mute
my
that
tribe.
Spaniard
Shut the
mutt.
fuck up. It's
Mute
a
that
jaguar,
Spaniard mutt.
stupid. It's
Mute
a
that
jaguar.
Spaniard mutt. Mute that
don't
Spaniard
insult.
mutt, bitch. A leopard
So
and a
How are
jaguar
y'all
the
letting
same
him
Man, I wish
motherfucking
I
talk?
could.
thing, you dumbass
Jesus Christ.
How
motherfucker.
are y'all letting him just
you're
disrespect the female
The
like
insulting.
fuck?
this?
You
Shut up,
can't
Sage.
insult
Shut up.
your
You're
mother.
retarded too. Just like that.
You're creating a
You
That
don't even
fucking
monster out of
understand.
European in y'all.
You
That's
don't even
that
understand what you're
Spaniard
looking
in
at.
y'all.
You don't even
Make
understand what you're
y'all
looking at. You
raggedy
don't
ass
know the history,
motherfucker.
bro.
Pedro,
no
take that
insult.
ugly
You
ass
don't know the
motherfucking
history.
mummy down. That bitch ugly as
Oh
fuck.
my
That bitch was
god.
found in Alaska.
How the hell do I
Pedro, that bitch
fucking.
was found in Alaska. She ugly as fuck. She looked just like KBD with her
Enough
ugly
with the
white
fucking
ass.
ad hominems. Jesus Christ, man. Can you guys
Hey,
please
All right,
stop
let me do. Let
yelling?
me do. Let me stop reading. Let me stop reading. Let me go back to
What does it
reading
Come
mean?
on,
this. Okay,
Amadou
hold on,
Khan,
real
finish
quick.
the
okay,
land,
Okay,
Yeah,
sweetheart.
I'm
why?
done. I'm done. Let me stop talking about them. Hold on,
That it's a
because
jaguar.
I
It's a
shut up. Be
jaguar.
quiet, girl.
It's
A
a
leopard and a
jaguar.
jaguar, the same
It's a
motherfucking
no,
thing.
it's
Your
not.
raggedy
No,
ass.
okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Shut up and listen.
Okay.
So somebody said,
See how stupid you
these.
are?
Hold on,
That's how
can y'all
stupid you
mute that?
sound.
I still have more to say. Can y'all mute that? Because Pedro took
guys,
30
hey,
motherfucking minutes to explain what he had to say. So
He's black
listen.
and white.
No, I'm not, girl. You're mixed with just white and
you,
Filipino. How about that?
hey,
Spaniard and Filipino.
well,
There's
can
no
you
Amadou
indigenous
stop?
in
Khan,
you,
Did you ever
baby.
read
get to the
that, bro?
point, fam. Come on now.
Listen.
Did you ever
Okay, so
actually?
it says right here, these are my
Yeah,
people,
you
right? The
did.
Wale, the Georgia people. People that don't come from these tribes should not speak on these people. If it's not your family, don't speak on it. Okay, babe?
You
Now
don't
listen.
look like them. You don't look
No,
like
you don't
them.
look like that. You don't look like that.
Who
That
made y'all
skeleton
the
you
ancient
have
Right.
up.
These are
police?
You
Spaniards.
don't have
Who made y'all the ancient people but police?
probably her ugly ass on that picture right there. Pedro that Pedro got up.
I'm starting to realize like y'all literally
They're
work with
racist,
white
girl,
people.
divine.
So
All of them are
what they do is
racist. They're all
wrong.
like
You're
that.
That word
projecting.
Because
was
this isn't making
Not
any
all like
sense
that,
where y'all
Nagar.
are
You know I'm
trying to
not talking about you.
gatekeep that hard on other people's
And they
cultures.
don't even know what tribe they come from, divine. They don't even know
Yes,
what
we
tribe they
do.
come
And
from.
our
No, you
genealogy is
don't.
all
Shut
over
up,
the world.
Sage. Listen.
I,
Let me finish what
I
the
have
fuck I'm about to
Indians.
say, okay? Because ChatGPT
I
gave
have
y'all
the
a whole
exact
list
tribes I come
of these
from. I got
Indians
my
that were
genealogy
described
ready,
as
and it's
dark
longer
or
than
black
yours.
people. Can you mute him? Mute that thing. That person they don't even know what tribe he come from. Mute him.
I could
Mute
show
that.
you.
pictures in the
Mute
language.
Sage.
I got
Please,
records. I got
Nagal.
proof.
Amadou Khan,
Mute
finish
him.
your point, man. Just get your
Can you
point. Don't
mute him? Because he's over talking me. I'm not
just
gonna
get your
finish.
point.
I said I'm not gonna. Every time I'm cut off, I'm not gonna finish. Okay. Now listen.
Okay, you
These are.
trying to control the life, brother? Why you don't do this in your own life? Why you not use this kind of word in your own life? I'm
I
recording.
do. If you got up there, Pedro, I would cuss you the motherfucker out just like I'm doing on this
Amadou
panel.
Khan, man,
Okay.
come on now.
Okay. Listen. Listen, real
So
quick. Listen, so this is your sources right here. It says Pedro, somebody probably a relative of y'all's, right? Mendez, dead, whatever the fuck that say. Okay, probably some type of relative to y'all up because it says Spanish Florida. Okay. So it says the Wale are brown people taller than the Christians with straight, coarse hair, and the bodies painted red and black patterns. Their chiefs wore eagle feathers and shell a great beauty. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all what straight coarse hair looks like in a second. Give me 1 second,
That did not
because
describe black people.
straight coarse hair in the 1400s meant something completely different today. Okay, this is from a
Yeah.
bishop. Okay, this is the Uchi people. Okay? Y'all see that? The Uches are dark, copper colored with long black hair. They didn't say straight hair, they just said long black hair. That's it. You see that? That's your source. Right there, him right there. Okay? It says they are the oldest nation and say they were, you see that in the beginning, calling themselves children of the sun. My ancestors, that's why it put 1 and 2, because I descend from both of these fucking tribes. I know what tribes I come from, y'all don't. Now listen, the Yamasi, another one of my fucking tribes, okay? These are all Negroes here. This tribe specifically was described as Negroes. This is where I come from. Girl, they were described as Negroes. Always. So please, you need to save it, okay? None of my people look like your people. None of these motherfuckers here look like them motherfuckers over there, okay? And I'm going to tell you right that,
Look like
just
you.
like
Wait,
that.
I didn't know I was
Look
mute.
like
I didn't.
you. Can you show
Listen,
yourself and see that look like you? Or you
okay,
are trying,
is
1600s.
that your grandma in that picture, Pedro? Because she don't
I
look like
have a
your ass.
question.
trying
Your
to
grandma don't look
1600s.
like you in that picture.
you're trying to claim them, but
Your grandma don't look like you in that
them.
picture, Pedro. So these
You're
are
not
all
genetically
people right
attached
here who
to
was
them.
described that was dark, black, or had any type of
You don't
negroid
have any
features.
blood
These people
related to
right
them.
here. And none of these people was
None
in
of the people
Mexico
that you
at
see
any
In the
point of fucking
1600s,
time.
in the 1600s,
you
you
don't
Do
would
have
y'all
be.
see
it.
that? Do
What
y'all
about
see
Nathaniel
history?
that?
Columbus.
You're not
None of
part of our
these
history. That's
people,
We're
why.
not
none of
saying
these
that
people
you
was
don't
in
have a
Mexico.
tribe. We're not saying that you don't have any
No, no,
indigenous.
no, no. I'm not saying that you don't know where you come from. I am. Sorry to break
No,
it to
I'm
you.
not
You
saying
don't
that
know where the
you
fuck you come
don't,
from. Because
but in the 1600s,
Once
you
Mexico
would
got their
probably
independence,
mix.
you
Let's
dumbass,
let's
raggedy
put
ass,
But then your
genealogy.
snaggle tooth
ancestors
ass
Let's put
are from
bitch.
genealogy.
Africa.
Once
Genealogy.
Mexico got their
My
independence,
friend, you're
all of
Let's
your
do
African.
indigenous
You're from
titles went out
Africa.
the
We're not saying
door.
by the
let's see who's
All
number
of
1600s you
your
were
one.
not
indigenous
mixed.
titles went
Respectable
out the
tribe.
door when Mexico became independent. Do
Why
you
you
know
don't
that?
want to?
Do
Bro,
you
you
know
just
that?
gonna talk shit or you
So
gonna
why
take
are
the
y'all still
challenge?
claiming indigenous tribes when y'all
You gonna
fought for
take the
your
challenge?
independence?
Let's put
Because we
Y'all
have
genealogy.
never
fought for
left the
your independence.
Americas. We have
Let's
never
pull up
left
the
the Americas. We're
genealogy.
Native
Y'all fought.
American,
No, no,
indigenous of
no.
the
You're
land.
not from the
Why? Hold
Americas,
on.
babe.
Yes, we
You
are.
came here. You immigrated. You
No,
immigrated.
Oh, so
no,
No,
you're
you
FBA
did. You
now.
No,
immigrated
I'm
from
looking
Africa
at you
and
right now.
Europe.
You don't look like
Shit,
any
you're
of those
fucking, it's like a
descriptions I
double
just
win with you.
showed. You
You
raggedy ass,
immigrated from
pink,
Africa and
pink,
Europe.
pale
Bro,
face
what you're saying
motherfucker.
about
You
me
a
is the
pale
same thing you're
face
saying about
ass
Negroes.
Why are you
Mexican. You a
getting
pale
mad?
face ass
Why are you
Mexican,
getting
bitch.
angry? You
Bro,
didn't even know what a jaguar.
All right, I'm done.
you ready for
hey,
genealogy? Pull it
hey,
up. I got
let
mine
me show
ready.
Nawal. Let me show the
And it's
picture.
a jaguar.
Nagar,
Nawal, let me
I'm
show you the picture.
That's the characteristics of a wild Indian territory is what you just got with him.
And we're
Okay.
not saying that you
So,
don't have, in the
like,
1600s,
So
you would be
what it
mixed. We're
what it
not saying you're not
happened was
indigenous. We're just
what
you
it
just
saying you're
happened.
not
said we
Native
were
American.
not
In
indigenous.
the
That's
I'm
1600s,
what
you
you
probably
said.
did
I'm
mix.
saying y'all not indigenous because y'all don't look shit like Louisa. You don't look
Well,
shit like
Hey,
this
Okay,
picture
But
but
right
we
hey,
here.
let's
are
check the
indigenous.
DNA,
We're
man.
hundred.
okay,
We're the
I know, I
indigenous
Let's
of
see
the
understand,
who
honorable,
knows
but
what.
Americas. You came
Nagar,
from
look at
they
the
Africa
picture on the
are
and
big
they
screen.
are
mixed.
indigenous
Listen,
just like we
you
are
came
indigenous.
from
It's
Europe.
just
You came
different
from
Girl,
people
they
that
sitting here
were
Africa.
telling
You came
listen,
from
Devon,
other
they
areas,
sitting there trying
and
to
you
tell you where
mixed
you
with
come
the
from, girl. Tell
indigenous.
them where they come
yeah,
from.
And then
I
you're
know what
showing
she talking about.
paperwork
She's
from the
talking about
1600s.
I'm
Show
from
me something. Show me something
oh
prior to the
Lord.
1400. Show me
okay,
something before
okay,
the 1500.
I'll show you
okay.
something before the
We
1500s. Can you
pause
put
for a
me on the big
second.
screen?
Okay, go ahead.
Nah, bro,
Let's
you're
get
just
the
hogging up the
line
time. Let
flow.
someone else go.
Let's get the vibe back to the way it
Let someone
was.
else go.
Sage, shut up, you Mexican.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You ain't
Shut
doing
up, you're
shit.
a
You ain't pulling up
Spaniard
no sources.
Mexican. Shut
All
up.
your sources are
So
lazy
Shut
fuck.
up. You're a
Let
Mexican.
me,
You
let
have
me see
straight
that fat
hair.
negroid.
You don't
She's
belong to
American
this planet.
Indian,
You got
dumbass.
straight hair. Shut up.
We got
You have
straight
straight
She's
hair
hair.
like a
American Indian,
dog. You have
dumbass.
straight hair like a dog. You don't belong to this planet. Sorry
Bro,
to
my
Did
tell
we
you
whole
that.
say
head
that
is
to you,
locked. I
Sorry,
have
Amaru?
locks like the
sorry to tell
Mayans
you
and the
that. You don't
Aztecs
Did
belong
we
did,
to
you
this
say that to
planet.
dumbass.
you?
You don't belong
I
to the
have matted
planet. The
locks,
Well,
sun
you
is
not
can
like
say
burning
you.
whatever you
y'all.
You have
want. We're
The
black
sun
indigenous
is
of the
African
burning
locks.
Americas,
y'all.
dude.
You
I
don't
have
belong to the
Mesoamerican
planet. Is
locks.
that
It's not the
simple?
same.
Wow.
So
Completely
let
different
me
Wow.
let me
hairstyle.
You
No, Yo,
if
shut
you
your
look at my
raggedy ass up, motherfucker, and go back on with your Spaniard ancestors.
more. Hey, you just show the level.
ancestors were Moorish and Sephardic.
You
But
show
what
the
you
Can't
want
go
to
back
be,
to
what you
Africa.
want to
That's
be.
cold. That's rude.
I'm
You
not from
just
Africa, girl. You are. Sorry to
you
tell
just
you.
look in the mirror. Open
No,
your
you look in the
camera.
mirror. You look in the
Look
mirror,
at the
you
way you
dumbass
walk.
Now,
motherfucker.
technically, if we're from
The way
Africa,
you
then you're from
talk.
Africa because that
Exactly.
would
They're
include the
Afro
out of Africa
indigenous, girl.
things.
They
You're
need to
more
embrace their
African than
Afro
we are.
indigenous.
You guys are
They're
saying
Afro
that.
Yeah,
That's not how it
indigenous.
you're
works.
Y'all are
African.
Afro
Like,
Do you know
indigenous.
technically,
Oh
about
you're
my
African
African.
God.
nations?
Dude,
Okay.
we're,
Asian
we're
Y'all
Native
are
ethnic groups?
Afro
There's
Americans.
No,
indigenous.
you're
Yes.
nations.
To
African.
the
Out of the
Yeah,
out of
indigenous
y'all are
of
Africa theory,
African.
America.
Well,
everybody
If
came from
everyone's
well,
from
you guys
Africa.
are
Africa,
saying
y'all
that they
are from
never
Everybody came from
Africa.
existed in the
Africa,
first
ma'am.
place.
You're
Right. Everybody
African.
came from
Oh,
Africa,
You
girl.
come
now
You're an
from a
now
African.
South
everybody came
American
from
You're
black
an
Africa.
woman.
African.
A
Sorry
South,
to
Now
I'm
tell
sorry, a
you.
everybody
South
came from
African black
Africa.
You're an
woman.
Now
African, girl.
everybody
You're
You
came
came
from
from
Afro
Africa.
Africa.
It's okay.
Mexican.
Now
Be
everybody
yourself. You're
came from
from
Right. It's okay
Africa.
to
Africa.
be African,
Now
girl.
You
It's
have
every
certain
so
okay.
sources.
we don't have a
This
problem
It's
is
claiming
okay
this.
to be
Hold on.
African.
It's okay
Hey,
to be
we
So
don't
African. That's
have
all
a
I'm
Asian
telling
problem
you.
people
claiming
popped up.
Africa.
Right. So you're
We have
Afro
African.
Mexican, right? You're
If
Afro
we have
Mexican.
African,
Are
we
you
don't have a
Afro
problem.
Mexican? Are
We
you
don't have
Afro
a problem.
Mexican?
You're the ones
So
The
you
wanting
have
to
African
a
redneck.
problem
Americans
with
were
You're
being
the
black
one.
Afro
Hispanics, bro.
You're
They're
the
from
one
Mexican.
who
Africa.
wants
You're
from a black.
racist.
You don't
You're
want to be a black
Yes,
man.
racist.
You want to be a
you're
You're
redneck.
modern
racist.
You don't
day
want to be a
You're
indigenous
black man. You
Afro
want to be a
today. You
Mexican,
redneck.
We're
girl.
not
You're
racist.
Afro
We're
Wait,
Dude,
just
we
Mexican.
don't have a problem
everybody,
claiming African
yes, you
if we're
You're
do.
from
Most
Afro
Africa.
indigenous
Mexican
people
then.
in the
You
Be
Americas, the
Afro
South,
you're
Florida,
Mexican.
have
That's
African
fine.
African.
DNA. A
everybody.
Be
lot of
Afro
them, the
American.
African.
Colombians,
Say it with
the
Be
proud. I'm
Peruvians,
African.
all of them
Afro and
have
I'm
African.
African
proud.
DNA now.
Say it
Everybody
Everybody
loud.
in
came
the
You're
from
one.
Americas
Afro
have
Africa.
and you're
African
One,
proud.
bro.
Come on,
DNA.
say it
You got
loud.
a mod, bro. You gotta
Dude,
mute
we don't
Say it
have a
yourself.
loud. You're
problem. We
Afro and
don't
you're
have a
proud.
we
Say it.
don't
Somebody
have a
mod
problem
You're
her.
claiming
Make her
Afro and you're
African.
disappear.
loud. Say
You're
it.
the
Say
one
it
with
proud.
90%
Bro, you just
African
I'm
and
don't
you don't
let
want to
Afro and I'm
claim
the
proud. Come
it.
on, say it
argument go.
loud. Come on, say it
McLaw,
loud,
where's the
KBD.
mod?
Sage,
Where's the
Sage,
mod?
Pedro,
Why,
KBD.
why
Say
you
it loud. I'm
yelling?
We
Afro
don't
and I'm
have are
proud. Come
you
on,
can
say
you
it.
mute him?
Say
Dude,
it.
we
Bro,
don't
where's the
have a
host and where's
problem
the
Y'all right,
fucking
claiming
y'all
mod?
African
Afro
if we have
Mexican,
African.
Afro
You're
Mexican.
the
That's
one with
fine. No, you're
99% African.
African
You're
though.
the one with
Everyone's
the
from Africa.
93%
Everyone's
African
from
and you don't want
Africa,
to claim
girl.
You ain't
African.
getting
You
Everyone's
help,
from
want to be
bro.
Africa.
indigenous.
It's all
You're
good.
Everyone's from
mixed
Africa.
from something after the
Everyone's from Africa.
1400s.
Say, I'm
No,
sorry,
we don't
Divine. Is
have a
everyone from
problem.
Africa? Divine,
We
is
don't
Yeah,
have a
everyone?
everyone,
Thank
problem.
you.
I don't have a
Everyone's from
problem
according
claiming it.
Africa.
to
You're
Thank
the one with
you.
90%
You're
fucking
yeah,
African
Afro
and you don't want to claim that
indigenous,
shit.
girl.
from
You're Afro
Africa, everybody came from
Latino. You're
Africa because
Afro
everybody came out of the
Mexicana.
Africa
You're
theory.
Afro
But if
Spaniard. You're
you're saying
all
that you're not
those.
from Africa and that you're saying that the out of Africa theory never existed,
Listen,
then
you will damage
which
your
one is
brain.
it? Is it we all came from Africa
I
or
don't
we
believe in
didn't?
the out of
You
Africa
will
theory.
damage your brain, and you just showing
No,
it
you
right.
guys are African. It's okay to be Afro Mexicana or Afro Mexi. It's
Claiming African, you
okay.
have 4C
It's
hair.
okay.
You have 4C
It's
hair. You
okay to
don't want
be
to claim it.
Afro. It's okay to
You
be
want to talk
Afro
about your
Spaniard.
4C hair.
It's okay to
You
be
want to say
Afro
that the
Indigenous.
indigenous has 4C hair?
Embrace your
No. The
Afro.
Native
Embrace your
American doesn't
Afro.
have 4C
Listen,
hair.
embrace your
You have
Afro
4C
though.
So
hair.
you do
Embrace
You
you
it.
have
have
4C hair.
a Native American card?
No, because they
Wait.
gave
No,
up.
no,
They gave up their
KBD. Do you
indigenous
have an
rights
American?
when they be
Okay.
divine.
Do
They
you have
gave
your
up their
card?
indigenous rights when they
Y'all don't know
became
Try to
history.
independent.
Y'all don't know
explain.
history. It
They
shows.
forfeited
What to
their
try to
indigenous
You
rights
tried
when
to
they
stop
became
KBD,
independent.
do you have your
You
Native
tried.
American card on you?
You
Can
tried
you
to.
Oh,
please
this
show
is
us your
retarded.
card?
My tribe is not from North America. I don't have to
Okay, so
show.
why are you speaking on people that you
Exactly.
don't know about? So that means
She
if you don't have
contradicted
your card,
herself.
then
Speaking
you
on
are
You
not
all
know
indigenous
history.
indigenous
because you are
You
not
know
Americans. You're
history.
all
federally
You read the
recognized. You
you're
do
sources.
my
not have a
relatives. We're
card.
all
If
Native
you do not have
Americans.
a card, ma'am, you
Girl,
are not
I'm
indigenous to
sorry
the
you're
land.
ashamed of your
Thank
4C
you. You're
hair.
not
You
That's
are
indigenous.
what
You
they
don't have a
said. That's what the
card.
all
Europeans
Native
just said.
Americans.
You
All
don't
They
have
Native
a
said that
Americans
if
are
card,
you
gonna
do
tell
not
you the
have a
same
Kennedy.
card,
shit.
you are not. If you don't have that number or that ID,
I'm not
Nagual, can you
from
please
North.
show
I'm not from
her
the
that card
USA.
that
I
you
don't
have?
have a tribe here. I'm not
Nagual,
from the
are you there?
USA. I'm
But
not
you're
Nagual,
from the
can you show
USA.
her
I
the
Filipino.
wouldn't
card that
have
you
a
have?
Native
Fine,
American
Right, you're
fine.
from
tribe.
Africa. You're from
But
Africa,
your
not the
Fine.
social
USA,
state
right?
ID.
That's what
I'm
I'm
from the
saying. If you don't
Americas.
have
I'm
a
You're from
indigenous from the
Africa.
Americas.
no, because
You're
that
from
card will
Africa.
represent that you're
We don't
pure
have a problem
indigenous
claiming
and you had no
Africa if we
mixing
do
in
have
You
here.
was
Well,
listening
African.
where's
to me
It's
mine?
for an
you who's
hour.
you're ashamed of your
No,
4-3
you
hair.
have more
You're
African
ashamed of
than
your
I
Nagual,
4-3
it's
hair,
do.
enough,
dude.
You
bro.
have
Get
more
your channel
African
back
than
to
I
normal.
do.
Okay, we was
I'm
listening.
like
Go ahead.
90% fucking African.
No, that's you. You
30%
have
fucking white.
literally 95%
You have
Afro-European.
like
That's you.
30% fucking
That's
white.
you, girl. That's
What do
Bro,
you
you.
have?
nothing.
What
That's
do
your
you have,
DNA.
brother?
I
You
got
have
15% African. I'm
Pull it
15%.
up. You're lying.
okay. And what is the problem?
15%.
Okay, well, it's not a problem because
Okay. But
everybody
y'all
has.
are more Afro-Indigenous than I am.
I have
It's
zero
okay,
African
but
DNA.
you
You guys
relax.
are Afro
I have
Don't
indigenous.
trolling.
zero
KBD,
Indian
Afro
DNA,
do you
indigenous.
African
have the
DNA.
Right.
Indian
Stop the
census
cap.
to show that your
We're
family and
not a
you all are
monolith,
from
bro. We're not
are
homogenous
indigenous
in
to that
Yes, you
Africa
land?
are,
or in Central
Sage.
America.
You're
Hold on, let me
unintelligent. You're a
hold on,
Bro, you're
racist.
a
That's what you
Mexican.
are.
You think
Pedro, can I
You're a
Mexicans
ask
are
her a
meso
just
question?
foreign
racist.
people.
Okay.
Guys,
That's how
let
stupid
me
you
ask her a
are.
question real quick.
Okay. Hold on.
KBD,
Hold
do
on.
you have an actual
See,
paper that show your
make it
tribe
easy.
and
Divine.
your ancestors on that
Divine.
tribe with your tribal name
None of them
and
do.
your English name?
Divine.
None of them
Because
can
I'm
show
we
it.
do,
indigenous in
I do.
America.
Like
Let's
my
None of them can
ancestors,
show
I
it.
am.
we
I'm an
have our
I'm
papers
gonna
that
Eshowe. I'm
show, and it
bring
indigenous
out
They
shows
the
the
can't even
Aryan
trace
I
an
have
census.
my
indigenous
DNA. It's in my
ancestor.
blood.
With our names
Divine,
on it, it has our
divine,
names on there. It has
divine,
You
our
guys are
divine.
surnames.
bitches.
So do
Divine,
You
they
you
guys are
can't
have
even
that?
trace.
bitches.
Divine, they
So
can't
if you
trace
do not
one.
have that,
You
right? So
guys.
if you don't have
That's
that
not
paper or you do not have
that's
that
not the
card,
price.
you are not
Divine.
I
considered
have
native to
You
that
don't
land.
even
Exactly.
to
care.
tell
You're
you
not considered indigenous, ma'am. You're not indigenous.
I'm,
Now,
I
divine.
have my
If
DNA.
you
I
knew,
have
if
my
you but
blood.
you say you were speaking for all
Exactly.
native people.
Okay.
So
Yes, I
I'm saying, as
am.
a native person,
Hey,
if you have that card
the
or if you
way,
have that
the way,
paper,
Man,
then
hold
that
shut
on.
means
up with
that you
that
show
stupid
proof
shit.
that you
Because
actually
you're
have
You
fucking
don't have a
indigeneity in
ignorant.
there.
You
card.
don't want to claim your
But
Aw.
we do.
You
90%
We
don't have
have
a
that
heritage.
paper,
card.
but you don't.
She's mad.
That's all I'm saying. Like, if she said she was speaking for
Divine.
everyone, I have that paper to prove my
Well, divine.
oh gosh.
Divine.
Blah.
If
Who's
we
that?
listen to you for an hour, okay, and then somebody else come with different opinion or different point of view, and then we have
No,
to.
but the difference is,
It's
Pedro, is
okay.
you
It's okay.
respected listening
If
to
you want,
me and that woman did not. So
okay.
I am very respectful to people who are respectful to me.
I'm a
Now, when you come back up, you got to shut up and listen. You got it? All y'all just sound like a bunch of fucking children. I had to do that
See,
because I
papi.
wanted y'all to listen to yourselves and how fucking ridiculous you sound.
See, papi.
Like, there's no sense in screaming to get your point across when it actually does the reverse of what you're trying to do. That's just common fucking sense.
I got you, Nagar. My bad. But you know,
No need for apologizing. No. Y'all are fine. I love you all. It don't matter to me. I'm just saying. I just fucking. It's just ridiculous, you know. I hope that Pedro comes back. I hope that KB comes back. I really do. I was sitting here listening forever, and I'm just like, man, you know, like it was just fucking ridiculous.
my ancestors just can't tolerate disrespect,
I'm
Nagar.
gonna.
I'm sorry.
I got. Look, you've said that like 20 times.
I know.
Do you think it's gonna get any more embedded by you saying it a 40th time? I mean, it's not. What I think people should listen to is like the fact that, yeah, who cares what another person thinks? If you're confident in your position, it shouldn't matter. Period. So someone can call me whatever the fuck they want to my face. I'm not gonna care because I'm confident in who I am and my own fucking knowledge. And the truth of the matter is, every single thing that you guys were saying, I can fucking disprove because it's all based on some frivolous shit. But it doesn't matter to me. I allow you guys to say what you want. But when you just start yelling over each other, man, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's like no one can go back to 1492 and prove anything. And anything you're going to draw from is from a YT source. So it doesn't matter. The fact is, if we're indigenous people, we should be abiding by indigenous philosophy. And that is complementary. I've said this fucking 8 million times. Complementary systems of philosophy add to another's position. They don't negate it. That is the basis of indigenous practitioner. But obviously here, nobody's fucking practicing that shit. Please, anyone wants to share, by all means.
Yeah, no, I actually fully agree with what you're saying there. That's the thing about our people in Central America. We're not really colorist. You know, we don't we don't see like how you guys talk
Oh
about. We
my
don't
God.
see color. You know, our people they're light, they're dark, they're in the medium, they're in the middle. We're very family oriented. So I respect that definitely.
About them being not colorist.
You guys gotta understand what it is. What I do is I just let y'all run your fucking mouths, and then I make content off of it. And
Hey,
I'm not biased. I'll do it on anybody. I don't care.
please do and tag me. Tag me. I no, I love it. I love what you do.
But I'm glad you came back up, Ezra. Really, I appreciate you. I appreciate all your positions. Literally, I mean, I wish KB would come back up. Actually, I hope she's still listening. But to me, it's just ridiculous for people to assign any other person their interpretation of a position. It's just like, come on, that's what's been done to us. Why would we want to do that to anybody else?
Bro, yes, absolutely, and this is why I resonate with what you're saying because I strongly feel like that's what happened to us in Mesoamerica. We were outed, you know, from the northern. I'm trying to word this as best as I can. We were kind of like disassociated from our indigeneity, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to put this together. You come back to me.
Big screen. And I just
Sure,
wanna
sure.
I
Hold
wanna
on.
say this. Okay. So and I duly apologize for those indigenous people who were not included in this decision when basically all of the Mexicas made this decision to basically, go against the Spaniards, the invaders, right? You guys lost your indigenous claim to the land when y'all fought for your freedom against the Spaniards people. Like what type of tribe like that? Isn't that the reason why y'all took the name of that one tribe, the Mexica, calling the country Mexico?
But you
I'm
do
trying to.
realize that the Mayans sided with the Spanish too.
Okay, but I'm saying when y'all did that, like y'all just lost all of y'all basically like claim right there because
Hold on. Are
that's
there
your
any Mexicas on the panel?
what?
Are there any Mexicas on the panel? I'm not Mexica.
Oh, I don't know.
If there's no Mexicas on here, then
Sage, do you live in Mexico? I'm sorry, I thought you lived in Mexico.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't live in
Can you put
Mexico.
that picture?
Oh, my
Now
bad. I thought they were in Mexico. My bad. Okay.
what was that, Pedro? Oh, I'm
yeah. Can
sorry.
you put that picture? And
So
The picture you have up there?
the one I
Okay,
have.
sure.
so real quick. So this.
Oh shit.
Oh
Sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. He had that picture up for a minute.
So um, we didn't lose any culture. We still have the prayer, the song. We didn't lose any language. We still have the native language. We didn't lose anything. Okay, so the colonization is a failure. Today, it's 2025. It's a failure because for 500 years they're trying to erase not only the native language, the indigenous language, the culture, the way we dress, and the way we eat, and they was not successful. They lost. Okay, some of the tribes that you guys try to claim, if you do have tied to those tribes, and all you have to do is to show up there and then say, hey, I want you to reconnect to my culture. I want you to learn my language.
Have you
Because
done that?
you, I, I
So
born.
He didn't do it. He just sat here
no,
and
no, no,
laughed
wait.
at
No,
it.
no, I just want to add what he's saying.
That's
So
good.
Pedro,
Okay,
so on July
hear
25th
me out now. Hear me
of
out now. Hear
2025,
me, hear, hear me out now.
we did do
No, hear
that.
me
We did
out.
do that.
Hear me
So
out.
what we ended,
I understand, okay, but you hear me
yeah,
out.
we did do that. I'm just saying that we did do that, and
I,
they shunned us away, and
you
then we had to
hear me
go to
out.
lost.
You
We had to
hear me
sue
out.
them.
You just hear me out.
That's what I'm saying. Like.
Yeah,
Like
just hear me out.
they threatened to sue
If you can
us, and then
hear
what
me out.
happened was
If
they
you can
opened up the
hear me
can of
out.
worms, and then
If you hear
we
me
proved
out.
them right
You hear me
or
out.
wrong. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So the what is happening right now, okay, is not our fault that you lost your language. It's not. Your ancestor lost your language. It's not our fault. If you got slave, it's not our fault. Okay. So the decision between the native and the other people, the native never lost ever. Some of us right now, it's 2025. We are millions, not only in the Amazon, everywhere you go through the Americas. We have tribes everywhere with hundreds of language, culture, medicine, song, and every single thing that we have before, we still have it.
I know,
So
but
if
have you
you
heard of
try
the
to
Yazoo
hey,
tribe? You know the
if you
Yazoo
try
tribe are no longer here. They're
if you
completely
try to
wiped out.
if you
So
try to
they're
say
they're our people, but
we
they
do
had
have
to seek
okay,
refugee at another
hear me
tribe.
out. I'm not finished yet. So if you look the picture that I have right here, okay, is the genetic and the human being then
She
be
looks just like my
up
grandmother.
and down
So
and
she
be
looks
walking
exactly
up
like
and
my
down,
grandmother.
okay, on the burial ground. The burial ground is show that we do have waving, right? It's a straight hair. We were dark complexion. Yes, right on the equator, we got very, very dark. Okay? When they get back to Tierra del Fuego on South America, all the way to close to the South Pole, yes, they got little peels. If you go north, past Canada, to Greenland, yes, they got little peel. Your eyes, it gets smaller, not because it's Chinese, it's because the snow, the reflection of the snow, that your human being genetic act against the environment to protect ourselves. So all this situation that's happening right now, if you try to say that we wasn't here, but the burial ground was for 12 or 30,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago, we do have, still have all the drawing in Peru, the building. So if you try to introduce yourself, right, into the history, and the first thing that's gonna say, okay, do you look like the native? Do you look like the bones in structure that we found in the burial ground through the America? So if you try to share, we listen to you. We'll listen to you because that's who we are. If we show respect to you, we will respect you because that's who we are. We're native. It's a way of life. And we was not going to disrespect you. We were not going to interrupt you when you talk because we are in peace that you're a good person, try to do something good and collect the information that you want. And that we understand that. So if you don't act like a native, you're not going to convince nobody that you're a native if you don't like a human being. A human being that will respect and they will be patient with their neighbor, with their friend, with a person that is confused or have a different point of view. So if you insult somebody, and then we know that you don't have nothing because the first thing that we preserve in our culture is respect for our elders, respect and protect our kids to be able to survive.
I got something to show real quick. This is Louisa. This is the oldest skeleton or skull found
So
on this
on another
continent.
was
Um,
Amuru, you understand what I say?
I fully understand you, Pedro.
Okay, and
This
then don't. don't come up and try to
Oh my
troll.
God. Hi, American Indian. I didn't even know you were up here.
You
Not to
knew
troll
I was
our
up here.
own
I
brother.
didn't. Boo. You know, you make such a big entrance, and you have so much attention drawn to you that I thought they would have been more louder, but I didn't hear you.
Well, you missed it. You missed the whole 30 minutes. Can I
Oh
be put
my
on the big
God.
screen real quick?
I love to
Real
hear you
quick.
talk, you know.
This is this is Louisa. This is the oldest skull that was found on this continent. Okay? You can peep, right? Her negroid-esque features. You can see her small eyes. Right? Why is her eyes so small and it was hot as fuck in South America at a point in time? Okay?
Wait,
You
wait,
can see
wait.
her
American
lips.
Indian. Wait. If that's the case, how come I
Hold
have
on,
big
can you
eyes?
mute? Hey, hold on,
That's not a. It's not a.
hold on,
Oh,
hold on. No, listen, Pedro mentioned little eyes, so that's what I'm saying. Like
let's
he
say
mentioned.
hi
Hold
to
on,
him.
no, can somebody mute him?
Hold on,
Because
hold on, guys.
I did not interrupt
Yeah,
him at
just
all.
let
Let
him
him land,
present. Let him
and then
present.
I'm gonna say
Listen,
something. All right.
so he mentioned little eyes, and he said it's because of the snow reflection, and that's wrong. Listen, so yeah, this is Louisa. None of y'all there look like her. None of y'all have any type of. None of y'all resemble the 3D model that they made 5 to 10 years later of her, which is at the bottom. You peep her hair. None of y'all hair look like hers. Why would scientists say that this is how the lady would look, right? And her hair look like this, her nose look like. You know what this look like? This looked like an actual depiction of how they used to draw the American Indians back in the day. You know, on those maps, you know, the cartographer maps, the people that never been to this continent, y'all keep saying. But I can see that this picture right here, that she resembles those pictures. Okay. Another thing, y'all keep mentioning these people that never been here, right? But they keep making these depictions off of descriptions from these explorers. We're reading the same descriptions that these people are depicting this art on. And y'all sitting here trying to say all this, that, and the third, trying to make things fit y'all narrative. Another thing with straight hair.
Okay. So
Can I interject again? I just want to know, why do we think that dark skinned indigenous people who had curly hair didn't know how to straighten their hair? Like,
So hold on,
they knew
real
how to
quick.
naturally straighten their hair. Like,
Hold on.
that's because their hair was curly. Doesn't mean that when they had coarse hair, they didn't know how to straighten it. Like, we practice that all the time
Exactly.
Divine,
without.
how was that practice?
Hold on,
Could you tell us, please?
be quiet. Hold on. So why would someone with already perfectly pin straight hair, y'all keep saying, there is fact, right, that the southeastern tribes, people y'all don't descend from, okay, have, and I have to specify that because y'all keep trying to impede and try to encroach on our land, on our southeastern land, like these colonizers do, y'all Mesoamerican people. But listen, so why would these people and these explorers describe these people straightening their hair with hot rocks and bear grease? Why would people with pin straight hair, like that picture Pedro got up, right? Why would someone like that need to straighten their hair? This is why right here. I uploaded several descriptions of how the Europeans described these indigenous people here in the Southeast, specifically also in the Caribbean as well, to a T. I uploaded to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT made this diagram for all y'all that can't actually read and put things into your mind, okay, like I can. Okay, so straight means stretched out in old English. Okay, we're not talking about modern English. We're talking about old English. You have to look up what it straight meant back at that point in time when they described these people's hair. Y'all didn't. Y'all just read it and y'all think it's white people hair. Okay, and it's not straight like white people hair, because if it was straight like white people's hair, they would compare it to their own, and they've never compared the indigenous people hair to their own. Okay, another thing, it means Old English Streccan. You see that? Streccan. Go ahead, Sage. Look that up. I know you like to do some research. I need you to do a little bit more. Okay. So it says coarse, thick, sturdy, rough horsehair. Okay. This is how the people hair look, just like Divine's hair. Divine hair look just like how these people describe their hair. Why don't your hair
Yeah,
look like that?
I don't keep up with my hair, but when I do my hair and actually naturally straighten it out, it's wavy.
Right.
If I keep it plaited up and I put the grease on it, it's shiny, it's braided up, and it's people think I have straight hair. But
Right.
when I don't do anything to it, it will shrivel up like a woolly part, but it's always been type 3 hair.
But
I don't know
our
any Black American that have type 4 hair. A lot of us have type 3 hair. It's
you
like
do.
maybe like it's like maybe like 10% of the Black population have like African 4C like hair. All of us have very wavy to like loosely curly, like Shirley Temple curls. We just don't
So
wear it. We don't show y'all, but we have that.
so we always stretched our hair out. We never just wore it shriveled up. It was a common thing we always did. So I don't know what y'all used to do over there, and that's why I don't speak on Mesoamericans. Y'all should not speak on us, the people that descend from these southeastern tribes. We are two different types of people. We don't look alike. We never did. Okay? And what they're doing is that y'all are trying to lump one phenotype of Indian over here, and it won't work. Okay, we're the descendants of the American Indians, and we're letting y'all Mesoamericans know, right, that it won't work ever. And
What is the
y'all
what is
lucky
the
we ain't face to face, cause a motherfucker
what
would
is
have
the
been got
tribe?
slapped.
What is the
Okay,
tribe? What is the tribe that they recognize you?
Exactly.
sir,
Good question, Pedro.
Pedro.
Excellent question.
Hold up, so shut up, because none of the people that sitting there speaking against us
Well,
have
they
no
don't listen
tie.
to you.
So I know what tribes I come from. None of them know. None of them.
Oh,
And I'm
they
talking
don't
about
know.
Okay,
Sage
so
and
what tribe do you
Pedro.
come
Them?
from?
I'm talking about Sage and Pedro. They don't know what tribes they come from. They can't even
No.
find. They can't
So
even find an indigenous ancestor. I bet they can't find one.
I got my
But I can.
genealogy
I
right
can
here.
find you five on my family tree.
Here is my hair when I don't like when I stretch it out without using any heat.
I'm gonna show y'all five
Combs
Indians on my
and
family tree.
like
Hold
I
up.
don't all I have to do is like literally comb it out like a blowout. I'll comb it out and then I will lay down grease at the very top to slick the edges down and then I will braid it up.
All right,
Oh god, my hair is like
So
that
the
too. That doesn't prove nothing.
Soul. Uh, could you introduce yourself? Let people know your age, whereabouts you're from, ethnicity, that type of
yeah.
thing.
So you're Ethiopian, girl. You don't count.
Amadou Khan.
Yeah, like Ethiopians
Don't
literally
excuse
have the
you.
same hair texture as a Black American. They do because
No.
you guys are
We all
also
have different types of hair.
you come from. You have East Asian hair or
Oh
West
my
Asian
God.
No,
hair.
we
Okay,
don't.
everyone
Yes,
No,
mute
we
up.
don't.
Mute
The
up.
West,
Mute up.
No,
the
we don't.
the
Mute up.
the
Show me that
Mute
those are
up.
Indian, Sage. Show me that it
Mute
says
up,
that they're
or
Indians.
I'm gonna drop this whole fucking panel. I can't believe y'all are like fucking Jesus Christ. Like y'all are trying to substantiate ethnicity 10,000 years ago with hair. Trying to pull out some Louisa out your ass. No one has any of you verified testing methodologies? No, you haven't, because I have. If you were at all responsible, so-called interested scholars, that would have been the first fucking thing you'd have done. But you haven't. None of those testing methodologies substantiate themselves. They're all inconclusive and contradict each other. The fact that you're trying to substantiate an ethnicity off a hairstyle is fucking ridiculous.
I was just explaining how like Black people
I
can have
understand
like
what you were
straight
trying to
hair and not
explain.
have to like straighten it with a hot comb or
Does
like an ironer.
look who you're talking to. I'm very fucking aware of this shit. I've been doing 20 fucking years, But like, it's just funny, like sitting here watching you cats. Like, one pulls up an old mummy they claimed 300,000 years ago. That's inconclusive. You can't prove that. None of you can prove that. You can't prove Lucia was 300,000 years. None of you can prove that either. And I could.
I never
said.
that. I never said Louisa was
Amadou Khan.
300,000.
You are insecure, which is why you're responding, because you're in defense of your position, which is inconclusive. I can prove that. I can prove every single thing that you guys are saying absolutely fucking inconclusive.
Listen,
Can
no,
you guys just
Nagar.
look at yourselves though and just think about what you're trying to use to substantiate a position? And if you verified the fucking material, None
Nagal,
of you can. That
I
DNA, none of
never
that shit
specified.
works.
Nagal, I never specified Louisa was over
I'm not
300.
talking
I've
about
never
you,
said that.
Amadou Khan. You
Okay,
claim
I'm
that it is
saying
the oldest person found on this continent.
it is. It
You
is.
you can't prove it.
What's older than that? Can you prove that?
Jesus Christ. Are you not listening to me, Amadou Khan? You cannot verify testing methodology. I've already done this work.
So is it not the oldest skull
Oh my
found here?
God. Oh my God. Are you fucking serious, man? Are you so hell bent on proving that you're the first, which is
I'm just
nothing but
asking
YT
you a
philosophy?
question.
Amadou Khan, you want to know what you're doing and everyone else on this fucking panel is doing? You're trying to prove who's the fucking original, and none of you can do it. Period. I don't care if you're from fucking Africa or goddamn South America. I don't care. Alaska. You're full of shit.
Nagal, I'm not trying to prove that. I was
Oh my
attacked first
God,
by
bro.
those
Amadou
individuals. So
Khan,
yes, I'm gonna come back.
you just tried to claim that Lucia was the oldest found on the planet.
I didn't say the
Am I
planet. I
hearing
said
things wrong?
I hold on. You're
Am I hearing things
misconstruing what I
wrong?
yes, you are, because
Oh
you're
my God.
misconstruing what I said. I said on this continent. I didn't say the planet, sir.
Look it on the continent, whatever. It doesn't matter what. Jesus Christ, man.
You have to this is semantics. You have to use exactly what I said. Don't misconstrue what I said.
It's the philosophy of trying to be the oldest that I'm trying to put. You don't get that.
I
It's
didn't
trying to
say
be first. It's trying to be
he
aboriginal
pulled up.
first,
I'm sorry,
original.
he pulled
Whatever
up
you try to
something
claim,
first.
nobody can fucking claim it.
He
That's the
pulled up
fucking
a
problem. Is
Nagal.
that we're trying to use
All I
YT constructs of philosophy to substantiate our positions, and that is the eugenic practitioner.
He's
No one
trying to
sees that
help
shit.
you.
No one sees that you're arguing over the same fucking points. No one sees this.
He's trying to help you, Marie.
I've been saw it, but they kept going, so I just kept going. So I
But
mean,
how does that help though? Does it
it
help
don't.
anything? No.
So this is
It
my
don't.
hair straight black and
It don't
coarse.
help when they yell. I mean, not yelling, but trying to tell us
This
where
is
we
my
from.
straight black and coarse hair. I just want everybody to see it. I think I like my hair. It's cute. I'm really cute in this picture. And I have amber eyes. I have the eyes of the sun, like the children of the
Oh
sun, because
my
it's
God.
dark brown and low light. And
My
then when I get in
lord.
the sun, it literally shines amber. Y'all see that amber colored eyes? It's so cute. I am so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
I needed to laugh. I'll tell you that. But
Okay.
I just want to ask you people, like seriously, before you go into any type of these claims, go verify your shit. Go. I don't say like go verify. Don't prove your point. Refute your point. That is the purpose of research. You got to refute it till you can't refute it, and then it becomes substantiated. But either way, you have to verify all the history of the so-called fields of study that you're using to assert your positions.
I don't
And
think
when you go
anyone can.
back to
I
every
don't.
single one, you're gonna find some old YT racist dude from fucking Europe, and that's the facts.
You're absolutely right on that note. However, I don't think anyone can refute Louisa because that is the oldest skull
Okay.
found on
No,
this
no,
continent.
you don't get the concept. He's trying to help you. Let me tell you what happened today. Okay. This is 2025. And be a legal track for kids like you. Okay. With the mental illness law and the immigration law right now. Okay. Today, you will be stopped by ICE just because
I will
you
not be stopped by ICE.
yes.
Pedro, I don't want to
What
bring
is
in ICE into this
happening? The
position.
law. Let me put it this way. The law today that's already passed. They can deport citizens. At the same time, you are not going to be served with the trial.
They cannot deport me. My blood is tied to this land.
Let me tell you why. Then we'll go to the law that's been made already. Okay.
My blood is
That
tied to
means
this land through their own
no.
documents.
Well,
That's what I'm
You
I'm
telling
gonna
you.
stop you there. I'm not gonna get
they
deported. I'm gonna tell
will
you why, because
right
my
now.
my
It's
dad works
already
for
happened.
Homeland Security, so
Okay,
that's not
it's
gonna
already
slide.
happening.
So,
It's already
but if
happened
they
already.
deported me,
Was two
what would happen
persons.
is my dad will like literally just come get me
It was
out because he
two
probably knows all of the
right now.
ICE members because he
Right
works for
now.
Homeland
What the hell?
Security. So
Right
yeah.
now. It's two people. Okay, they claim to be indigenous. and there was a police, right? They got pulled over and they got in jail
And they
and
got
they got
released.
charged.
And they
They
got
got
released.
charged. What does that mean?
They did
They're
not get
not gonna do
charged.
any
I
good
know. I
job.
heard that story. They did not get
So no,
charged.
not it's not a story. It's something happened.
Have y'all
I
ever
Okay,
got
know. Is
wait,
it
wait,
the
not?
wait. Has
law,
wait, has
the
anybody
Oh my
on
law,
here
God,
ever got
guys, let him
arrested
finish.
before?
the law. They
Can I
already
wait, can I
passed.
tell my story of when I got arrested? It was
Okay,
so
but
funny. So
Wait,
when
can
I
he
got
the
finish the
law
arrested,
they
story
right?
first?
passed
Can he
is
Okay.
finish
they
first?
can deport people to Africa today.
Okay,
Safe.
they'll probably send you to Africa. They're not
And
sending you.
Oh my God,
why?
America.
Just because the way you look. They probably can
Right,
send you
because of
to
you.
Egypt.
Because you look just like an
I
Why?
don't
African.
know no Africans
No,
that look like
because if
this
you're
on this
not
That's what I'm
picture.
white,
saying.
the way the
Unless it's East or
law
something.
is, if you're not white, you're not from here.
Well, if they ship
So
me to
where you
Ethiopia,
was
I'll be
trying to talk
fine.
about eyes, right? It's not
You
you
don't want to
going
go to
I'll have a good old
Ethiopia.
time
to
with
brown people.
Ethiopia.
No,
Oh,
you won't.
American,
No,
my
you will
guy.
not.
Don't
You don't want to go there.
I'll go to Eritrea.
American,
Therefore,
American,
All I gotta
the
do is tell
American.
them,
Don't
look,
don't don't fuck around today about my country. I'm on
if you
defending
look,
that
let
country.
me go to
if
Ethiopia.
you tell
You
if
don't
you
want to go
tell the
there.
police, if you tell the police,
Oh, you gonna
you're
be there? Hell
American,
no.
we have to
I'll go to
take you there.
Eritrea. I'll go to
They're gonna
Eritrea.
take all the
No,
delusion out of
I'll
you.
just tell Bob to fly me out to
if you
Eritrea.
tell the
So I ain't gotta
police
go out there.
today, you get pulled over, right? And you tell the
I'll
police,
blend right on in.
you will get arrested. So you can laugh, but you will be arrested. So before,
That just sounds like some really prejudiced stuff. Like for
no, oh, look at it. Google it today. It's
Wait,
2025.
American,
It's already been
American
passed.
Indian,
So
American
you
Indian. Listen.
you have to learn from your environment. You have to learn that Nawal was trying to help you. Telling you, hey, look, if you cannot prove, you cannot hold that in court. If you tell the police that you're indigenous, right? He's recording you, and you do not come up with the travel ID. Guess
sir,
what's
you
gonna
don't need that. You don't
guess
need
what's
to,
gonna happen?
sir. It
Guess
has
what's
happened
going to
several
happen?
times in my family. This is what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell you.
well,
Amadou Khan.
I really wanted to tell
Hold
y'all the
on.
story when I got
Listen,
arrested. It was
Amadou
so
my
Khan.
people,
funny.
my
Amadou
people have
Khan.
been, let me
Amadou
finish.
Khan.
Hold on, Pedro. Listen, my people have been enslaved several times. And guess
doesn't
what?
matter. We're
All
talking
they
about
had
Amadou
to
Khan.
do, all they
25.
Amadou
had
Khan.
to do was to get free was to show my
And
ancestors paperwork that
and not gonna help
she
you.
was a free Indian. That's all
Amadou
they had to
Khan.
show. Yes, it will help me. Like,
Amadou Khan. Look at my screen. It says Homo sapiens sapien found South America 28 million years old. You're wrong. Okay. Now, when it comes to this government wanting to do whatever they want to do, they will and they can do whatever they want to do at any time they want to do it. It doesn't matter who you think you are. It does not matter. That's a fact. Now you got proven
I
wrong on one, and I'm going to prove you wrong on the other
American
one.
is gonna try his hardest to
wait,
debunk that.
what is the other one?
The other what?
You said you proved me wrong on one. What is the? You said
Unless
I'm
I
gonna prove you
mean,
on
My
on the
boy,
unless
other
you
my
one.
got
boy
a
Joseph,
unless you got people in ICE that you know,
my boy,
yeah.
my boy
So I
Joseph
got people in ICE
Elias,
that I know.
my
So
boy who's Joseph Elias, he got deported 2 months ago, and he's a United States Marine, just like me. Now, if they can do that to a United States Marine, do you think they care about any of you? No.
They're not gonna do that
Exactly.
to me.
Look, you can
It's
say that all
because
you
you're
want,
proud
and that's
lady.
great. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but what you said before.
And I'm
My
sorry
point
that
was,
happened to your
my point
friend.
was, what you said before was wrong. It was inconclusive. I've just proven you wrong. So what I'm saying
Okay.
is, the possibility for what you're saying right now could also be inconclusive. How about that?
Okay, but what I would need y'all to show me, okay, next time, show me a 100% black American that can trace every lineage back to this soil that's been deported. Not
Okay,
one African. If you
that
can
means you
show me that,
idol.
then I'll probably believe you. But I guarantee you won't
Psychologically,
show. You can't show
okay,
me nothing.
Bob, you back?
psychologically, you on the idol. Okay, so
Wow. No, Pedro.
that means if somebody is listening to your what you talking, right?
Where was he from? You said he was deported, Nagal.
Adult,
Where was your friend from?
Let me put it this
He's a
way.
United States Marine. He's from Oregon.
And I'm talking about where is his people from? Where did he get deported to?
Doesn't
He got
matter.
deported to the.
That means that if they can do it
Hold
to
on, where
some,
did he get deported?
He got deported.
they'll do it to you in a heartbeat.
To where? To where?
He got deported to a detention center in San Diego.
That's not deported. He just
Look,
got imprisoned.
Oh,
look, man, Jesus
the
Christ. My
detention
point
center.
is,
It's
if they
the
could
same
detain him
shit.
for a week, he's a United States Marine. You, you're not getting it, man.
No,
But
you
he's
said
Bud, are you there,
deported.
bro?
This is semantics, Nagal. You have to be literally. You have
now,
to be politically correct. You said
okay, you
deported.
never talked to our psychology, brother.
You
You
said
never talked,
deported, Nagal. You said deported. So that's why I was like
brother.
deported, and then
Yes,
you
I'm
said
sorry, I
San
misspoke. He
Diego.
got
Help
detained.
you.
He did get deported. He
Okay.
got kidnapped. All right, that's my point. He got
So he
kidnapped
got
from his family.
detained. He got detained, not deported.
Oh, brother, you so far out that you don't
There
even
is
know
a huge
where
difference between deporting
the
and detention. So I'm trying to figure out what is Nagal talking about, or is he just trying to word things to fit his narrative? That's all I'm trying to
You
figure
know
out.
what he's trying to say, American Indian. Stop it.
No, he said deported first. We were talking about deportation, not being detained. We were talking about
no,
deportation, and then he brought up his friend being deported. So that's why I'm like, and then he switched it up to detention, and then he said San
okay. What
Diego.
he's
That's why I'm
trying
like,
to
that's not
say is,
deported. San Diego is in California.
okay, put it this way. We put you in an elevator with Pia, right?
Nagar.
Of somebody from
Okay,
my
so he was the
we
okay.
put
That's what I'm saying.
you in an
I
elevator. Put
can
it
be
this way.
not Nagar. I can be
Put it this
detained.
way.
That's fine,
You
but I would be
put
released
yourself in an
most
elevator,
likely.
right?
Oh
You
shoot.
put yourself in an elevator
You get what I'm saying,
with that
Nagar?
person, right?
I'm saying I'm aware I could be detained, but I can't be deported. You get
Okay.
what I'm saying?
So you're in risk. You
Yeah,
are in
we already
risk.
know the procedures
So
of
what
being
you
detained.
do is
They already trained us on the
learn.
procedures of being detained.
Right.
That's all
Learn.
we've been doing that. But I'm saying like Black Americans have been detained so
Thank
many
you.
times that it's a regular thing. Like
Thank
you
you.
guys, it's new to
So
y'all
you know the
because
law
Yeah.
y'all,
now.
yeah.
You
Brand
But
new
know
I'm
to
the
them.
law.
Brand
but
new.
I'm yeah. But I'm just saying like when
So you
people
want
get detained, it's not as bad as what you think
okay.
it
So
is. But like I mean, as far as like I couldn't speak as far as like ICE goes, but I'm saying like when you are in the middle of chaos, you are there you're supposed to be trained to do certain things. For instance, if you get in a hostage situation, right? And the person that's has everybody in hostage and he releases him though, right? The first thing that you do not do is go running out there without holding your hands up or at least like kneeling on the ground, because the first thing that a police officer is going to do is they're going to pew pew you because they don't know who you are. They're going to make sure that if they catch people running, they're going to think you're automatically the whole, like you're the
you don't
like
have you don't
the kidnapper. So what you have to do is, and this is in any situation, one, you have to tell the police officers that you are not armed. Then you have to put your hands up so that they can see them. As well as if you're going to reach for something, you have to let them know that you're reaching for something. If you're walking out with a crowd of people, you're supposed to walk slow with your hands in the back of your head. These are processes that Black Americans have been going through since the beginning of time. So when y'all tell these tales about being detained as if this is like some children's scary story,
no
that
no no
it really doesn't phase us because
no.
we've been
What
through
he's
that.
trying to help you. He's trying to help you guys. And
Who?
then the
Who tried to help
conflict
me?
is that you trying to say something that you cannot prove, right? But what about the law that is 2025 today? Do you have knowledge of the law that being passed that they can deport a citizen?
Yes, yes. We know the
Okay.
laws
Do
of
you
them
know the
deporting
law
citizens.
that's
Yes.
already passed
Yes. And if you
hold
are
on,
if
hold
you're a
on.
true citizen, then
What
you would
hold
know
on.
this
Listen,
untold way of
listen.
handling
Do
that
you know the
situation. You will
law
automatically know how to
of
handle that.
domestic terrorists? The domestic terrorist. Do you know what a domestic terrorist law is? Is when somebody, okay, is have not stability in the mental health. when they're not stable, and they can do harm to other people because they having problem to understand their identity. Okay, so there's some of them that are in America and they have the idea they're going to protect somebody from other country and do harm, fall under the mental illness. So what happened when you go into something that you cannot legally prove? They're going to tell you that you are not mental stable. Okay, mental illness. Why? Because you can do harm, you can provoke people, insult people, abuse verbally somebody, right? And that means you're not stable. They can legally put you in a place because you creating a hostile environment.
And
So explain
so
me
what I'm trying to get you
something.
to understand that this has
I
happened to
understand,
us.
but you
But I'm
just
saying this
learn.
already happened to us
You try
before. So I'm
what he was
like
trying to say is you was trying to
this
talk to
has
me.
happened to me, sir. Like I've
Okay,
already
okay,
I've
okay.
been
But
around cops
let
where
me
they
explain
use the
you how.
excuse of mental
Let me
stability. I've
explain to
already went
you
through that
how
process.
I was trying to do.
Is this a
Now,
procedure that you go through when you talk to them?
okay,
Right?
no.
There are certain procedures that you have to do.
So
Look, I'm
learn
just
from the law for
I know
today.
the law. What are you talking about?
Mhm. And then
I
if you
know the
try to
laws.
explain something for 300 years ago or 500 years ago, that you cannot legally prove,
I can
you're
legally prove it.
unstable.
So I don't
You can
understand
legally
what you're
prove and
saying.
learn it's from your environment today because you're in risk.
What?
You are in risk. People, they're in risk when they're mental unstable.
Right.
He
So
talking for himself. He's speaking for
No,
himself.
no, no, I'm not. I'm not talking about myself. Just learn about today, the
I
law that's being passed already.
yeah, we know about the laws that have been passed. We already
So
understand this. I'm just saying the laws that have been passed, you're neglecting the fact that Black Americans, these laws that have been passed has already been like done to Black Americans
doesn't
before they were
matter.
passed.
Doesn't matter. If
Yes,
you
it
are in the wrong
oh
place,
gosh.
if you're on the wrong
Can't
place,
argue with
and you
somebody
tell
like him. Just let
somebody
him
Yeah, he's
talk.
not
you are native,
understanding that
if you
profiling
tell
has
somebody
been
you are
going on since the
native,
beginning of time.
Just let
Our
him
native
talk.
ancestors have been
today,
teaching us about profiling and what to do in a
no,
situation.
today, if you tell somebody, right, it can be an undercover cop. It's an
That's
undercover.
not true,
And you tell
Sage.
them,
I looked it
I'm a
up.
native of
Not
America, I'm a
the
tribe,
Naya one
and you cannot
is
legal
actually
prove
older
that.
So
than
you
the
Yeah,
want to know?
Isa.
You know
yeah.
the funny thing, like, so there was a story that
I'm gonna
happened,
show you.
right?
Hold on.
Where there was a group of freedmen that went around telling people that they were indigenous, and a bunch of Native Americans came to them and said that, like, you're going to be sued if you go around telling people that. And so they said, okay, well, we're going to keep saying that we are Native American. Well, what ended up happening is they went to their chief of that department or whatever, the headquarters of whatever they were, and they reported on these certain freedmen's that withheld their documentations. They were like, "We're not giving you. We can say whatever we want, right? We are indigenous, right?" And so the chiefs of that native tribe went to them and said, "Well, we're going to sue you." So they tried to sue them and they lost because the can of worm was open and they actually proved that Black Americans were indigenous to the land. So now when Black people go around saying that they're indigenous, what's happening now in certain tribes in North America, if they go to their chief, the chief is going to say, we're not going to get involved with that because we don't want another lawsuit and we don't want to lose.
Okay, you know what is the freedom of speech? The law that they just passed, freedom of speech.
That did happen. It did happen. And they won in July 25th. It was right before my brother's birthday that the Freeman won that case.
Yeah, they did win. I heard about that.
Yeah. And
And
so
they
and
were doing it for like 40
Agreement.
years, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
an agreement.
And it's to
The
the point
different,
now
yeah.
where the Choctaw and the
No, no, no.
Chickasaws are
It's
now trying
agreement.
to be open for anyone that are indigenous American, that are black, if they have any sense of feeling as if they have family members that are Choctaw, Chickasaw, or any of that, you are welcome to go to them and work on getting your getting your proof and getting your card. This is a very open space. This has just been
Yes.
passed. It's just been open. So when Black Americans are coming to other people and they're saying, hey, look, like, we wouldn't openly just go out saying we're indigenous if we didn't have papers to prove it. So I don't see anybody that's confidently out here just saying stuff like that if they don't have words to back it up. You know what I'm saying? So I understand, Pedro, what you're saying,
Do
but
you know the free men, they're tribal members?
I'm sorry?
The free men, they're tribal members.
The Freemans are travel members?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So it's completely different. Anybody can go and say that they're indigenous. They have to go to the tribe and get it recognized or get documentation.
Yeah, they proved that with the $5 Indians. Did you know that there were actually thousands of unclaimed tribes out here that are actually white tea people pretending to be indigenous people? And they're recruiting other people to come to their like trailer park and telling them that they are Choctaw or Chickasaw. And this is an actual thing that's going on.
Yeah.
There are
A lot
no
of
Black
people.
Americans that are doing that, but there are a
Yes,
lot
they
of
are.
white tea people that are being going around telling people that they are Choctaw Indian,
That the
and then
Yamasee tribe.
and they're making people sign up and pay for certain type of
That's what
things and all of this. This has been going on for like decades.
Yeah, and it's done. It's
Yeah.
in Canada. There's already a law that
Yeah, so I
already
don't
got
think
the
anybody
chief.
have anything to fear when it comes to Black
Chief
Americans. You
of a
should be
tribe.
really worried about are
It's
the
right here.
Europeans who are going
There's
around
a
saying
black
that they
man claiming
are
Yamasee. There's a
indigenous.
black man claiming Yamasee, and he's fake.
He is not fake. Are you?
Yes,
You're
he is.
motherfucking disrespectful.
Yeah.
You're
Fake ass
disrespectful.
Why did
You
you come
are
over here Choctaw with
disrespectful as
that?
right. You are
Yamasees are a street
disrespectful
tribe.
as motherfucker.
Yamasees got defeated. The Yamasees got defeated.
No, they did not.
So yes, they
You're a
did.
hater.
They
Are you a
mention it.
hater?
Oh, no,
You're a
no.
hater.
Language is extinct.
You're a hater. You're a
Okay.
hater.
The language is nowhere
Okay.
around.
So now we can listen to him now.
The chief still speaks
Can we
Hichiti.
listen
Are you
to him?
That's not
stupid?
no right. That's not
Can we
language.
listen to
Yes,
him
it
now?
is.
Gibberish.
Hichi-
That's
Oh my
gibberish.
god.
Let's take
I can
turns.
show you that
Nagal,
Yamasee
Nagal.
language is extinct. Y'all claim
We
these tribes that's been extinct.
we understand that the tribes are a few of the civilized tribes have come out and been open enough to say that they accept the Black Americans who
Yeah,
want to
they're
identify
African.
as
They're the
indigenous.
African people. See, that's
So
the fake one right here.
if he has his
Okay.
papers, who
But
are
the
you to
fake,
tell him he
yeah.
cannot, if he's a
We're,
wannabe or not?
Yeah,
we're gonna
we had
listen
the
to
Africans
him.
with us. This
We,
is the real
we,
deal.
But
That's
I'm
the fake
saying
one.
if Choctaw and
okay,
Yamasee and all of them are saying, hey,
listen
look,
to
we're
him.
open for you to come, who are you to say if they're fake, if they're
You
already
got
saying
that
Black
from
Americans that
Facebook.
they can come?
Let's,
They're
You got
fake.
that from
They're
Facebook.
fake.
You got
Fake
that from
eagle feathers,
okay,
Facebook.
fake
we're
leather
gonna
shirts,
listen.
random
You
beads. Come on, now
Okay,
ain't nothing real about this dude.
Mississippian
Nothing.
band of
okay,
Choctaw.
now
Nothing.
I'm
let's
Even
screenshotting this because I'm screenshotting
even
because
the
y'all are weird. Y'all
eagle
in the
feathers are
group
not
saying
real.
that.
That
I'm
dude cannot
sending
get
this.
real eagle
I'm
feathers.
no,
sending this to
listen.
y'all Choctaw band.
Y'all
I'm
can't
sending
go
this
to
to the
y'all
real
go
one in
back then.
Oklahoma.
Y'all go
I'm
to
sending
James
this to the
Patterson.
real band in Oklahoma so they can have that page dismantled. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you're
Y'all
showing the
are
fake
wrong.
one. That's the real. That's
No,
real ones
I'm
or
gonna
fake
send
ones.
them that page so they
Not a
can
fake
have it
one.
dismantled.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
my
I'm gonna
Okay.
do.
page. Yes.
So
So,
what is that? It
so
was.
So again, it really doesn't
I was
matter
not
what you
able to.
guy
I was
say.
not.
If
that's
the
his.
Yeah,
That's
tribes
Freeman's
his.
an African
are
though.
open now to Black Americans coming in and they have their papers to prove it, there's really nothing much you
Period.
can say.
There's
At the
nothing
end of the
in it.
day,
Yep,
it
and
is
I'll
what
be
it
going right
is.
to the
Once they go
There's
back,
really
Choctaws. I'll
nothing
be going
else.
right to the
It is what
Choctaws,
it
and
is.
I'm gonna tell them everything about this motherfucker down there.
but
That's
they
what I'm
go
gonna
back
do.
to
Okay,
Africans
okay.
though.
But
Freedmen's are
I didn't
Africans.
see
Everybody knows a
what it
freedman's
say.
an African.
Can I be put on
African
the big screen?
American.
I got something to show. Cause this
Well,
man don't even know indigenous languages.
let
Yeah,
him.
freedmen. Yeah,
Let's
freedmen
Can I
are
be put on the big
listen
screen?
to him
African
for like
descent.
a second,
You
brother.
don't know indigenous languages. It's
Okay,
crazy.
listen to him. He just
Can
got here.
No,
anybody tell me
no.
where I can find
Oh.
Nagwal? Do you know where I can find the
Okay,
Southern
can we
Ute
listen to?
tribe because they misclassified my family and I need
Can
them to
we?
correct it.
Can we
N-
listen to him
Nagal, can I
for
be put on
five
the big
minutes?
screen?
Can we listen to him for 5 minutes? Go ahead, Chata.
Yeah, like I say, if you part of this nations, or you know what I'm saying, there's over 500 federally recognized. We all got a language. We all got culture.
So
That's something they can't show.
Choctaw, will you be able to help
Okay,
me
just listen
get
to
the
him.
Southern Ute to
Just listen
change
to
our names
Charlie.
from Southern Ute
Listen.
to Choctaw? Do you
Come
know
on.
anything about that?
Come on. We're gonna listen now.
No, I'm just asking because I really because his name is Choctaw, so I'm wondering if he's part of
Okay,
the
it's
Choctaw
okay.
tribe.
It's okay. Let's let him let his
Yeah, she was
plan.
talking about freedmen's. Yeah, that we was we made the
Muscovian
freedmen's.
language
We made the
spoken
freedmen's
by
part
the
of our nation in like
Hey, hold
Hittite
on, hold on, hold on.
1866.
people.
Chop talk.
1867.
By the
We had the
Hittite
freedmen's with us.
people.
Choctaw, they
So
Okay,
reclassified my family
hold
to Southern
on.
Ute. We are not Southern Ute.
Just
I need you to
listen
help
for
me
5 minutes.
get reclassified
Hittite
to
people
Choctaw.
were
Come
Can you help
in
on.
me with
the
that?
southeastern
Yeah,
Listen for
USA,
5 minutes.
primarily what is now Georgia or Florida.
Okay. You
well,
Amaru.
I was saying like the
We
freedmen's. That
already
was a
listened
bad
to
deal
So
they
I
you.
don't
got.
know
Like I
what he's
said,
talking about,
You
saying that they
listen to
don't,
me.
saying Hittite
Oh,
is
now we're gonna
gibberish.
listen
It's,
to
it's
him,
not.
okay? Let's
Hittite is
take
not
turns.
I know
gibberish.
Nagwal is like
It's an
so disappointed at us.
Let's
Like,
take turns. Come on.
now I'm saying the freedmen's was like the Choctaws. I can't talk about the other tribes, but
I'm
Choctaws we
not a
did have.
freeman. No, we were
We
on the
have well,
regular
I didn't say you
one.
was. I said we had freedmen's with us.
Oh yeah. But like, what do you do? Like, do y'all have people like have been reclassified? Like you had someone that was clearly like a Chickasaw, and then like they put something else on their name on the Indian rolls or the doll
Well,
rolls,
no,
and it was the complete opposite of what they were.
he could have been one tribe, or he could have been like you say, he was mixed with two different tribes. You only
Yeah,
could
but see,
choose
I
one
don't
tribe.
understand that. Ain't nobody said nothing about no Southern Oots. I don't know why it's saying Southern Oot. I think that's a mistake.
Because some people could be Chickasaw and Choctaw, but you can't go into both nations. You got to decide
Yeah,
what
no,
nation you
I'm
want to
just
go
saying
into.
like none of that is on the names of my ancestors' papers. It just says Southern Oot, but I don't know anything about Southern Oot because all I've been told is that we were Choctaw.
Yeah, like I
And
say, the culture.
I actually have another question for you, Choctaw.
Okay, hold
Since we talking
on,
about the Choctaw people real quick.
brother. Hold on, Jesse. He's talking. Come on, brother. Chop top.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying the freedmen's. Yeah, that one they got a bad deal because a lot of Europeans had married into Choctaw women, so the kids come out, looking more YT. So they went to the white man schools and learned about slavery, but they had a Choctaw mother, like Greenwood LaFleur, these Folsons, and all these other chiefs. They became chiefs. Some of these became chiefs
So
because
can I
they.
ask a question? My Choctaw daddy, so my 4th great grandfather, he was on there, and that man had 2 wives. Why he had 2 wives on there? It said
Well, 'cause
wife number 1 and wife number 2. Why did it say that?
yeah, I mean, we didn't follow Christianity. Christianity says just one man, one woman.
So
But
you telling me my 4th great granddaddy had 2 wives?
yeah, it was
That's
common
crazy.
between native culture.
Child, I looked at that. I was like, which one is my mama? Is it Daisy?
Choctaw, real quick. Is this a county where the Choctaw people were, or at least some of them?
Where at? Here in Oklahoma or Mississippi?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that's where we're from, Kahoma. That's Tunica.
Yeah, I think there's nine counties that we stake claim to, or where our reservation sits on.
Is that one of them right there?
It might be because I know Nescobo is. I know Philadelphia.
What does that say? Kahoma?
Kahoma is Tunica County. It's Tunica, Mississippi.
That's the tribe? I don't know.
Well, Tunica used to be a tribe, but Kahoma is where Tunica really is.
So
look at
that
the
would
word.
be what tribe though?
Tunica. But they're not here anymore. They're gone. So mainly I think maybe Choctaw or Chickasaw, one of those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We absorbed some of these tribes that got
Yeah.
through diseases and warfare. Like some of the Yamasee came to us. Like I said, Yamasee got beat up by Great Britain though.
No,
What are you
During the
saying?
what?
Yes,
No, we
Yamasee
didn't.
Wars. Yes, because we
Stop
was helping
spreading,
Yamasee.
stop spreading false
We
lies.
helped
We
the
did not
Yamasee
get
people
beat by no
fight.
Britain.
Yes.
We did not get no beat.
Yeah, during the Yamasee Wars, yes.
Sir, just stick to your
We
Choctaw
helped
people, okay?
we helped the Yamasee.
Stick to your Choctaw
Or
people. We did
you don't represent your people. They
stick.
said that it's your people. You do not represent them. They did not collect
Who?
you. They did
Pedro,
not
shut the
claim you
Pedro. Now, God, if I go off on him and he's interrupting me while I'm talking to him, I'm
because you
telling
try
him
to represent the people that you don't represent.
I'm representing my people who are the Yamasi. You're
No,
representing
you
people
just
that don't.
represent
You're,
yourself.
Pedro, shut the fuck up because you representing people that don't exist no more.
Yourself.
Your tribe doesn't exist anymore. Nobody
Okay.
over there knows you from no tribe that
No,
you from. So shut the fuck
no.
up talking to
It
me.
is that you want to tell him, right? There's something that you don't like it. What did he have to do? And when somebody's telling you to do something, you don't do it. Just listen to him and wait. All you have to do is
No,
listen.
listen, Pedro, stop talking to
Listen.
me. Stop talking to me. There's no
I
listen.
just hope
I need
y'all
you
ready
to.
to accept
I
the
need you
Black
to
American
stop
cousins. So
replying to me.
we coming up in them tribes real rowdy.
Like I need him
Yeah,
to stop
I'm
talking to
fighting.
me.
I'm
Y'all
fighting for the
have met the
freedmen.
backdoor cousins, but
I'm
we
fighting
are
for our
here.
freedmen to get reinstated though. I'm fighting
And
for the freedmen.
Choctaw, don't let me see you on that motherfucking reservation because I'ma smack your ass as soon as I see you.
You're
Yeah,
not on the
Child.
reservation.
you're a little kid,
Not
man.
on the
I
You're a little
slap your
kid.
ass right on that reservation in front of everybody and walk the fuck
You'll piss on
away.
yourself, man. You'll piss on yourself. You get in front of me now.
I piss on you, bitch, just
I'll
like
make you
R.
piss on
Kelly.
yourself. I'll make you piss on yourself.
Anyway,
Nagual, where are you?
No, I'm saying I'm trying to reinstate our freedmen. Like I said, I think we had, like I said, we got a freedmen rose.
That's
All
what
of
I'm
them,
saying. Like, where
all
the
of them
freedom
didn't get
rose
kicked
at?
out though. All the freedmen did get kicked out when we did it by blood, because some was by blood. So the 1,000 we
I'm
had,
not about to.
all of them
But I
stayed.
thought it was like the mother of the womb or something like that. Like if their mother was it, but if their father was
Can
like
I speak? Like,
Yeah,
dang.
during the Dawes Rose, it was like that. Because even
Host,
people that was lighter, that was
I
Choctaw,
was
they got kicked out. The same with the ones Choctaw was darker, they
I
got
was
kicked
talking
out
to
too.
Choctaw.
So it wasn't just
see, that's what we were saying the
it
whole
wasn't
time.
just
Like,
dark
cause
Choctaw getting kicked out during the Dawes Rose.
my great grandfather wasn't on it, but his wife was on it. So I was like, why?
Listen,
But
When they did the Dawes,
his mama
when they
was
did the
on the
blood
Indian
by
rolls.
blood,
I was like, wait a minute, how he didn't get on the Indian rolls, but his mama and his wife is on the Indian rolls. Other than he probably would have been
like,
died.
yeah, so like I say,
listen, can I
some
speak?
fathers
Can
got
I
kicked
speak
out
real quick?
because it wasn't by mother's lineage. So like me, if I got a mix, my wife's white, so my kids would got kicked off, even though they Choctaw.
Why are you dropping me, host?
That's
Like,
how
what
the
is
Dawes
with
Commission
this?
worked. They kicked a lot of light Choctaws out and kicked a lot of dark Choctaws out.
Listen, Choctaw, you cannot speak. You can't speak on my people, okay?
We helped fight
Host,
alongside the
I'm
Yamasee.
talking to him. I need.
What do you mean? We was friends with the Yamasee. We fought Great Britain with them during the Yamasee Wars.
But see, Choctaw and the Chickasaws went to war too back in 1700s.
Yeah,
What was that about?
they
So we were already there. Y'all, we were already round.
No,
Stop
we weren't
lying
really
on my
fighting like that.
people. Stop.
Not before colonization. We would. I mean, we had little skirmishes and stuff, but we played stickball to handle our
No. Because them
Yes.
Choctaws teamed up with them Spaniards.
No, we
And them
played
Chickasaw
stickball.
teamed up with them French.
Great Britain. No, we was with
Yeah,
French.
Great Britain.
Because the Great Britain used the
That was one of the most
Chickasaws.
bloodiest WARs in history.
No.
Yes, it was. It was the Choctaw versus Chickasaw War. That's why when I
No,
was
what I'm
asking
saying,
my mom, I was like, "Are we
some of them used the
Chickasaw?"
Chickasaw to
And she was like,
unenslave us.
"Stop saying that. We are not Chickasaw. We're Choctaw." I was like, "What's wrong with you? Why you mad?"
Yeah, she was reading early from a Google, brother. That's where she got that from.
Yeah, I mean,
What, the Choctaw versus Chickasaw War?
it wasn't. I don't think it was a war, but we Like I said, we settled our beef through playing stickball, so we didn't really fight like that. That's why we
But
play
you sound
stickball.
like I'm honestly though, you sound just like my cousins though. Yeah, you sound just like them.
But like I said, they used Great Britain used the Chickasaw to get us and take them because we was enslaved to Great Britain for a little bit. They was raiding us, so we like I said, the French was our ally, and Great Britain was theirs. So even in my district, we got three districts. There was three, you know what I'm saying, three chiefs that run it. Two of them like the French, the other one like Great Britain. So even my people, we had a civil war amongst ourselves because some want to go with Great Britain and some want to keep doing fur trades with the French. So we fought amongst ourselves. I think it was like a 2-year war amongst ourselves, and we finally came together. You know what I'm saying? But because whoever won, that's what we had to go with. So the people that want to go with the French, they end up winning. You know what I'm saying? The war. So, but still, each district could do what they want. So some kept on dealing with Europeans or Great Britain. But anyway, they still turn around and because once France sold Louisiana Purchase, all the treaties we made with French was no longer good because America took over. So we had to go around and
Yeah,
make
I
new
know after
treaties.
America took over, it was a wrap.
Yeah, I mean we had like when Spain came through our areas, that we sat down with Spain and did treaties with them, and like the French
See,
came and
Pedro,
sat down.
Pedro, you remember I was telling you the whole story? He's literally breaking out everything I said earlier.
Yeah, that's when I was listening to you and be quiet and say think a couple times. Remember?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what I'm
good.
saying. He's saying the
It's
same
good.
thing.
So
But
that's
I got the
perfectly.
French and the Spanish mixed up. I didn't know the Choctaws were with the Spanish. Or no, the French.
So
And the
that's
Chickasaw was with the
Well, when
French.
Spain come through Florida and shit, because we had a piece of land right there by Tallahassee, Florida. Our ancestral lands, it reached just a little bit of Florida, right there under Alabama. Because our
Yeah, that's
ancestral
what I
land
thought.
reached from Mississippi, parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and right there by Pensacola, Florida, or Tallahassee, Florida. So when people arrived in these areas, they had to deal with people that was on them territories. So when Spain tried to come through, we had to sit down with them and we allowed them to build forts here. Then they was like I said, they was going against Great Britain, so we helped Spain fight against Great Britain. Then when the French came, like I said, they came in like through Louisiana area around 1699. That's when we ran into the French people.
Mm-hmm.
French was doing different. They wasn't really like they was taking land but not really doing it right there in front of us. They sat down, like I said, we traded furs and we did a lot of
Yep.
trading with them.
Exactly.
Like I say, a lot of these, like I said, we mixed in with a lot of Europeans, French people, or because some of these, like I say, we went by the mother side, so the mother's kid would have more power, like later on in life. Like I forgot the name, but Greenwood LaFleur, he had his daddy was a white man that had a kid by an Indian woman. So when he come out, Greenwood LaFleur was born. He was mixed already, so he's the ones that started going to English schools, and he started looking at these cotton gins and shit. Then they the ones started, getting enslaved Africans too. So when they say Choctaws own enslaved people, it was like the mother was Choctaw, but the husband was a YT man. Then the kid, he went through a white man training. He went through the white people school, so he wasn't really a traditional Choctaw.
And see, that's what I found out about like this, like when the French were taken over by the Spanish. I didn't know the French got enslaved too. They were enslaved after France came in, because when they lost the WAR, they were part of the slave trade as well. And then it was like a big circle. And then when Spain came in and they got conquered by the Britain, then the Spanish people had got enslaved. So it was just a whole bunch of people in Southeast just enslaved.
Yeah, a lot of people came.
And then like I found out about the dark skinned Europeans that came from Ireland. They were like what can I say? I wouldn't say they were dark, but they were like they were
swarthy.
like they looked like they were white tea, but because they didn't look white tea enough, they wrote them down as either mulatto or black, but they were full 100% European from Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland. Yeah, they went through slavery over here too.
Yeah,
But I
but
think some of
the
them went to
slave, the Indian
Mexico.
slave trade, that didn't have that only happened like in the very beginning. Like it was like between 1500s and 1700s, and then after the 1700s, that's when African trades came in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, like I said, the freedmens they was part of the nation over maybe 100, 200 years from like 1880. Then like I said, 1980 they did by blood. They changed the treaty and made it go by blood. So some of the freedmen got kicked out. Not all the freedmen got kicked out. Some of them want to think that every freedman that we had got kicked out. But no, the ones that got kicked out, then some of them had a lineage or however it went. You know what I'm saying? It was a bad deal. So I didn't like about that because, like I say, I know a lot of our chiefs were handpicked. After Greenwood LaFleur, it was a Folsom. Then it was like his people. It was like I think Folsom was Greenwood's brother or something. So a lot of these handpicked chiefs were, you know what I'm saying, European mainly. But they would just had a mother that was Choctaw. That's why they was able to be chiefs.
Because I know like before all that, like the influence, weren't the women the chiefs?
Well, yeah, they had a lot of power. They had a lot of say so. Like if we want to go to war, yeah, we sit down with them and see about going to war. They got everything. If the woman got everything, the houses and all that, even the kids would be part of her people. Her uncle would have more say so over her kid than the daddy would, because everything went to the mother side.
Yeah, that makes sense. Everybody's quiet now.
Oh, we listen to him. You finally got somebody that actually have a knowledge, and he's mature enough to be patient with you guys. So that's a you are blessed.
I just didn't like how they kicked out the freedmen, though. I mean, now, like I say, we trying to reinstate them, and I think the Creeks reinstated their people, but they're not giving them travel cards and all that. So it just
I was surprised when I heard Cherokee was like, yeah. I was like, what? Y'all the last people that be like, yeah, y'all come.
Because one of them didn't even make them part of the nation during that treaty. I think it was Chickasaws, or it might have been one of them. I thought it was Cherokee.
No, it was Cherokee. They're the the ones that they won't let nobody in. Yeah, they won't even let their own people in.
But like I say, they won their case because, like I say, there are descendants of people that did live with us at the time. Oh, well, like I said, Choctaws been talking to the freedmens and saying, yes, we're going to look further into it and trying to reinstate them where they could,
First of all, Sage, I was saying the same stuff and y'all was going against me. But when Choctaw come over here and say the same thing I was saying, then all of a sudden, he dropping knowledge. I was saying the same stuff.
Like
Sage.
benefits, I mean, we really don't get too much benefits to being part of the nation. I mean, I get free dental and free health care, and if I went to school, I could went to college and all that. But they help out the elderlies and all that. I mean, it just, if you could say you're connected to a nation, a lot of people that say they don't want to enroll and all that, but that's how they feel. I mean, but enrollment it's all right though. I mean, because we don't use like blood quantum, we just use people on the road. You find somebody on the road, you're gonna be automatically in. So
that's what I was saying. I was like, I wouldn't do it. Like, I have the people on the rolls, and they're more recent than they are like 8 generations and stuff. But still, like, if I would have did that, I would want to know the language and all of that. That's the only thing that I want to know is learning the language and all that.
Yeah, I mean, like the culture and shit. Yeah, because like I got kids. I haven't enrolled my own kids yet, but because I really, like I say, I don't live in Oklahoma. I never did use any of the benefits. Like, I mean, I got my
But again, they're not gonna let
I
me
sent my
enroll
kids
because
glasses
the
and shit
paper
like
say
that for
Southern
free.
Oot.
Does it? Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was like, now I gotta go to Southern. I don't know nothing about Southern Oot, and Southern Oot was all the way out in Oklahoma. I was like, how did they put our names on in there? So
Yeah, it might
I
have
don't
been
know.
a mistake.
We really got screwed.
Somebody about the numerator or whoever was taking the census or whatever happened. Yeah, they might have got it wrong or shit. That's why the genealogy is like, if you do your genealogy, you should be able to find it there. But genealogy is pretty hard. I mean, some people got to pay money for that. But like my Choctaw, we was already, you know, documented since, you know, America became America. They already had us in certain areas already. Because we weren't really that big, you know. We was already decimated by the time Europeans or French got here, because Spain or De Soto, he came early 1540. So he had diseases. He brought all them pigs over here. So 1540 to 1699, it looked way different because we was already a lot of, I'm saying, decimated by then through that diseases. So when other people came over here expected to find a lot of people here, a lot of these tribes already gone.
Or mixed up.
Well, not mixed, because it was just more like
No,
like
because some of them ran to like those other.
well,
No, when I say mixed
1540.
up, I mean like mixed up with other tribes.
Oh yeah. Because I know, like, because I'm Mississippi and Oklahoma. They won't let me use both, and like if I go Oklahoma, I can't use the Mississippi side. So if I want to,
Wait, what? What do you mean?
yeah, we're separate nations, but we one people, but separate nations. So they got their own constitution and written government. We got our own up here in Oklahoma. They won't let me use the Oklahoma and Mississippi.
And see,
So
that's
I
why I
can't
don't
use.
want to sign up, because if I sign up, they're gonna make me have to sign up in the one in Oklahoma, and I don't know nothing about no Oklahoma.
Yeah, because I think Mississippi is a little different. I think they do something like a blood quantum. They want you to be like half.
Mm.
So like, I always been, like I say, I've been this grandfathered in, you know, because all my people go back to the original roles.
Interesting.
But like I say, my dad's mom is a Mississippi Choctaw. But my grandma, she's Oklahoma. So we went through her line. But yeah, the benefits, I mean, you get good benefits. I never did use them though. I mean, occasionally I use it for my kids every now and then. But like me, I never did use any kind of benefit because it was in Texas. So I just always, you know what I'm saying, work, or you know what I'm saying, do whatever they can, you know what I'm saying. Because once you get little, you indoctrinated through the school system. You know, I didn't really know nothing about myself when I was younger. I heard the language growing up because my dad was a fluent Choctaw speaker. So
I just know my great grandmother she spoke Choctaw language, but I didn't understand what she was saying.
yeah, it's
And
hard because
that's the closest we got. So
it's hard now because, like I say, you got to go to school. You can't. I mean, people can homeschool people, but mainly they want you to go to school and learn the language, and you kind of get caught up in being YT. You know what I'm saying? Because it's more about money, what they care about, the possessions and all that. What you got? Necklaces and all that. It wouldn't tell like I was 12, 13 until I started realizing, you know, it's not. I mean, it's not way. Like now, I give everything away. I mean, that's how we felt
what
wealthy, giving our
what
stuff
they
away.
need to do is release those bounds and let those people go back to those bounds.
Yeah, the mound. Yes, we built a
Because all
replica.
those
We built a replica in Durant. I think it was 2020, 3. We opened a museum. You come to Durant, we got a museum. It'll show you like the Mississippian culture. Oh shit.
Well, it seems like everybody's dropping. Pedro, are you still there?
Yeah, nobody's dropping it. We listen to him, and then when somebody is have the knowledge and have the patience to deal with this debate mentality, and we just enjoy it. When we was listening to you, everybody was quiet, and 7 people on still listen.
I listen to Choctaw. I mean,
Oh,
to me and Choctaw have our we go head to head,
uh,
like, you know.
thinking he went to get something or to get a phone call. So you see, you don't let if somebody is like this guy that was a while ago and try to troll, and then you just try to not trash the place where they give you the space to talk and to teach what you want to do. Because to be reconnecting or to be trying to do something good, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay? But most of the time, you have to be in peace when somebody have completely different point of view of you. It's not going against you. It's not telling you that you're not the person that you say it, right?